these shootings took place. I mean, I realize we were on recess, but if people wanted to address that problem, maybe shouldn't some of that
They took place in August. We are now in September. The president has had numerous meetings. I've been in a number of those meetings that were bicameral. I know the president has had bipartisan meetings. I've met with numerous members as well. And the president continues to work forward where there's a lot of ideas out there to make sure whatever we move forward solves a problem so this never happened again. And I think President Trump has a very clear track record on this when you look at what he did with the bump stock and Nick Fix. Yes.
The whistleblower, what are your reactions that it's about Trump's communications with foreign leaders?
Look, I know the media always wants to rush when they think something sensationalist, and 9 times out of 10 we find out a lot of that's not true. I think the New York Times has experienced that just in the last week. This is not something I'd ever see the president doing, and I would, instead of jump to conclusions, actually get the facts first. So thank you very much.
You can identify very quickly where this shooting has taken place, and you can oftentimes get there quickly, stop something that's happened, capture a criminal, pick up casings from the gun that's been fired. Do you have an opinion about that type of?
Well, my opinion is this, that law enforcement officers have a very difficult job, and any tools that we can give them to more effectively and efficiently do their job, it should absolutely be a priority. Our effectiveness to be able to respond accurately in at times of very stressful or very tense situations could be a matter of life and death. So any tools that we have available to law enforcement absolutely should be explored and made available.
Thank you. Let me follow up. Also, some of our most highly trained individuals about how to handle an active shooter situation, whether it's in a school or in a place of worship or anywhere, are law enforcement people. They're trained, they're the most highly trained people in our society. And they tend to retire after 25 years or whatever, they may be in their 50s, and oftentimes are seeking other employment. It would seem that you have a source of trained people, perhaps as school resource officers in the schools. Do you have an opinion? Have you thought about that?
Actually, I served as a resource officer for several years. Best job I ever had, working in the schools, interacting with youth, changing attitudes towards law enforcement. I absolutely agree that a presence in school plays a pivotal role. In my agency, we started it long before it became a trend across the country, recognizing that it was important to be able to protect the safety of children in schools. And if you have a safe working school environment, you're going to have learning occur. So I absolutely, totally agree that there are definitely a positive element to resource officers, and that's the reason why it is across the country. The ability to include other people into protecting schools, any efforts we do to protect schools and protect the security within schools is well worth it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My time's expired, but I want to thank the committee and hope that we can work together to keep the American people as safe as possible. Thank you.
We will certainly do our best to do that, and I thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am deeply concerned about the crisis of trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve, and this is true in my home city of Memphis, unfortunately, because we are not a stranger to the issue. From my perspective, there's several things we can do here in Congress to help. I've introduced bills to address many of these issues. One would be a way we can use technology and data to improve police-civilian interactions. The Police Camera Act, H.R. 120, would provide grants for state and local jurisdictions to purchase cameras for their officers. And we also need to collect data and technology to be useful about policing practice, to make law enforcement more responsive and responsible. And that's why I introduced the National Statistics on Deadly Force Transparency Act of 2019, which is H.R. 119. And communities need to feel safe that law enforcement agencies are accountable for their actions, that nobody is above the law. It's a shame the Department of Justice, which has been effective in the past, has stepped back from providing independent review and accountability for police practices. Along with Congressman Lacey Clay, we have introduced the Police Training and Independent Review Act, H.R. 125. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce a letter of support for that act from the NAACP in June of 2019.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask Chief Hawkins what our bill would do, besides have sensitivity training for policemen about minorities and different areas that might not be of their history. It would say that the law enforcement agency that would determine if there should be a grand jury and determine whether or not there should be a prosecution and also prosecute the case should come from a jurisdiction other than that from which the law enforcement came. In my experience, I started my professional life after law school as the attorney for the police in Memphis. There's no question there's home cooking. Many people from law enforcement go and work as investigators for the DA, and it's almost like a farm team. And so from my perspective, you can't have absolute independence if the DA has to go to the grand jury, and if the DA indicts a policeman, gets a policeman indicted, then the police, as we saw in New York, and I think it might have been in the, I don't know if it was the Garner case or another one, but the police all went out against the DA. They protested.
Are you saying change jurisdiction, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You think that's a good idea?
I think so, sir. That gives an unbiased ability to gauge the facts of the situation and facts of the case and a good review of it.
And Mr. Davis, do you have any thought about that type of concept?
Yes, sir, I do. It was actually two recommendations in the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. The first would start with the investigation, that it should be an investigation by the department, not overseeing the officer who's involved in the shooting.
It would be a separate total law enforcement agency.
Yes, so that I, as a detective, don't have to interview or investigate somebody I worked with for 20 years. The second part would be that as prosecutors and police work together on a daily basis and just the things necessary to make communities safe, that you then go outside that jurisdiction as well so that you can have a separate jurisdiction, look at the prosecution, convene a grand jury. So I would agree with you. This level of independence is important to build trust in a process that people think is so insular and so designed to benefit the officer that we need that. And I said those were two recommendations from the President's Task Force.
And now I'm going to take a long shot when you're not supposed to ask a question where you don't have some kind of an idea of what the answer is going to be. The gentleman from the Fraternal Order of Police, and I appreciate your position, and I'm a former ICP person, but do you not see the benefit that might give to law enforcement and everybody else seen as a fair shake?
Sir, I can tell you that I think that a collaborative effort on a local level, of which law agencies are based on local jurisdictions, that should be the very first part of reviewing any systemic problems there are within agencies. There are processes within each state of how they handle them, and we support those positions that are taken within those states to investigate crimes or incidents.
Thank you, sir. Later this week, I'm going to introduce the Deadly Force Independent Review Act, which will provide independent review of instances when a federal law enforcement officer has used deadly force. I think that'll help too. Reverend Sharpton, what do you think? You've been active for many years on all these issues. What do you think are the most important reforms that we can take up to try to cure these problems? What works best?
I think that what we need is clear legislation on where the police are to be dealing with federal charges in excessive force. What raises to the bar of a federal crime? It is too nebulous now. That secondly, that we would have some preventative measures in, like cameras on police that cannot be turned off, and that when consent decrees are audited by the Justice Department, they remain, even if administrations change, that they remain. And that we have constant reviews by the Justice Department with the department there on policing around the country, particularly looking for pattern and practices. I think if we start with legislation, not just with feel-good programs, but legislation, so police know they're accountable legislatively, not just on a local and state level, which is what had to happen with voting and other things in the civil rights era.
Thank you, sir, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all the witnesses being here. Yeah, and I appreciate the comments. It does help if you have someone who is not bigoted or prejudiced against the person that they're either pursuing or investigating. And hopefully at some point our Attorney General will have somebody independent review the investigation and the determinations made by Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. They obviously hate President Trump, but I was concerned about the exchange by Dr. Goff, Ms. McDonald. I would offer for the record this from PANS, from David Johnson, Trevor Tress, Nicole Burkle, Carly Taylor, Joseph Cesario, officer characteristics and racial disparities in fatal officer-involved shootings. I didn't know, and would ask that that be made part of the record.
Without objection.
And also, Ms. McDonald, I had a couple articles from her, one about Dial of Truth from City Journal, summer 1999, one from August 31st, 2000, the Manhattan Institute. I'll offer those for the record. But, thank you. But in looking at this that my staff just brought me from this study Ms. McDonald references, I don't know the statistics underlying this. I'm just reading from their results. It said, we find no evidence of anti-Black or anti-Hispanic disparities across shootings, and white officers are not more likely to shoot minority civilians than non-white officers. Instead, race-specific crime strongly predicts civilian race. This suggests that increasing diversity among officers by itself is unlikely to reduce racial disparity in police shootings. I don't know the underlying statistics, but that's what it says on its face. But during my days as a prosecutor, I'd ride along with law enforcement, and I'll never forget, we had a threat in my home county against some law enforcement folks, and I went with them, and he was supposed to be there and have an arsenal, but there is nothing like standing outside the door, and I was 4 years in the Army. We were never in combat, but lots of training, but standing outside the door of somebody that's threatened to kill the people that you're with and knowing that person has an arsenal and you're about to go in his home. And officers all over the country do that each day and put their life at risk so that others hopefully don't end up killed. And as a judge, I can acknowledge not all officers are paragons of virtue, but it seemed to me from what I've dealt with, there is a lower percentage of bad apples in law enforcement than there is in the general population. But one of the things that was said earlier about the family, I'll never forget the testimony of a gang leader. He had been convicted of murder. His attorney had wisely advised him not to testify, but he refused the advice of his attorney on sentencing, took the stand for one reason. He made it very clear, I'm not following my lawyer's instructions because I can't sit there anymore. I sat through this whole trial and listened to people talk badly about my gang. He was a gang leader, and he had killed a guy. And he said, I'm sick of it. That's my family. I don't know my father. My mother's never around. That is my family, and I couldn't sit still and not say something about people bad-mouthing my family. And boy, that comes home. He never knew his father. He never had a mother that was around. I just can't help but think if he had had one or both of those, he wouldn't have ended up in my courtroom having a jury sentence him to life in prison. So there are a lot of things we need to look at, and I appreciate the effort of everybody trying to get back to more civility. But I hope that we don't overlook the importance of the family and what it used to be in America. But I appreciate all your time. I've read your statements, and thank you for going to the trouble to be here. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this very important hearing, and I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony today. Let me begin by saying that The men and women who serve in law enforcement in this country are, for the most part, brave, dutiful, honorable, and they keep us safe. That is not a question for debate. However, it's undeniable that there is an epidemic of police shootings of unarmed civilians in our country, and by failing to recognize that, we're contributing to the problem. I want to point out the fact that I believe that police should be accountable just as the citizens who they seek to hold accountable. And so that means that just as citizens have to be questioned by police after an incident happens, why should it be that police are protected from having to answer questions from law enforcement agencies when they have been involved in a police shooting, when they've killed somebody or when they have choked someone to death? Why should they have a week of respite with a legal right to not be questioned about what happened because they have it in their employment agreement, their collective bargaining agreement? So these kinds of rules that insulate police from accountability need to be removed from our practice, and that's why I'm going to be filing what will be called the Cool-Off Period Elimination Act, so that we can make sure that police officers are treated the same way citizen suspects are treated. And with respect to investigating police misconduct, what happens is the same agency that employs them is the one that does the investigation. The same prosecution authority that would prosecute the case is the one that presents the case to a grand jury if it ever gets to that point. But it usually takes, in many cases, years before it gets to that point, and it's kind of lulling the people to sleep, the public to sleep, and then you announce with regularity that there will be no prosecution. And so to alleviate that, for the last couple of terms of Congress, I have filed the Grand Jury Reform Act, which would cause police shootings to be investigated by a state's highest law enforcement authority, such as in the case of Georgia, the GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation. That would assume investigatory authority, and also an independent prosecutor would be appointed by the governor to preside over these investigations, and then the results would have to be submitted to a judge in open court, not a grand jury, but a judge in open court for a preliminary hearing, and that would be the way that these cases are disposed of. And so, and in the event that a jurisdiction declined to prosecute an officer for what might be a obvious offense, like the Eric Garner situation, live and on camera, choked a man to death, why shouldn't the federal government be able to prosecute for murder? In that way, you bring about some accountability. When police officers are held accountable, it sends a strong message to others that they need to conform their conduct to society's norms. And so I look forward for y'all's support on the Grand Jury Reform Act and also the Police Accountability Act and the Cool-Off Period Act. Let me last say that a lot of our law enforcement officers are straight from the military. And when they went to the military as young men, they were trained in terms of what kind of instinct that they should have. General Mad Dog Mattis got his nickname because he said that it was during a training session, he told his Marines to be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everybody you meet. And he said that a good soldier follows orders, but a true warrior wears his enemy's skin like a poncho. That is the military ethos going into battle. And when you have a police officer that's been trained in that way, it's hard when that police officer gets trained to become a police officer to put aside that instinct that has been bred into them and put into operation suddenly a protect and serve mentality. So we've got a lot of local law enforcement who are military veterans, and there are also reservists and National Guardsmen who are trained to kill, to occupy and destroy. And they're roaming our streets, and the more police officers die every year of suicide than they do from being killed in the line of duty. So our police officers are under a lot of stress out there. It plays out in terms of their reactions to situations, their overreaction to situation, and then people of color are predominantly the victims of that. And so I think we need to take a comprehensive view in terms of mental health as it is applied to our law enforcement officers. And with that, I've run out of time. I don't have a chance to ask anybody for any feedback, but I want everyone to think about that carefully, and let's work on that issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would like to briefly address the members of the audience in the hearing room today. We welcome you and respect your right to be here. We also ask in turn for your respect as we proceed with the business of the committee today. It's the intention of the committee to proceed with this hearing, but it is against the rules to permit any applause or for that matter, negative applause or disruption of any kind, so please refrain. The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Reverend Sharpton, your current MSNBC co-worker, Joe Scarborough, is my former congressman. And when Joe Scarborough served in the Congress, he had quite a bit to say about your contribution to the national discussion. It was in the 106th Congress that Joe Scarborough filed House Concurrent Resolution 270 entitled Condemning the Racist and Anti-Semitic Views of the Reverend Al Sharpton. Mr. Scarborough's resolution began by saying, whereas the Reverend Al Sharpton has referred to members of the Jewish faith as blood-sucking Jews and Jew bastards. So my question to you is, does Mr. Scarborough's assertion that you said these things, is that true, or did you not say those things?
They are patently untrue. I never said that.
Okay.
And can I finish my answer?
No, it's actually my time, but you will be able to
Well, I thought you raised the question.
So the next question
Can I
relates
answer
to Mr.
the
Scarborough's
question?
second comment. He says, whereas the Reverend...
Since aspersions were cast on the witness will be permitted to answer.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, aspersions weren't cast. I asked the witness if he...
You asked, was it true that I said that?
I can't reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman?
The witness, you will have your time. The witness will be permitted to answer.
You asked me, was that true? And the answer is no, that was not true. And as you know, Mr. Scarborough and I work very closely together. He comes to National Action Network conventions. I think he's a great guy, and we do each other's shows often.
Mr. Scarborough also said...
Excuse me. The gentleman who's the timekeeper will add 30 seconds to Mr. Gates' time.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his parliamentary inquiry.
Is it appropriate for a member of the body to personally attack a witness before the body? Or shall I say, can a congressman's words be taken down in the event that he casts aspersions on a witness?
We ask everyone to adhere to rules of decorum. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Scarborough then wrote, whereas the Reverend Al Sharpton has referred to members of the Jewish faith as white interlopers and diamond merchants. Have you ever referred to members of the Jewish faith as white interlopers or diamond merchants?
No, sir. I referred to one in Harlem, an individual who I didn't even know was Jewish, as an interloper, and said I should never refer to his race. I said that I was against those that were using apartheid diamonds. And when I did a funeral in Crown Heights in '91, because we were boycotting Oppenheimer and those that were selling diamonds from apartheid South Africa.
Thank
In
you,
the
Mr.
same
Scarborough. I'm gonna
sermon,
reclaim
I'm
my
trying
time.
to, may I
Mr. Scarborough
finish my answer,
continues-
sir?
No,
Am I allowed to finish my
I'm
answer?
allowed to
No,
reclaim my time.
You asked a question and I'm answering it.
Yeah, I got a few more.
Well, and I have a few more answers.
I can't wait.
Well, apparently you do because you don't want me to answer.
No, I want to know.
So since you raised it, let me finish.
And I
I
have the right
also
to
talked
ask you
about
asking
people
questions.
snatching
You filibuster
pocketbooks
by talking
that are in the,
over me. That
I'm
is not how
not
this is gonna work,
filibustering anything.
Reverend.
I'm answering your question.
Everyone will suspend, please.
Mr. Chairman, a parliamentary inquiry.
Everyone will suspend.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Gentlelady will state a parliamentary inquiry.
It will be in the form of a inquiry statement. Is it appropriate for a member to do a constant tirade of attacking the witness and then not allowing the witness to answer?
That is not, my personal opinion is that it's not proper, but that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. The
That's a
gentleman controls
statement,
the time.
statement to the
The gentleman
gentleman.
controls the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Scarborough continued, whereas the Reverend Al Sharpton led a protest in the Crown Heights neighborhood and marched next to a protester with a sign that read, "The white man is the devil." Did you march next to a sign that said?
I have no recollection of that. I've marched in many things where there were signs that I did or did not agree with.
Scarborough
and I,
continues, whereas the
and
Reverend
I
Al
would
Sharpton's
say that
vicious
if I
verbal
was
and
aware of that, I would have said
I asked him my
that I
time
would
to
not
have
want
the
to
opportunity
have that
question the
sign.
witness and not just have him continue to.
Well, then you shouldn't ask me a question if you don't want an
I
answer.
want to know if you said them. You could say yes or no. You said.
No, well, I cannot answer Mr. Chairman on yes or no when he's asking me whether or not
The witness is obviously disrupting the committee.
the witness. First of all, this has nothing to do with policing.
Chairman,
Since he wants to make the subject Joe Scarborough and I, then let me answer it. It had nothing. Last I know, Joe Scarborough nor I are members of the police department or has anything to do with excessive force. But I'm loving to engage this if he lets me finish.
What is outrageous is a matter of opinion. The gentleman controls the time.
Mr. Chairman, I asked that a minute be restored.
The gentleman controls the time.
So you're not going to restore my time?
No.
Joe Scarborough continues, the Reverend Al Sharpton's fierce demagoguery incited violence, riots, and murder in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
As a matter of fact, the New York State did a extensive study on the Crown Heights riots. Said I was not even there until after there was death of Yanko Roosevelt. I was not even called by the family until the day after.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Chairman.
had nothing to do with it. When I came to Crown Heights, I led the first nonviolent march there.
Are you really? All right, fine. Mr. Sharpton, have you ever referred to African Americans who disagree with you as cocktail sip Negroes?
I have.
Have you ever referred to African Americans who
Mr.
disagree
Chairman,
with you?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his parliamentary inquiry.
If a congressperson is persistently questioning a witness about a non-germane matter, is it proper?
I think the gentleman makes a fair point, but the rules provide members with very wide latitude.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman will state his parliamentary inquiry.
Does it violate any rules of decorum for a member to read specifically verbatim from a document filed in the congressional records as a resolution?
The gentleman from Florida may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you ever referred to African Americans who disagree with you as yellow and then the N-word?
I don't know that I've referred to people as names. I don't know if it's because they disagree with me, but I have said things about blacks and whites. I'm glad you made it clear that I don't only attack whites. Thank you for that.
Have you ever said that? Have you ever referred to African Americans who disagree with you as Negro militants?
I didn't know that was a derogatory statement.
I didn't say it was. Just ask if you used it.
I don't know. I don't recall.
Have you ever said, if the Jews want to get it on, tell them to pin their yarmulkes back and come over to my house?
No, there was a man named Mordecai Levy who had been charged with some terrorist acts who threatened to march on me and several other activists in New Jersey. And he said he was going to come deal with my hairstyle. And I'm referring to his hairstyle. I said for him to pin it and come on. I was not talking about all Jews.
Well, you
no.
said those words.
No, I said about Mordecai Levy.
Have you said, I'm in hell already, I'm in Israel?
Yeah, because I had been threatened that if I came over to deal
one more
with
question. Do you have
no,
you said
well,
the words,
first of
"I
all,
believe in
I believe that you can deal with the decorum of the Congress, but you cannot disrespect a witness. You cannot ask a question and tell the witness he can't answer the question.
Is permitted to answer a question.
You're welcome to answer him. How about
Well, then let me answer, sir.
Okay. Have
Let
you
me
ever
answer,
said the words,
because
"I
I'm
believe in
enjoying this.
authing the
I think that
ever said that?
I think that you have.
You're at a committee about policing.
Don't get upset. Calm down. Calm down. You're yelling. You're yelling. You're yelling. Calm down. I think that I'm trying to answer your last question.
Gentleman will be permitted, the time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
The one about offing the pigs, answer that one.
The witness may answer the question. The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
The question that he raised, what I was saying was clearly that I have disagreed with blacks and whites. I've used language graphically sometime to do so, some of which I've grown beyond, but none of which shows anything other than I am an equal opportunity attacker. And I'm glad that Joe Scarborough and I both are equal opportunity attackers that now work together.
Mr. Chairman, I ask to be recognized for unanimous consent request.
The gentleman will state his unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to introduce the Scarborough resolution as part of the committee's permanent record.
I object. Who's next? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Now that
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Luke. Fox audition is over?
No, I'm sorry, gentleman from,
Who?
gentleman from Louisiana.
Okay, so the audition's over. Okay, just checking. Mr. Chairman, now that we just wasted 5 minutes that had nothing to do with the subject of how we make our communities safer, both black and white, how we make our officers safer, I want to start with Mr. Yost, who is in my district and represents Fraternal Order Police. We met with Fraternal Order Police last year, and I brought in Noble and Fraternal Order Police, and I thought we had a good meeting. But what I want to ask on the record is that we come together. Those recommendations from the 21st century policing model, those that the FOP are behind, can you all submit to us the recommendations you're for, the ones you're against, and the ones you're neutral on, so we will know where there's common ground? And I think that Noble has adopted the entire report. If you all could give us that, then at least we know where the two law enforcement groups stand on the 21st century policing recommendations.
Yes, sir, I absolutely can forward that information to you. It is documented, it is prepared, and I can send it. We can make it part of the record.
Okay. Second, Dr. Goff lists some recommendations in his testimony. I don't know if you have them, but if you could, there are 5 recommendations. If you can look at those recommendations and get us your position on those 5, it would be very helpful. Second, part of your testimony, you talk about making it a federal offense to target law enforcement officers, which I agree with. You use as an example Dallas and Baton Rouge, and Baton Rouge was very personal to us. But I want to point out that that's not necessarily apples to apples when you talk about community police relations. Baton Rouge was sovereign citizens. They're a domestic terrorist organization, and they target police officers. So that has a lot less to do with community relationships with the police, and I didn't want it to seem that way. But since you did mention Baton Rouge, which was sovereign citizens, then I'll point you next door to St. John Parish, where we lost 2 officers and 2 were ambushed. The thing that both of those incidents have in common, besides the loss of multiple police officers, is that they were outgunned by the perpetrator. Both of them had AR-15s. So when we mention assault weapons ban, let me just ask you very specifically, in those cases, were the police outgunned by the perpetrator?
Well, sir, thank you for bringing up Brandon Nielsen and Jeremy Trish. Both were friends of mine. That incident occurred probably 10, 15 minutes from my house, so I'm very much familiar with it. Yes, I would say absolutely they were armed with weapons, and the officers were not prepared for what happened.
And the Baton Rouge incident was also AR-15. So when we talk about assault weapons, we're really talking about weapons of mass destruction and the question of whether they have a place on the streets in a civilized community. And I won't put you on record as whether you're for or against assault weapons ban, but I would like to ask you, are you troubled by the fact that ordinary citizens are more equipped and more weaponized than the police officers in many incidents?
Well, as a law enforcement officer, I'm very much concerned about our ability and the safety of officers.
The other thing I would point to, and Dr. Goff, I'll ask this question to you, or maybe even Chief Hawkins, the mentality that we have in terms of police. So we have a warrior mentality, we can have a guardian mentality. And in the warrior mentality, you are rewarded in terms of how many stops you make, how many tickets you issue, how many summons you give out, which encourages that mindset. And then the guardian mentality, it's how often you engage with citizens. So in that setting, and my time is going to run out, and I hope you comment on it, but let's take the Alton Sterling case as an example. He sold DVDs outside the same store for years. So when there's a call to a police officer to come check on what Alton is doing, whether he may or may not have a weapon, where is the breakdown in community policing that the police that responds to that does not know who he is? I mean, if you're the same person in front of the same store, does the police officers never go get a sandwich or a drink from those community stores? Where's the breakdown? I'm trying to understand, why did the police not already have a relationship with a guy who has a business set up in front of another business for years? So if you could answer that in the terms of community policing, guardian relationship versus warrior. With that, I'll yield back the rest of my time.
I'll start real quick. In regards to the guardian and warrior mentality, the way that you described it, sir, I believe in both, but I don't believe it in that perspective. I believe it as the citizen that I am of my community, I'm a mother. So I'm gonna be a warrior if someone comes for my family. In that aspect, law enforcement are warriors in protecting the community. That's what we train for. That's what we prepare for, so that if we're outgunned, we have better tactics. But the mindset, it's a dual relationship of the guardian. We're there because we're protective. And having community policing is more than just a notion. It is the actual engagement of knowing everyone that is selling anything in that community, whether it be ice cream or a teacher. So that comes with a lot of work, that comes with effort and action and proactive discussion, and addressing all the biases, all the theories that you may have in your mind personally, in training it, and even acknowledging the fact that you might personally have some type of belief. But when we address it and we have talks and discussions with our community members and actually bring out hardcore discussions, then we can get past that. So I believe personally that there is the ability to have a warrior and guardian mindset work together.
The gentleman's time has expired. Upon consideration, I will withdraw my previous objection. The document will be entered into the record. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I was reviewing your prior answer, Reverend Sharpton. You are cited in a Washington Examiner piece, July 30th, 2019, as having said, if the Jews want to get it on, tell them to pin their yarmulkes back and come over to my house. And in your response to my question, you said you were just referring to one person. So here is my very limited question for you, Reverend. Were you misquoted in this story when you say the Jews and them, referring to a plural group of people rather than one person you seem to have a grievance with?
Well, am I allowed to answer? My name is Sharpton, not Lewandowski. I will answer the question if I'm allowed.
Please.
We know your name, sir. Go ahead and answer.
And you then know that I'm going to answer. I was referring to an incident and a threat to come to my home by Mordecai Levy and to the homes of, I believe, Reverend Daughtry and others. How the examiner, I think you said, or someone else wrote. I'm not looking at it, so I do not know whether they misquoted me or not. I do know what I said and who I was referring to.
Well, did you say them?
I just said that I'm not looking at the statement. I do not.
I just
You're
want to know.
talking about a situation that happened in 1991. If I said them, the, or those, I don't know. I know that incident and I know what I was referring to. And a man threatening to come to our home who had that kind of criminal record. And I had 2 young children, I think under 5 years old.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Again, I'm not Lewandowski. Let me talk. I'll
if you
talk.
don't control
I'll
the time,
talk. I'll testify
as will
before this
I.
committee.
So is it your belief that
If I
bigoted
said
things
them or
said in
not, would that help or
1991
hurt excessive force of policing?
Well, I think it's pretty significant when someone wants to come and preach to us.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
point
Chairman.
of parliamentary inquiry. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Someone else did first. The gentleman will state his point of.
I don't believe you talk about the people that come before you.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will state his point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, when a witness is asked a question in a hearing before this Judiciary Committee, do our rules provide that the witness is permitted to answer the question?
The witness is permitted to answer the question.
I have a parliamentary.
But the member controls the time.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Hold on. The member controls the time. If the member judges that the question is answered to his satisfaction, he may go on to another question. The gentlelady will state her point of parliamentary inquiry.
When a witness is attempting to answer the question, is it the rules of this committee that the witness be allowed to answer the question? And is it also in the decorum of this committee to not badger the witness if the witness is attempting to answer the question?
The member, well, there are 2 answers. The member controls the time. If the member thinks that the question has been answered to his satisfaction, he may cut off the answer and go to a further question. However, it is not permitted to badger a witness. We do afford members considerable latitude, but badgering witnesses is inappropriate, and our committee should not conduct itself in that manner. It is expected that all parties to these proceedings comport themselves with decorum and professionalism, and at all times in a manner that reflects creditably on the House of Representatives. House rules require the chair to maintain order and decorum, and I will do so. The gentleman controls the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ain't having no march. I believe in fighting. Well, fight then. Ain't nobody holding you. I'll off the man. We'll off him. Plenty of crackers walking around here tonight. Did you say those words?
I do not recall saying I will not march. I think for the last 40 years I've marched. I think that you're referring to, and I'm not sure, but I think you're referring to when I was dealing with some people that said that they don't want to march and that they're going to off people. And I told them there are plenty of people walking around that they called a name. They're not offing anybody because I felt that they were just trying to disrupt our asking people to march. So in the context of I was quoting as I said the reference made about I don't want to march.
And astrology and mathematics before Socrates and them Greek homos ever got around to it. Did you say that, Mr. Sharpton?
I talked about African history, and I talked about how we had dealt with astrology as well as mathematics and philosophy and religion in Africa.
But you referred to people as Greek homos, didn't you?
I do not recall how I referred to anyone. And you'd have to cite.
Do you think that your bigoted statements in 1991 are excusable just because they were in 1991?
I think that any statement that I've made that was wrong, I have clearly said that we should not make bigoted statements, including me. I also think that to distort, I think that also to distort.
Have you made bigoted
statements? You can ask all the questions you want, but I'm going to answer the question.
Will the gentleman yield?
When you call Greek homos, when you talk about white crackers, those are bigoted statements.
I think I made it clear that I was quoting what somebody said. Yelling and getting upset is beneath your office. You should calm down.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, after a sustained attack on the character of a witness that has been called by people on this panel, and that panel then attacks that witness in a sustained, deliberate manner, which is non-germane to the subject at hand, is it appropriate for a member to ask that the offending member's words be taken down?
It is not under the rules appropriate. The time is the gentleman's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would note these are highly relevant to the issues that we're facing. Reverend Sharpton has come before the House Judiciary Committee
The clock should be running.
as a purported expert on policing, and yet his bigoted statements undermine the bipartisan work we should be doing to ensure that all citizens are able to come together and have safe communities.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. How is this
Gentleman will state his
germane?
point of order.
How is this line of inquiry germane? And if it's not germane, is it appropriate?
To the point, may I speak to the point?
He cited Jermaine.
Setting a specific rule that says that this is not allowed, that we can then rule on.
Well, is there such a rule? I don't think we should allow our, Mr. Chairman, we have had a series, we've had a witness who came before us 2 days ago, Mr. Lewandowski, who totally contemptuously dealt with this panel. And now we have a reverse of that. We have one of our members doing the same thing to a witness who we have called. I don't think it is within our best practices to allow our process to get down to the level that we have now sunk. And I'm asking the chairman to, in the wise use of discretion, to rule that the gentleman from Florida's line of inquiry with this specific witness, who he's trying to attack his characters, no question about that, but
I'm reading his own words back.
doing it in a sustained way,
Not you.
and
He
doing
does? I have the time, Mr. Chairman.
and not having uttered
What
a
is it?
single
Regular order. Is this a point of order? What is
Point of order, Mr. Gates. You don't have the floor.
The gentleman is being heard on the point of order.
not
Will I be
having-
heard on the point of order?
The
Not
gentleman
having-
is being heard on the point of order.
not having uttered a single word of relevance to the issue at hand, is it appropriate for this committee to allow the misuse of this platform to attack the character of a witness? I mean, this is taking our process down to a level that we should never allow it to descend to. And I'm objecting to us wallowing in the mud down here with these comments. I mean, it's not whether or not it's true or false, it's the fact that it's non-germane.
To the point?
The chair will rule on the point. The chair will rule on the point of order. Although the gentleman's comments may be obnoxious, although they may
I object to that. Point of order. That is an improper characterization of the
gentleman's
member of the
comments
committee.
may be characterized as whatever you want to characterize them as.
I have a point of order that your words be taken down and referred.
Oh, woe is me.
Gentleman,
I pick a fight and now I need help.
Under the rules, the gentleman has wide latitude, both on the question of germaneness and on the language that he uses. And unfortunately, under the rules, I cannot overrule him. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You sold your life story, Mr. Sharpton, to your own charity. How much money did your charity pay you for the rights to tell your story?
Parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Chairman, this is an outrage, and the question is whether you can impugn the motives and or insult or badger the witness or cost or characterize his presence at this table.
The gentlelady was not recognized.
Well, I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady was not recognized. All right. Stop the clock. Just stop. All right, you'll state the parliamentary inquiry.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the gentleman from Georgia made a point about a witness that we had just 2 days ago, which the impugning of the motive, the character destruction was not in the course of our questioning. What I say to our good friend from Florida, that you are now not only not being germane, but you are pointedly attacking the character And in addition, bringing up information.
It is not.
Well, let me just finish. Bringing up information, it's an inquiry. Bringing up information that is a character destroying. And the question is, in the questioning of a witness, can you use items that refer to the witness's character and demeaning the witness's character? Is that an appropriate line of questioning?
Whether it is an appropriate line of questioning is not relevant. But with respect to the parliamentary inquiry, questioning a witness's character and motives, which may go to ascertaining the credibility to give to the testimony, we have always given very wide latitude, and the answer has to be that I cannot object to that. The gentleman will proceed.
How much money did your charity pay you personally, for the right to tell your life story?
My charity owed a certain amount of money to me and asked, could they use that money to have the right to sell any rights to my life, be it documentary, one-man play, or other items that they have already began reaping dividends. They would have had to pay me the same sum anyway because it was owed to me.
Was that sum
so
over
the answer, can I finish?
Was it over $500,000?
Can I finish? Whatever the sum was, whatever the sum
gave you to tell your life story, because I think most people would see that as
charity
fraud.
Charity again owed me a certain amount of money that they would have had to pay anyway, and I agreed to allow them,
or less than $500,000 that his charity paid him for his life.
Gentleman's time.
I allowed them to use those funds
Chairman, I
to have my
was it
right.
more than $500,000?
Gentleman will suspend. His time has expired. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, let me just take a moment to thank Mrs. Carr for her presence here today, of course, for sharing her thoughts with this committee. What Mrs. Carr experienced, no parent should ever have to experience. No parent should ever have to bury their child, particularly when that child has been killed by those who were sworn to protect and serve. And so I want to thank you for turning your pain into progress, for your willingness to share the story in such an authentic and compelling way. Today, I will be reintroducing the anti-chokehold legislation that you made reference to in your testimony, and we will be renaming it the Eric Garner Excessive Use of Force Prevention Act in tribute to your son. Thank you again for all that you have done. I want to enter into the record and ask unanimous consent a tweet from Joe Scarborough from July 29th of 2019. The entire line of inappropriate questioning from Matt Gaetz was based purportedly on a resolution that had been introduced over 20 years ago by then Congressman Joe Scarborough. The tweet reads, "Thanks to those reminding me of how stridently Al Sharpton and I opposed each other 20 years ago. We take pride in our friendship today because of that history, recognizing Jesus' words that all have fallen short of God's glory, and we should forgive each other 70 times 7 times." Unanimous.
That objection, that will be entered into the record.
And let me also thank Reverend Sharpton for continuing to be a voice for the voiceless, a defender of the disenfranchised, for all that you've done throughout the country in the context of this issue, police violence, and for the manner in which you've stood with individuals over the years in New York, whether that was Amadou Diallo, who was felled by 42 shots at his doorstep, unarmed African man, whether that was Patrick Dorismond, a security guard who the so-called Mayor Rudolph Giuliani maligned by releasing his juvenile records. Turned out that Mr. Dorismond was actually an altar boy who went to the same Catholic school as the so-called Mayor Giuliani, whether it was Sean Bell, who was shot dead, 50 shots on the eve of his wedding, whether it was Omar Edwards, who was an off-duty black police officer who was killed in Harlem, of course, whether that was Eric Garner, who was killed for all the world to see, unarmed, and given a death sentence for selling loose cigarettes. So thank you, Reverend Sharpton. In all of those instances, unfortunately, there was no measure of justice to the officer who had engaged in the act resulting in the death of those individuals. What can be done to create a greater degree of accountability, recognizing that, in my view, the majority of police officers are there to protect and serve with the best of intentions. But like any avenue of human endeavor in life, there are bad apples. And when a bad apple engages in an action that results in the death of an individual, what can be done to make sure that there's a greater degree of accountability?
You asking me?
Reverend Sharpton.
I think that we need to have, and thank you for your comments on my work, and I thank the gentleman from Florida for allowing me to straighten out the distortion and lies on the record that I've been misquoted. He's done a great service to my reputation. I want to say I think that the federal government has obligation, and the Congress can initiate that, to really set certain laws in place that become federal law, that override state laws, and that in many ways stop state prosecutors and others from mishandling police matters. One, by having independent review, a department in the Justice Department, a group in the Justice Department that can handle that and determine whether to go criminal or consent decrees of its police forces. Things like training must reach a certain bar, otherwise they violate federal law. And you have to have things, again, like cameras on police that has to be mandated on how they're handled. There must be federal standards on policing subject to criminal or civil law that cannot change by administrations. And I think we have not answered what all of that has happened in the last decade or more. We've not answered that with any new federal legislation. I think it is important we do, and I'm glad you're beginning again with this Eric Garner chokehold law.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton. Time has expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first observe that every police officer that I've spoken with on the subject strongly supports body cameras because they provide an accurate record of encounters, and that protects every honest officer just as it protects every honest citizen. And I saw the video of the killing of Eric Garner, and it is appalling. Particularly when you consider the fact the only crime that was even alleged was selling loose cigarettes. I mean, who would make that a crime to begin with, let alone one to be enforced by lethal force?
All right, folks, welcome here to News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate everyone joining us here today. We're going to be live with you here in just about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Take a look at what we're looking at right now. Let's go to Cincinnati right here. It is the annual Wiener Dog Race out there. We got 100 of them going for the top dog prize.
2nd and 3rd Streets expanded hours are Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. All right, here we go. Heat number 2. Welcome, Bean, Maple, Minnie, Lucy, Sheldon, Mia Sophia, Otto, Matilda, Dixie, and Stacy. Is that how I pronounce that one? They're all ready to rock and roll. Now get out of the way. Bridget, all yours, girl.
Come on, the countdown to the horn. 3, 2, 1.
You see back here saying it's way too hot. Instead, we're just going to sniff each other's butts.
besides that,
that's okay.
I say they're kind of my spirit animal. It's hot. I'm not running if I don't have to. I'll just hang out here.
And you smell of the... No, I won't go there. I won't.
All right, heat number 3, you can start getting yourself organized over there in the corner with Barb, and we will find out the winner of heat number 2.
If you are in heat number 3, you guys can start filing in. The Barb's over here in the corner. She's got the sign up for heat number 3. That's where you enter into the Thunderdome, as we like to call it. A reminder that Friday's festivities are going to begin at 11 a.m. We'll have the...
And welcome everyone here to News Now. It is a Thursday here, and welcome everyone here to Fox 10 Extra as we bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country, taking a beautiful look at downtown Phoenix there in the distance on this Thursday. We call it Friday Eve around here. Hi everyone, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm your host as we always try to bring you what's happening around the country. Let's just go around the horn a little bit right here. We got a live hearing going on right now in the Capitol, and it's getting very heated at the moment during some of this hearing about police oversight. So we'll bring that to you a little bit later here on News Now, and then we'll show this to you a little bit later. We're going to go out to Cincinnati. Yep, that's a wiener dog race. It's about to get going there. Look at this. Look at that little dog. He's dressed up in a hot dog suit. That's all you need to know about that one. We'll show that to you a little bit later here today. But yeah, so we got fun events, we got serious events, so we're going to bring it to you all. While we're enjoying the nice weather here in Arizona, Houston is really getting pummeled with rain. I mean, we're talking they could get anywhere from 40 inches. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our sister station, Fox 26, for some coverage there to show you just exactly what they're putting up with right now.
We are apparently having a few technical difficulties, and I guess you can imagine that can happen when we're dealing with weather the way we are, and we have reporters out in various locations, and depending upon whether they're getting a downpour at the time of their report or not, sometimes electronics and water just do not mix at all, and you have a dropout.
Oh yeah, so we've been talking to experts all morning long, city leaders all morning, from the mayor to people like at the tech stock that you just heard from. The biggest thing we can tell you, and as you just saw from that live shot from Greg, is even if you get out and you have to go somewhere, you're probably going to be stuck. You're probably going to be sitting there on the highway. So the biggest suggestion is just wait. If you can, stay home or stay in a safe building wherever you may be until the system moves on out. We've been watching the timing of this. It's a little difficult to give you an exact pinpoint of, hey, this is when it's going to clear, but just try to be patient and stay home. Get comfortable. Make it just a fun, relaxing day if you can. Inside.
Received some words that the governor has been monitoring the situation as well, and he is now issuing some disaster declarations. One is for Brazoria, the other is for Chambers, the other is for Galveston, Hardin, Harris, as well as Jasper counties. You've got Jefferson, Liberty, Matagorda, Montgomery, Newton, Orange, and San Jacinto counties as well. These are all declarations of disaster by Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who has been monitoring the situation here as we have been monitoring the situation for you as well.
So many people affected by that. So when there is a disaster declaration like that, that means that they are closely looking at the fact that we are going to need help. We're going to need financial help. And so that will be on standby. And so we'll be following up we're talking about this for days, weeks, and it looks like perhaps if there is a lot of structural damage, months to come as people put the pieces back together after this storm.
And it's still going to take a few days and maybe even weeks for people to try and put things back together. You know, earlier we were talking with TxDOT about the situation.
All right, so I just wanted to show you some of that coverage in Houston, what our sister station right now, and so many of Houstonians are dealing with right now as major flooding is happening there. So we'll keep an eye on that. If we get any more details, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now, but I want to keep the coverage going. Let's show you Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi speaking just a little bit ago.
The room. Yes.
How closely are you following the situation with this intelligence whistleblower? And what's your reaction to the reporting that it has to do with a promise the president made to a foreign leader?
Well, I obviously trust the judgment of our committee chair, Adam Schiff, and he's following this very closely with an expert eye on what the law is, what protections there are for whistleblowers, and where does it cross a line of a conversation that the president may have or commitment he may make for our nation that the public should be aware of. And they're having meetings right now as we speak.
Madam Speaker,
yes, ma'am.
This week, Corey Lewandowski came before the House Judiciary Committee. Do you think that that hearing was a distraction from the House Democratic agenda, like lowering drug pricing?
I think that what we're doing, we are legislating, investigating, and litigating. And I trust the work of the committees as they go forward to do that. Yes, sir.
Was that hearing an investigation, though? I mean, it was full of fireworks. It was very partisan.
You understand that? I answered. I trust the committee and the path that they are on. Yes, ma'am.
I know you spoke with the president over the weekend. I know I asked you on Tuesday
Yeah.
if you've heard any more. I guess first of all,
Yeah.
you haven't heard any
No.
more since then. And
No.
do you believe that the problem here is that the president doesn't know what he supports? You know, Mitch McConnell keeps saying, "I'll move something if we can get, you know, clearance from the White House." That obviously hasn't happened. What is, having spoken with the president, what is your read on what?
We're talking guns now, gun safety now. Let me just say that Leader McConnell says that about every subject, whether we're talking about the CR, which we were very happy to file last night so that we can take it up today. And we understand that the Senate will be accepting the CR that we send over there, whether it's about negotiating the what comes next in terms of appropriations to continue to keep government open. One of the subjects, the leader will just say, I'm just waiting to hear what the president wants. Now, that is to abdicate your role as a leader in the Article I, first branch of government. Yes, we all want to work together to have the most sustainability for what we do, and the president's signature is an important part of that. But to say we won't even make a suggestion, that we will not represent, we are representatives, and so are the senators, the point of view of 90% of the American people support H.R. 8 background checks, responsible background check legislation. So the president says he wants to do it. Let's hope that he does. We've heard through staff that they're still working on it. He's going to call us when he's ready, but we haven't heard directly from the president.
Having spoken with him, though, what do you think he's wrestling with? Obviously,
You want me to tell you what goes on in the president's mind?
You spoke to him. I mean, without giving up state secrets here, what characterize the conversation?
I did that already. Chuck and I characterized it. We had a conversation, which, it being a Sunday morning, I told the president, as always, I pray for him. I pray for him, and I pray for his safety and the safety of his families. And I pray that he will open his heart to the safety of America's families as well by giving his approval, his imprimatur on H.R. 8, background check legislation, which is supported by 90% of the American people, Democrats and Republicans, independents, gun owners, NRA members, veterans, collectors, hunters, and the rest. So I don't know what's holding the president up on it. I know he's busy, and we hope to hear from him soon. But what I will say to the people I work with and the grassroots movement, it's not just about guns. It's about the Grim Reaper saying he's going to stop all legislation that goes over there. So I say to them, if you care about gun safety and saving the lives of our children, call Mitch McConnell. If you care about raising the minimum wage, call Mitch McConnell. If you care for equal pay for equal rights, call Mitch McConnell. If you call about net neutrality, as young people do, call Mitch McConnell. If you call about climate action now, call Mitch McConnell. If you call about, did I say violence against women? Call Mitch McConnell. The list goes on and on. If you care about our dreamers, call Mitch McConnell, because he's holding up so much legislation that were our top 10 priorities, which have bipartisan support in the public. They weren't looking for a fight, we're looking for a result, A. And we sent over many other pieces of legislation that, pertain to lowering the cost of health care in our country. Call Mitch McConnell. The list goes on and on. So this not even obstruction, it's just abandonment of your responsibility as a leader in the Senate of the United States. One more. Yes, ma'am.
One more on the HR 8. The Attorney General floated a proposal in the Senate yesterday that did not include HR 8. It included the Manchin-Toomey bill, or it looked like the Manchin-Toomey bill, and that would not cover private sales.
That's right.
If that is the route that the President and the Senate go, would that be amenable to you in the House?
We're for HR 8. It was very carefully constructed legislation that will save lives. One of the recent mass murders was by somebody who had a straw purchase. That means I can't pass the test, you can. You buy the gun, I buy it from you. That is a dangerous dynamic to have. So we're for HR 8. The administration did not embrace what was said in the Senate. They disassociated themselves from it. Well, you know what? Public sentiment may weigh in, but we must make progress on this. And I told the president, in friendship, for the children, we're not going away. We're not going away until we have background checks to save lives of the American people. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, folks, so now we are going to go to a live event happening right now. Representative Adam Schiff is speaking right now after Trump's communication with foreign leader is a part of a whistleblower complaint that spurred a standoff between spy chief and Congress. That's what a former official says. Let's bring this in right now.
Whistleblowers protected. That is the danger of the DOJ's misinterpretation of the law. So that is where we are right now. Next week, we will have an open hearing with the Director of National Intelligence where he can explain to the country why he believes this urgent concern should not be shared with the Congress. But that's where we are, and I'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
Do you believe that the White House or the President himself are pressuring the Acting Director of National Intelligence not to hand this information over to you?
All I do know is this. I don't know whether the White House is directly involved because we can't get an answer to that question, but we do know that they are making some claim that a privilege may apply. Well, that narrows the category who may be intervening here. We also know that there are other institutions involved that are preventing us from getting the complaint. And whether this is pressure brought by the White House, whether this is the Director of National Intelligence feeling that he is straitjacketed by this opinion of the Department of Justice, whether the Department of Justice is coordinating its activities with either the White House or the subject of the complaint, we don't know. But given the Inspector General said this is urgent, it can't wait. Which is a profound concern that we have over what we have seen over the last year, which is a concerted strategy to run out the clock on any information getting to Congress. Here, where it's urgent, that is simply not an option.
Mr. Schiff, why were you not able to get an answer today about whether or not the White House intervened, and why were you not able to get an answer about the substance of the complaint?
Well, there is no privilege that covers whether the White House is involved in trying to stifle a whistleblower complaint. And I should say that even if you could make a colorable claim of privilege over the subject matter of the complaint, given that it involves something that the IG has already found to be serious and credible and evidence of wrongdoing of one kind or another, there is no privilege that covers that. There is no privilege to conceal that. There is no privilege to be corrupt. And so that needs to be provided to Congress. We can't get an answer because the Department of Justice and the Director of National Intelligence will not authorize the IG to tell us. And the Inspector General is doing his very best to be very careful that he follow the law. And in some respects, the Inspector General is in the same position of the whistleblower, which is if the Inspector General steps 1 foot outside of what he's authorized to do, then he is not protected. And so this shows how someone is trying to manipulate the system to keep information about an urgent matter from the Congress.
What's your recourse? What's your recourse?
In one of your letters, you stated who your suspicions involved. Who do you think that this allegation of this complaint involves?
Well, we know a few things. We know that this is a matter, as I just read the language of the Inspector General. The Inspector General is a nonpartisan, neutral official here. And we have no reason to question his judgment. His judgment is this is not only within the DNI's jurisdiction, this is squarely within what the American people expect of a Director of National Intelligence. So who is in a position to countermand that? Who is in a position to influence an acting Director of National Intelligence who has not been on the job very long to do something completely unprecedented, which is to go outside of his own agency and seek an opinion about whether he has to provide this to Congress? There are a limited number of options that also implicate privilege. And so the shorter answer is we don't know, but there's certainly a lot of indications it is someone at a higher pay grade than the Director of National Intelligence.
But in your letter, you said that you suspected this was to protect the President of the United States. Do you stand by the statement in your letter?
I believe that there is an effort to prevent this information getting to Congress. And if the assertion is accurate that the Department of Justice has made and the DNI has affirmed that this involves a potentially privileged communication, then at one level or another, it likely involves either the President or people around him.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, you've already subpoenaed this complaint, and you just laid out all of the blocking activity that's happening from being able to get the complaint. What are your options at this point legally to obtain it? What's your recourse?
Well, we will hear more, we will learn more next Thursday when the Director of National Intelligence testifies. And we are exploring with the House General Counsel what our options are. I would imagine if it comes down that we have to go to court to get this, that we will have a very good case to seek a temporary restraining order or a mandamus or some urgent form of relief because the Inspector General has said this cannot wait. So this is not a situation where we can afford to go through weeks or months of litigation in this court or that court. There's an urgency here that I think the courts will recognize. I hope that's not necessary. And I hope that the Director of National Intelligence will reconsider, because it's my understanding that by law, he can provide this to us, and indeed by law he's required to provide this to us. But we will look at whatever remedies we have, including when the Director of National Intelligence comes to the Congress for authorization to reprogram funds for one purpose or another. We will look to whether he is abiding by the law in making a decision about those requests. So we will use whatever leverage we can, but at the end of the day, we are determined to validate the whistleblower process to make sure that people can expose wrongdoing. And because what's at stake here goes well beyond this complaint and this president to whether any oversight is possible, any whistleblower is protected, and we're determined to validate that authority of the Congress. Thank you.
All right, so let me give you some context here. This is according to the Washington Post that President Trump's interaction with a foreign leader included a, quote, promise that was regarded as so troubling that it prompted an official in the U.S. intelligence community to file a formal whistleblower complaint with the Inspector General for the intelligence community. So that's why we were hearing from Representative Adam Schiff right there. And if we get any more people that want to talk about it, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now. But that is a developing situation being brought by the Washington Post there. All right, folks, we're going to be right back here with you. More News Now coming up in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, here to News and Now. Taking a live look at your downtown Phoenix there in the distance because of this shower cam. We hope everyone is having a great day so far. I'm your host, Mike Page. We have great weather here right now. That is a different story in Houston as they're expecting about 40 inches of rain. Major flooding concerns right now. Let's go to our sister station, Fox 26 there in Houston for this report.
And small little bodies of water, all that water that we've received to the north is just flowing down to the south, making its way down, unfortunately, headed towards Houston, and that just makes these roadways impassable. It makes them incredibly dangerous. We spoke just about a couple of hours ago to one of the chiefs with Montgomery County Emergency Special dispatch teams, and he was saying they have been rescuing people since the early morning hours, and they were continuing to do so. But he wanted to let folks in this area know, if you are high and dry, do not leave your house. They are responding to calls as quickly as they can, but with a situation like this, more calls are coming in that you can get to in a reasonable amount of time. They're asking for people to be patient. They're asking people to be safe. Now, normally, this is a major artery. 105 is a major artery that connects everybody from that side, 59 north, all the way into Conroe. And this would be full of cars going about their business. As you can see, no traffic at all passing through here. Folks are trying to find different directions to cut through, some side streets and stuff like that. But unfortunately, again, with all those bodies of water out here, it is impossible to find a dry stretch of road to get anywhere. We passed a couple of gas stations where people were just parked under the awnings and trying to wait it out. As you can tell, it's not really raining on me too much right now. This is one of the rare breaks that we have had in the weather. Because for most of the morning, and we started about 5 o'clock this morning, we rolled up all the way up to 59 in Splendora, past north of Splendora, and we've just been getting pelted by rain. Mike was showing you the rainfall totals for the area, and Splendora definitely just absolutely battered. And all of the neighboring small towns around here have had just a horrible, horrible morning. We've seen a couple of vehicles with some boats, some rescue emergency vehicles towing some boats. The Montgomery County folks, the EMS there, they are using some high clearance vehicles. We caught up to a couple of folks that had to were evacuated, a couple of folks that just waded through the water and made their way to the fire station. They were getting put on these big military-looking vehicles to evacuate to higher ground. They didn't even know where they were being taken to. They were just happy to be out of the high water. But you can see some of the debris just floating out from the businesses onto the street here. And since we've been here, I can tell you that the water was maybe a couple of feet closer to where we were right now, so it has receded a little bit. Not enough for the Conroe Police Department to deem that it is safe for vehicles to pass through there. There was a heavy-duty wrecker parked right here because, again, this is a major artery. You would normally see 18-wheelers going back and forth through here, different, box trucks and stuff like that. So the 18-wheeler, the big wrecker was parked right there just in case they had to tow somebody out. So all in all, it's been a pretty bad morning out here in the north side of town, whether you're talking about the far northeast end of our viewing area all the way to the northwest side. It's been a really, really rough morning for folks. Luckily, EMS personnel out here, at least the ones we've talked to, have been doing everything they can to get to people in need. Some of the guys at the fire station suited up in their wetsuits and their dive gear for high water rescues. So again, just to restate what the chief had told us just a couple of hours ago. If you are on high ground, you need to stay put. Do not venture out because you can't tell how high the water is in some of these areas until it's too late. We've passed, I can't tell you how many cars in the past couple of hours just to get to this point. We have seen that folks have had to abandon their vehicles. I've got a lot of that up on my Facebook page. If you guys want to check that out, Ruben Dominguez, Fox 26 is the Facebook page. So if you want to see some of the video I'm talking about, it's up there.
All right, so we are hoping for the very best for everybody out there in Houston. It looks like it could be a whole weekend soaker there for them. We'll keep an eye on them and go back as needed, everyone, as we continue to always bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Let's go out to Washington, D.C. right now. We're going to listen into a little bit of this hearing of this police oversight committee. And right now, Arizona Representative Debbie Lesko is doing the questioning.
Touched on a little bit, but do you think all of this publicity and focus on negative actors actually hurts the morale of the law enforcement and causes problems with retention and hiring law enforcement officers?
No, ma'am, I don't think so. I know so. I think we're in a point now where it is easy to demonize law enforcement. Often it's done without knowing all of the facts. We're a nation of laws, and those laws have due process, and we're quick to rush to judgment on making assertions on what's happening. And I think it's creating an atmosphere in this country that is making it very difficult for law enforcement officers to do their job. We were once very respected. Now, as you mentioned, there are incidents that we certainly should be reviewed and handled, but it doesn't reflect on every law enforcement officer. But every law enforcement officer is taking a burden for it.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield any time I had left to Mr. Gates.
Chairman, I'm a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Dennings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses who are here today. As I've listened to your testimony, I feel very hopeful about the subject that we are discussing today. This is a serious topic, and some of the statements today have been helpful, and some have been downright disgraceful and shameful. I think through all of the yelling and carrying on that we've seen, the theatrics, some of my colleagues forgot that Ms. Carr was in the room. They forgot there were other families in the room who lost their loved ones. And so on their behalf, because I know they forgot, I want to say we are sorry for your loss. We're talking about a profession that I loved, a profession that I worked in for 27 years. My first floor speech as a member of Congress, I thought it would be about health care or some other topics. It ended up being about a female sergeant, an African-American sergeant who I promoted as the chief of police, who was shot and killed trying to arrest a murder suspect who had shot and killed his pregnant girlfriend. I worked with some of the finest men and women who wear the badge. Good police officers are like my family. but we've had some problems. And we have an obligation, Republicans, Democrats, and every person in this room, to work to make sure that police officers are celebrated, but bad cops are held accountable. The ranking member said it correctly, that there is no one who wants to get rid of bad cops more than good cops do. And I can tell you, as a former chief of police, I spent every doggone day trying to get rid of the bad cops. We wear the badge, law enforcement wears the badge over our hearts. And we wear the badge over our hearts as a constant reminder that you have to have the heart for the job, right? That we're dealing with people and families. Mr. Yoles, Captain Yoles, you talked about what the men and women go through. It's a tough job. I know it's tough from having done it. But if we're going to save this profession and get it back to the level which it deserves to be, we have got to work together to do that. I don't have a question for you today, but when I hear the discussion about federal stand, what role can the federal government play? When we talk about leaving it up to individual states, that scares me. We tried that with the Voting Rights Act, and look what's happening. I do believe the federal government can play a direct role in helping to create standards. Doesn't matter whether you're one officer department, 4 officer, 1,000 or 30,000. When you put on that badge and the gun, the standards in which you police with, there should be standards. And I believe you said it, Chief Davis, that if you were going for any other profession, there are some minimum standards that you should have. Hiring standards. Do we want anybody doing the job of a law enforcement officer, one where he or she will be out there on the streets by themselves making life and death decisions? We want the brightest and the best, and every agency should spend their time trying to hire the best and the brightest men and women to do the job. We know it's going to cost, Ms. Carr, to do that, but we need to work together and see how we can get it done. With training standards, we not only want the brightest and the best, Captain, we want the best training so that when our men and women, if we want them to survive, not just physically, but to survive their jobs and not be in front of a courtroom, then we have to give them the tools to survive. And training is one of those tools. Use of force training, standardized training that involves use of force across the nation. And then community partnerships. I can tell you in Orlando, where I served as a chief, we would not have survived. I went to the community every time we had a good day and every time we had a bad day and asked the community to help me create a police department that knew how to police the community in which they serve. So I don't have a question, Mr. Chairman. I feel extremely hopeful today if we continue to work together. And I believe the people in this room who have endured and are still here want to get this done. So I thank you. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida has a unanimous consent request to admit a document. Without objection, the document will be admitted. We've just called votes on the floor, but I hope we can finish so we don't have to come back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I do want to thank Ms. Carr and Mr. Blake for being here and for all the families who are here to represent their experiences. I also want to thank the law enforcement officers who do lay their lives on the line every day, including former Chief Demings, for their commitment to excellence, because I think that's what we're all looking for here. Representative Demings talked about the tools that we need our law enforcement officers to have. As a representative from Philadelphia, I'm both familiar with and a huge supporter of the robust, community-oriented policing work of Charles Ramsey, who was the former police chief in Philly and DC, and then, of course, was one of the co-chairs of the 2015 Presidential Task Force, I guess it was, on 21st century policing. That report, which I think is an excellent document to guide us forward, and I wish we'd been able to work more robustly with that already. It set forth 6 core principles, starting with a broad challenge to change the culture of policing, but also including attention to officer wellness and safety and cutting-edge technology. So in the limited time and with votes coming, I wanted to focus on some of the tools that the Department of Justice has used in the past, which aren't currently available, and they were sort of a carrot and a stick. Ms. Garcia, can you comment on the impact of the Department of Justice's reversal of policy regarding consent decrees and how that makes it more difficult for the DOJ to obtain court enforcement agreements to stop civil rights abuses? And this would be the carrot that could be held over a police force that perhaps was not meeting its obligations to the public.
So Jeff Sessions' memo that he issued on the last day that he was overseeing DOJ severely undercut the efficacy of consent decrees by doing things such as placing time limitations on them of a couple years and really stripping the discretion of the career attorneys from crafting the remedies that are necessary for systemic reform. They're the folks that are doing the fact-finding inquiry and talking to the communities and really handling the investigations. They're not political appointees, so they're really in the best position to actually deliver justice to the communities that need it because of all the systemic violations that have occurred.
Okay, and I understand the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights has also been critical of that decision. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Iron Mike is always here for you. Just a reminder, Iron Mike is here. Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. We're looking at an accident right here of a rollover situation, I-10 and State Route 143 there. So you can see traffic still moving through, but you have the emergency services there as well. So hoping for the very best for that rollover crash, and it should be pretty much open pretty soon here. You just see that everything is still flowing smoothly. So hopefully that driver is okay. And if we get any updates, we'll bring them to you right here on News Now. All right, let's keep on going. We just heard from the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, a little bit earlier. Now let's hear from the Republican leaders on Capitol Hill.
And more cures. That means lowering hurdles to get new medicine to market, price transparency, and rebate reform. The sad part about all of this, earlier this year, We had 3 bills in energy and commerce, and you'll hear from the ranking member, Mr. Walden, in a minute, where all the Republicans and all the Democrats agreed it would lower prescription drug pricing. But after it left committee, it had to go through the Speaker's office. In doing so, the Speaker put a poison pill in to make it partisan. That is what's wrong with the Democrats' proposal. That is what's wrong with their direction. Not only is it socialism, we know government is designed to find compromise, but not when it comes to the Democrats trying to solve a problem. Not working with any Republicans. Actually, working probably not to solve a problem, to actually make it worse. You'll find in this bill that it could increase drug pricing on a tax about 95%. Now, I do want to applaud the Speaker for actually trying to move forward beyond this imaginary impeachment. But now she's created an imaginary bill that cannot solve a problem when we have an opportunity that we could do so much better. Let's go back to the point where we could find all the Republicans and all the Democrats to agree. And we did that this year. We produced a bill coming out of committee, and we could actually do more. If only the leadership in the Democratic Party wanted to solve a problem instead of have greater control over our entire healthcare system. With that, I'd like to call up our whip, Steve Scalise.
Well, I want to thank the leader for his remarks and share my condolences for my whip colleague, Jim Clyburn's loss. His wife, Emily, I know had been struggling for some time now, and it's going to be a sad time for the Clyburn family. And so our prayers are with Jim and his beautiful family in their moments of grief. And we also have some moments of grief in New Orleans as well as in the journalistic community, and that is the loss of Cokie Roberts. Cokie was somebody whose parents, both father Hale and mother Lindy, served in the Congress from the state of Louisiana. In fact, my office today that I sit in is the office that Hale Boggs used to have as well when he was the majority leader. And a lot of memories of the Boggs family, and I'm sure when Cokie was a young girl, when her father and mother were serving in Congress, she probably ran around those walls and halls that I saw walk around in myself. And so she was a trailblazing journalist, somebody who, of course, is incredibly well respected and known in New Orleans, but of course all around the journalistic community. So we mourn her loss as well. I am incredibly disappointed in Speaker Pelosi's socialist partisan approach to the good work that was being done to lower drug prices. This Congress came together over the summer and joined to pass legislation that would actually lower drug prices, bills that would bring generics to the market quicker and help the Medicaid program, in fact, improve the way it can deliver medicine. And instead of bringing those bipartisan bills to the floor, in fact, bills that passed unanimously out of the Energy and Commerce Committee, which our Republican leader, Greg Walden, will talk more about. But if she was serious about lowering drug prices, she would have built upon the work that was already done by Republicans and Democrats unanimously, bringing a bill out of committee that was focused exclusively on lowering drug prices. And instead, she's taking a socialist approach that'll actually make it harder to bring life-saving drugs to market. If you look at how America's been so great at innovating, especially when it comes to coming up with life-saving drugs, this Congress came together when Barack Obama was president to pass the 21st Century Cures Act, legislation that actually will lead to life-saving cures for big diseases like cancer, like Alzheimer's, like ALS, and so many other diseases that are waiting to be cured. We as a Congress came together and passed that, working with Republicans and Democrats. That's the only way you're going to make law. To sit in some little secret star chamber and come up with a bill that nobody can read and say that that's the partisan approach that Congress is going to take, instead of bringing bills to the floor that passed unanimously out of committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction, where Republicans and Democrats in a very thoughtful way came together and said, we can lower drug prices and Congress can get it done, except Nancy Pelosi chose to stand in the way. and shelve that bill in lieu of a socialist approach that would be the government getting into the business of setting prices for drug will now be shelved and sidelined because of that approach. And so I would encourage Speaker Pelosi to stop playing partisan games with drug pricing and instead join with the Republicans and Democrats who already came together in a unanimous way to bring bills to the floor that can actually. With that, Liz Cheney.
Thank you very much, Whip Scalise and Leader McCarthy. I want to also add my voice, my condolences, my prayers for Whip Clyburn and his family, as well as for Cokie Roberts' family. It's really a tremendous loss, and we want everyone to know that they are in our thoughts and our prayers. I've just come just now from the conference committee, and the speaker's got a choice to make, and she continues to make the choice on the side of partisanship. It's one thing to be pushing for a set of issues, to be pushing for a set of partisan solutions in an atmosphere in which bipartisan agreement is not possible. But on this issue of prescription drug prices, every one of us hears around the country about the impact that this is having on people. We know this is an issue that we have got to solve. The White House has stepped forward. They've taken action. And as we'll hear in a minute from Representative Walden, we had bipartisan agreement on 3 bills that could have not only passed the House, but also passed the Senate and have gone to the president's desk for signature. So there's simply no way to make the case that what the speaker's doing is attempting to solve a problem when she had the opportunity to put those bills on the floor by themselves, and we know we would have gotten them passed. So we really urge our colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, and particularly the leadership on the Democratic side of the aisle, to recognize the important issues we were sent here to address, to recognize the important moments we face on a national security front, as well as with respect to the economy and with respect to health care. And we want the American people to know that we're fighting for them, that we're going to continue to do that we're going to continue to stand against efforts like this prescription drug bill, like Medicare for All, that will reduce the quality of care, reduce people's access to care, increase the price, reduce innovation, all things that will make life harder for the American people. And I think it's really sad, and it's too bad that instead of coming to the table and addressing those issues in a bipartisan way, the speaker's decided that she's not going to do that. She's going to just try to make a point and play a game with an issue that really matters to people. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to the Republican leader of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Walden.
Thank you. And I join my colleagues in remembering Cokie Roberts and sending our prayers to the Clyburn family, including Mignon Clyburn, who served so well on the Federal Communications Commission. We will keep them in our prayers. Let me address this issue that's before us on prescription drugs. I am really frustrated. I am really upset. It doesn't have to be this way. We have a president of the United States and Donald Trump, unlike any I've seen before of either party, that's willing to lean forward and take on this issue. I was with him in the Roosevelt Room in the early part of his administration, the first year when he had the CEOs of pharma companies in there and said, I want you to get your drug prices down, and I mean it. And he has never let up on that. There's an opportunity to get a bill to the White House that would become law and help the American people. In the last Congress and the one before, the Energy and Commerce Committee worked in a bipartisan way to achieve meaningful reform in a lot of areas. Look at the work on 21st century cures, to invest in medical research and cures for people. These diseases don't pick by your party or your background. They strike us all in our families. 21st century cures law is having an impact. We rewrote America's mental health laws for the first time since the last bill John Kennedy signed before he was assassinated. We did that together. We rewrote all the approval processes at the FDA for drugs, and whether it's generic or pharmaceutical or medical devices, and we did it unanimously in the Energy and Commerce Committee. Under Dr. Scott Gottlieb and under the new law, the FDA approved 971 generic drugs, more than in any year in prior history. Competition in that field makes a huge difference for consumers. And as you've heard already, we passed CREATES unanimously out of the committee. That says the pharmaceutical companies can't game giving out their samples to the generic so you can get to generic. We passed that unanimously. And we did the same with pay to delay, where they prevent generics from coming to market. That came out of committee unanimously. We've done a lot of this work. A great brain trust on the Energy and Commerce Committee on both sides of the aisle. And I just implored my colleagues there today, at least give us a copy of the bill, for God's sakes. They've already announced the hearing. They did it last night to cut another day off for our ability to review it. They haven't even filed the bill yet. They'll probably do it later today. And we're going to get one witness at a subcommittee to review a complete rewrite of America's prescription drug laws. That's no way to legislate. It doesn't have to be this way. They are blowing the opportunity to get a partisan bill before the American people. And just as they did on creates, and just as they did on pay to delay, I am sure they have loaded this thing up with enough bad policy to appease their socialist left to make sure we can't support it. We have a proven bipartisan track record in the Energy and Commerce Committee of addressing these issues, just like we are in surprise medical billing, if they'll just let the committee process work. But instead, this thing is created in a completely partisan way in the back rooms of the Speaker's office so they can put out their talking points and score their political points and leave the American people hanging, because this is not going to become law. But maybe that's what they want. It's cynical, it's wrong, it doesn't have to be this way. I implore my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee on the Democratic side, at least share the bill with us. They said they would if they'd seen it or had it. They've got disarray in their own conference on this issue and in the committee. American people expect us to act. And just as we're doing on surprise billing, just as we've done on these other issues, we did it on opioids. We've done it over and over again. This is simply raw partisan politics, and it needs to stop.
I guess if there's one clear message, we have a record of working together on these issues. We have a record even this year was where the Republicans are in the minority, Democrats are in the majority, inside committee. Unfortunately, the record at the Speaker's office is different. If there's one advice or one thing I would hope the Speaker would do, work together. Americans want to see the prescription drug prices lowered. The President wants to help. I know the Senate is working in a bipartisan manner to try to help. We will work with anyone who wants to lower the prescription drug price. Do not move to try to appease the new socialist democratic movement within your conference. Come to the center, because there's a side that we can actually solve a problem, have a law, and actually make America stronger. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
On this proposal, I want to be clear, is that what you're calling socialism, is it the aspect that they want to allow
Total government control.
No, I understand, but they want to allow the government to negotiate the drug prices, is that a non-starter?
Well, what they want to have is government controlling the medicine, because government's going to control the prices. If you don't play by that rule, then they're going to raise the tax within healthcare for the prescription drugs, over 90%. How is that going to lower the price, and what is that going to do to innovation? We've always believed more choice brings more cures. Price transparency, rebate reform, more competition, just as Greg Walden told you. We have proven we can do that. In Energy and Commerce this year, every Republican and every Democrat voted for those 3 prescription drug bills that would have lowered the price. But before it got to the floor, changed the bill. Not in committee, but changed the bill in the Speaker's office so it could not become law. We know there's a major problem out there. We want to solve it, not make it a political issue.
The president is often seen as sort of the key in this issue. Can I ask what your message is when you talk to him about this, what he should be supporting, what where he needs to put his weight to get this done, if this is a priority?
I give the President Trump a great deal of credit in this. You look what he has been able to do administratively on transparency. If you actually look at the price of drugs today, they have gone down. But they can go so much lower if we had law. The President has pulled both sides inside the White House to meet. He has tried to drive this. He was hopeful that the Speaker Pelosi would have worked with both sides of the aisle, not moved to the socialist wing of the party, but actually find a place where both sides can agree. We watch what Senator Grassley is doing, trying to work on both sides of the aisle. I think that's a much better model. If you have Energy and Commerce, who has shown in the past inside the committee themselves to big problems such as Congressman Walden talked about, from cures, from opioids, to the three prescription drug bills this year, we could find common ground. And I think the president has led the way to try to push that. Unfortunately, it seems the speaker is trying to push another direction.
Just a quick follow-up. Is it fair to say you will suggest he oppose this bill, that you'll tell the president, listen, this is not?
I don't see how the president could support this bill because I don't see it lowering the price or solving the problem. I see it making it much worse. I know the one thing the president talks about, he wants more choice, more transparency, and he wants to fix the rebate. None of those items happen in this so-called bill that we are yet to see.
On guns, obviously there's been a lot of conversation in the Senate. The president, you talk to Mitch McConnell, he seems to be a little frustrated even with the fact that the president will not say, this is what I'm for, this is what I'm against, this is what I can tolerate, can't. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that the president is able to get to a decision on this? There have been a lot of people suggesting that he cannot make up his mind, and some suggesting that he doesn't want to make up his mind.
I don't see it that way. I see President Trump gathering all the information to actually find something that will solve the problem, just as he did when he removed the bump stock, just as he did when he signed the NIC fix. What the president will do is gather the information from the experts. He will sit down, unlike within this bill, with Republicans and Democrats, those in the Senate and those in the House, and then he'll move forward with what he believes the best solution to be. I find it a positive that you will find people in his administration walking and talking inside the Senate and listening to members. I think that's a much better approach than just saying this is the solution. Gather the information, understand where people are, and listen to them at the same time.
But it's been 6 weeks since these shootings took place. I mean, I realize we were on recess, but people wanted to address that problem. Maybe shouldn't some of that
They took place in August. We are now in September. The president has had numerous meetings. I've been in a number of those meetings that were bicameral. I know the president has had bipartisan meetings. I've met with numerous members as well. And the president continues to work forward where there's a lot of ideas out there to make sure whatever we move forward solves a problem so this never happened again. And I think President Trump has a very clear track record on this when you look at what he did with the bump stock and NIC fix. Yes.
The whistleblower, what are your reactions that it's about Trump's communications with foreign leaders?
Look, I know the media always wants to rush when they think something sensationalist, and 9 times out of 10 we find out a lot of that's not true. I think the New York Times has experienced that just in the last week. This is not something I'd ever see the president doing, and I would, instead of jump to conclusions, actually get the facts first. So thank you very much.
Who can identify very quickly where
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. Still looking at this rollover crash, and they're about to take this car away. You can see the tow truck there. This is at I-10 westbound at State Route 143. We got one more hour for you right here on Fox 10 Extra. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page, right here on News Now, always bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Thank you so much for joining us here. We're going to take you out to Capitol Hill right now. That is where we are going to listen to a little bit more of this police oversight hearing at the Capitol.
Blake, both at the hands of police officers sworn to preserve and protect, and serve, I should say, should alarm all Americans, regardless of party, regardless of political ideology, regardless of race, religion, or gender. This is not a partisan issue. There are no sides. Too often, the discourse on police misconduct descends into a false dichotomy of us versus them. Black lives versus blue lives versus black lives. This is a false and dangerous dichotomy. The United States stands as the world's greatest experiment in self-government. The legitimacy and authority of our nation's government rests upon the consent of its people. We, the people. This principle particularly applies to law enforcement, which has been given the authority to use deadly force under color of law. There can be no doubt, unfortunately, that communities of color perceive law enforcement as a threat to their everyday freedoms. These perceptions go back decades, predating both the 1994 Los Angeles riots and the 1965 Watts riots, both of which were sparked by a lack of accountability for incidents of police brutality. These perceptions are reality for African Americans. According to the Center for Policing Equity, African Americans are 2 to 4 times more likely than white Americans to have force used against them. For far too long, however, pleas for more just and humane treatment from law enforcement have often fallen on deaf ears. Claims of police misconduct coming from communities of color have often been ignored or not believed. But Mr. Garner's killing and a series of other examples of police misconduct against African Americans, many of which were caught on video, make it unmistakably clear that claims of police misconduct are all too often real. To list just a few. On August 5th, 2014, John Crawford was shot and killed by a police officer in a Walmart store in Beaver Creek, Ohio, for holding a toy BB gun. On August 9th, 2014, Michael Brown, who was unarmed, was shot and killed by police in Ferguson, Missouri. On November 22nd, 2014, 12-year-old Tamir Rice, who was unarmed, was shot and killed by police in Cleveland, Ohio. On April 2nd, 2015, Eric Harris, who was unarmed, was shot and killed by police in Tulsa, Oklahoma. On April 4th, 2015, Walter Scott, who was unarmed, was shot and killed by police in North Charleston, South Carolina. On April 19th, 2015, Freddie Gray, who was unarmed, died in police custody in Baltimore, Maryland. On July 6, 2016, Samuel Dubose, who was unarmed, was shot and killed by police in Cincinnati, Ohio. The frequency of these killings and the absence of full accountability for those responsible sent a message to members of the African American community that black lives do not matter. Well, let me state clearly for the record that black lives matter. Our criminal justice system, including our police departments, cannot function without African Americans knowing that their lives matter equally, and that the system works to protect them just as it does every other citizen. We must also be able to put ourselves in the shoes of our law enforcement officers. We must be able to celebrate the service and sacrifices of our men and women in law enforcement who put their lives on the line day in and day out. We must recognize the psychological toll that serving in such an inherently dangerous job can take on individual law enforcement officers and their families. It is also critical that we not paint law enforcement with a broad brush. The vast majority of officers execute their jobs with dignity, honor, and respect for the citizens they serve and protect. Every American should take pride in that. Research shows that a small percentage of repeat offenders are responsible for the majority of incidents of misconduct. Today's hearing presents a unique opportunity for us to hear from some of the individuals and families affected by police misconduct. So I want to personally thank Ms. Carr for speaking at this hearing on behalf of her son, and Mr. Blake for sharing his personal story with us. Today presents an opportunity for us to explore bipartisan solutions to make policing a safer, more fulfilling job for law enforcement officers by restoring the trust and goodwill between police and the communities they serve. We can re-examine the efficacy of reforms advanced by President Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing and determine what further solutions are warranted. For example, we should examine whether the incentives created by the doctrine of qualified immunity remain useful in today's environment. We should consider legislative proposals to end racial profiling and to restore trust between law enforcement and the community. And we should explore ways to strengthen data collection on use of force and racial profiling so that police departments can measure the practices they manage. But most important, we can all agree that too many lives are put at risk and have been lost in police-citizen encounters, and that it is incumbent upon each of us to work together as fellow Americans to solve this problem. I thank all of our witnesses for appearing, and I look forward to their testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And before I get started, I would like to add to the record a letter from the Detectives Endowment Association, New York, and also the National Association of Police Organizations, a letter for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I appreciate the chairman's opening, and I think you covered a great deal of stuff. For me, and I have a lot of notes here and listening, I think one of the things that, to start out this, is it is very important that excessive force, where used, ought to be punished. It should not be thought about, it should be punished and should be put before a proper due process procedure and then acted upon quickly. It shouldn't be drug out. It should not be, if it's in a minority community in particular or any other community, it needs to be looked at, it needs to be processed, and it needs to be done so in a fair way to all involved so that there is justice, there is possibility, so that people do trust. But the one thing that I do want to focus on, and the chairman did a good job, I think, because it is very fair that there's a lot of things that have happened in communities that raise a lot of concerns. But we even, on this committee, have a job to look over and say, how do we fix this? And there's actually officers on this committee, and I serve with, and Ms. Demmings is one of those who have done this, put on that uniform and been out there. I come at it a different position, though, that I do want to emphasize, and I think this is why we have this hearing today. Because I'm going to take it from a perspective that I don't think anybody wants to see justice go unserved. And I think the interesting perspective here is my perspective that there is no one that wants the bad actors out of law enforcement more than law enforcement itself. I'm the son of a Georgia State Trooper. I've made the joke before that I fought the law and the law won every time. Okay? 6'2", 250 pounds in a blue and gray uniform with a 357 on his hip. I was a scrawny kid from Gainesville. Daddy loved us, but he was in Georgia. He understood that. And he, would come home. I'm the little kid that would watch Dad go out to work, and when he would come home at night, and he'd come in with his uniform torn, blood on his collar. And, how does that affect an 8-year-old, 9-year-old kid? That's my daddy. That's the man that, to this day, he's 80 years old. He's a big teddy bear now because of grandchildren. That's a big factor. But this is the man that I admire to this day. I am who I am because of him. And what would happen, my dad was a strong man and is a strong man. And one of the interesting things that I always found is when something would go wrong with an officer, and we had an officer in Georgia who was a Georgia State Trooper who I knew personally, and I'm tempted to call it a mistake. It's not. He committed a crime. He had a sexual encounter with someone in his custody, and he's in jail. It's rape. He was punished for it. But you know what was even more amazing to me was my dad's reaction to that. My dad came home and he was upset, he was mad. I could tell it because the chairman talked about how this plays out in the police force. It played out at home. It played out because my dad come home and didn't talk about it. My dad was mad as he could be about somebody tarnishing the badge and the uniform that he wore. There's no one, I believe, honestly, in this country who wants bad actors who do bad things out of the police force more than the police themselves. And as someone who understands this and watched my father live it every day, when he was painted with that broad brush that the chairman spoke of, that I'm glad we're not going to use, when he was painted because of others, then it affects everybody in a high risk, many times low reward area. Some of the things I would love to see us talk about, the thin blue line denotes a separation from order and chaos. It should always be there. No one in our country should not look at our police force and know this is what keeps us all safe, no matter who we are or what our beliefs or what our color of our skin. It is what keeps us different than the rest of the world. A safe, orderly police force that carries out our laws faithfully and executes them to the best of their ability. But too often, I served on that police working group. And I've been all over the country in Georgia and other places, and we have problems in our police force because there's too many folks who are bad actors who get pushed from one job to another. Let's talk honestly, let's talk honestly. You got bad actors who can't make it at one job. They go to another police force, and it's sort of like, yeah, do you know him? Yeah, okay, yeah, he got another job. The one police chief is saying, thank God. The other police chief saying, I don't know what I got into. But you know why? Because pay, benefits, the issues of communities. I live in a rural community in North Georgia. My North Georgia kids, who live in some of my smaller counties, they're going to go to work if they can with the sheriff's department, but they're making an amount that they can go 40 miles down the road and double their salary. Or if they can't make it in one of those, they know they can go somewhere else and get another job, no matter sort of what their record is. So as we come to this hearing today, it does need to be a hearing of what I'll call the terrible acts. We need to acknowledge them, and we need to admit that justice needs to be served. But there's nothing about this hearing that all shows the tank that the 98 or 99, whatever percent you want to do, of those men and women who wake up every day with only one responsibility, taking care of their communities and taking care of the lives that they have. And they want nothing more than these bad actors to go away so that they can do their job. And when they lay their head down at night, they know they've done their best. They want to be respected because they have done their job and not because somebody else has acted badly. When that happens, then our law enforcement understands that we respect them, we love them, and we're going to help them where they need help. And for every other 10-year-old kid who watches their dad go out, not knowing if they're going to come home, or when they do come home, they're beat up and battered because they were out helping others. And when they see their dad or their mom upset because their profession, their calling is tarnished by those who would tarnish it, justice must be swift, it must be firm, and it must be fairly applied. Because if not, we lose who we are. We would not be who we are without our police force. We now need to help them make it better. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I want to note that the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is here with us, and we thank her for attending. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Gwen Carr is the mother of Eric Garner, who died during the course of his arrest by police officers. As a result of this tragic event, she became a leading advocate for improving policing practices and currently facilitates the This Stops Today program through the nonprofit ERIC, Eliminating Racism and Inequality Collectively. She is here today to share her personal experience. Ron Davis served as director of the U.S. Department of Justice's Community-Oriented Policing Services Office from 2013 to 2017. In December 2014, he was appointed to serve as executive director of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. Prior to serving as COPS director, he was the chief of police of East Palo Alto, California for more than 8 years, and previously served 20 years with the Oakland Police Department. Director Davis received his BA from Southern Illinois University and completed the Senior Executives in State and Local Government program at Harvard University, Kennedy School of Government. Patrick Yose, I hope I pronounced that right. Captain Patrick Yose is the national president of the Fraternal Order of Police. Since 1984, he has served in a variety of roles in the St. Charles Sheriff's Office in St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, and currently is the commander of the Special Services Department. He earned a Bachelor of Science from Mountain State University and an Associate of Science from Nichols State University. He's also a graduate of the FBI National Academy. The Reverend Al Sharpton is the founder and president of the National Action Network, a national civil rights advocacy organization. He attended Brooklyn College and received an honorary doctorate of divinity from Bethune-Cookman University, Virginia Union University, as well as an honorary degree from AP Bible College. James Blake is a former tennis professional and currently is a correspondent and host for the Tennis Channel. He's also the tournament director for the Miami Open. I suppose we can get good tickets. Mr. Blake is here today to speak about his personal experiences with law enforcement. Gina Hawkins has served more than 30 years in law enforcement and is currently the Chief of Police for the Fayetteville, North Carolina Police Department. She also serves as an executive board member of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. Chief Hawkins received her Bachelor of Science from Georgia State University and a Master of Science from Johns Hopkins University. She is also a graduate of the FBI National Associates Academy. Heather McDonald is the Thomas W. Smith Fellow at the Manhattan Institute for Policy Research. She has written numerous books on the criminal justice system and previously clerked for Judge Stephen Reinhart on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. Ms. McDonald received her BA from Yale University, her MA from Clare College, and her JD from Stanford University Law School. Philip Atiba Goff is the co-founder and president of the Center for Policing Equity. He also serves as professor of police equity at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Professor Goff has written extensively on policing issues. He received his AB from Harvard University and his MA and PhD from Stanford University. Finally, Linda Garcia is the Policing Campaign Director at the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Before joining the Leadership Conference, Ms. Garcia served as a trial attorney in the Special Litigation Section of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. She also served as a law clerk to Judge John Gleeson in the Eastern District of New York. Ms. Clark received her BA from Hunter College and her JD from Fordham Law School, my alma mater. We welcome all of our distinguished witnesses and we thank them for participating in today's hearing. Now, if you would please rise, I will begin by swearing you in. Raise your hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and beliefs, so help you God? You may be seated. Let the record show the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Ms. Carr, you may begin. Good morning. Turn the mic on and speak closely into it.
Okay. Yes, Chairman Nadler and members of the Judiciary Committee, I thank you for having me this morning. My name is Gwen Carr. I am the mother of Eric Garner. 5 years ago, my beloved son Eric was murdered by people who were supposed to serve and protect. On July 17th, the NYPD police officers approached my son. One of them put him in an illegal chokehold. Eric cried out 11 times, "I can't breathe." 11 times he said, "I can't breathe." But those officers who were on the scene that day, they didn't seem to care. Eric died that day. There was a video that was captured the incident, including the chokehold and my son's cry saying that he couldn't breathe. This went viral around the world. So my thought is today, how come no one was held accountable? No one was held and charged for my son's death. But not only the officer that murdered my son, but all the officers who were on the scene need to stand accountable for his death that day. I will never forget that day in July. I got up that morning and I spoke to Eric. I spoke to him for about 10 minutes. And afterwards, we said our goodbyes. He said, "I love you, Mom." I said, "I love you too, Eric." Never knowing that would be our last and final conversation. My entire life was uprooted on that July day. I felt helpless in a dark place, scattered in millions of pieces. It is impossible to describe the pain that I felt that day. Losing a child is just indescribable. Having the burden of finding out exactly what happened to your child by the police who was responsible for his demise. How is a person supposed to get answers? Who does she go to for help? Most people can't even comprehend how difficult it is to suddenly lose a child and to fight for 5 years and just get an ounce of accountability. It has impacted our lives in many devastating ways. Almost 2 months ago, I lost my husband. He was my partner in every sense of the word. He fought the long fight with me, even though he wasn't in front of the cameras. He supported me, and he really supported the cause. My granddaughter, Erica, she died December 17th of a heart attack. She was only 27 years old. But when my son was murdered, she fought the good fight. She fought until she became ill. I say she died of a broken heart. These are the wounds of the seen and unseen from the police brutality, the loss of loved ones, and no recourse, no accountability. The entire family is traumatized. Each and every time we enter the courtroom or watch the officer responsible for my son's death get a pay raise, or hear the Department of Justice saying they're not going to seek charges, or when an officer who is the commanding officer of the person who was on the scene when my son was murdered said it was not a big deal that Eric laid on the ground DOA. I come before you today not only to share my son's story or the long quest of justice that we've been seeking for 5 years, but I urge you to take immediate action to imply the national changes and standards towards policing. In 2015, I stood with Representative Hakeem Jeffries as we introduced the bill that would make chokeholds illegal under federal civil rights law. Once the bill is reintroduced, this season, I call for you to support and vote for legislation. The Excessive Use of Force Prevention Act of 2019, please vote for it. Violent police have no place in this society. So, like you said, Mr. Nadler, let's get them out of here. No officer who is not there to do his job should be on the police force. So again, I asked you to please vote on this bill.
Ms. Carr, thank you for your moving testimony. The committee understands how difficult this was for you and has agreed not to subject you to questions out of respect. We now invite you to join us for the remainder of the hearing in the front row, if you so desire. Mr. Davis?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Collins, and distinguished committee members. My name is Ronald Davis, and I had the distinct honor of serving as Director of the United States Department of Justice, Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services in the Obama administration. I also served as the Executive Director of President Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. Before my service in the administration, I spent close to 30 years in local policing, 20 years in the great city of Oakland, California, and 8 years as police chief in the great city of East Palo Alto. My testimony is based on these perspectives, as well as my perspective as a black man and a father of black children. First, as a 20-year police veteran, I know firsthand the complex, challenging, and dangerous nature of being a police officer. As a police chief, I had to tell her wife that her husband, one of my brave police officers, was shot and killed in the line of duty. I've personally seen the toll being a police officer takes on so many. I've lost friends and colleagues to suicide, a threat which is now growing at an exponential rate. But I've also seen a lot of positive changes in policing in areas such as technology, crime reduction, diversity training, and in community policing. However, as a black man, I know that despite these efforts, significant racial disparities still exist in our policing and criminal justice system. I do not believe these disparities exist because the profession is full of racists. I believe they exist because of structural racism. Many of the systems and practices in policing that exist today were designed in the 1950s and 60s to enforce discriminatory laws and to oppress black Americans. We must acknowledge the history of policing in this country and the role that police have played in enforcing discriminatory laws and continue to play through draconian discriminatory policing practices. With that being said, I think it's fair to say that positive changes have started, especially through some of the work of President Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. So as I testify today here, Mr. Chairman, my concern is not that we haven't made progress. My concern is that this Department of Justice is attempting to stop this progress by returning to the failed policies and practices of the 80s and 90s, policies that resulted in unequal justice. I was a street cop in Oakland during the 80s and 90s, and I can tell you firsthand that this nostalgia for the policing practices of those years is dangerously misplaced. I worked in units that made thousands of arrests of mostly young men of color while simultaneously watching the homicide rate climb to record levels. I also witnessed these practices destroy the future of thousands of young men of color with unfair sentencing practices. We now know that these practices caused significant collateral damage and they did not work. What did work in Oakland and so many other communities was community policing and the use of evidence-based programs such as Operation Ceasefire and focused deterrent strategies. Now, there will be those that will argue that the tactics of the 90s did work. And I guess if taking a lot of people to jail and having statistical crime numbers go up and down for a couple of months is success, then it worked. But in our democracy, public safety is not just the absence of crime. It must
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. Taking a live look right now at the Will County, Illinois Sheriff Department, where we will be getting an update pretty soon from the Will County Sheriff and the Will County Coroner and the state's attorney there, as they are going to be announcing a joint news conference with media agencies regarding the over 2,000 fetal remains that were discovered in a Crete Township at the property of Dr. Ulrich Kloffer. So we will have that for you. That is a really just horrible, horrible news there, and something that nobody ever wants to talk about, and it just truly horrendous a story. But as soon as we get that news conference, we will bring it to you right here on News Now. It'll probably be one of our biggest stories of the day, maybe of the week here. So let's give you now a live look at what Houston is dealing with, folks. We told you the flooding was going to be happening for them. They're thinking about anywhere from about 40 inches of rain when it's all said and done. So let's get some coverage from our sister station, Fox 26 in Houston right now.
Exit ramp as you make your way off. This is near downtown. This is all water. I know it's difficult to see because of the water droplets, but all of this is underwater. Another Houston TransStar camera to give you a view over on 610 North Loop near Jensen. Same story. It's just packed, and that rain continues to come. So let's take it on over to another camera. This one's over on the Beltway at West Lake. This is over out east. We have people that are on the far right shoulder. If you do happen to know someone that is stranded on the freeway, please have them stay inside their vehicles. This is very, very dangerous because you never know when a driver can lose control on the slick conditions and the rain that continues to come down. So you do want to stay in your vehicle and stay safe. Even if you do get a little bit forward, just stay in the safest place possible. 45 North at Little York, it's the same story. This is a shoulder. Take a look at this bus off on the frontage road. That's mostly where we are seeing all of the roadways that are that's underwater. This frontage road is pretty much underwater, and it's very dangerous. Metro buses have been put to a pause because of all the water that is on the roadways, causing these impassable roads. This is a Katy Freeway near Houston Avenue, also underwater. Katy Freeway is not a freeway that you are able to access. Closer to Washington is where we are seeing all of that water that is going by. So let's take it on over to another Houston TransStar camera to show you what else we have over on Beltway 8 out east near North Lake Houston. So all of these blue dots, those are the spots where the high water locations are being reported. It's almost reaching to over 80 now. Houston TransStar is reporting, and that rain continues to come down. So now it's over 45. We've got 288, also the Southwest Freeway where it is coming down intensely, but it's pretty much all over the city and the surrounding areas. Inside the loop as well, Katy Freeway near Washington. We mentioned that is a high water location, Southwest Freeway. But keep in mind that all of the exit ramps, and once you exit off onto the frontage road, that's where it's packed. Even near the station, Southwest Freeway, the frontage road, lots of high water locations reported as well. And then as we take it further east, I-10, the East Freeway, impassable in Winnie. And then as you make your way to Beaumont, you are not able to catch the interstate because that is also underwater.
All right, folks, now let's go back out to Will County where we are getting this joint news conference, going to be one of the biggest stories here of the day, maybe of the week. Let's listen right here on News Now of more than 2,000 fetal remains found at a former doctor's home in Will County, Illinois.
September 12, 2019, at approximately 3:30 p.m., the Will County Coroner's Office has received a phone call from an attorney representing the family of Dr. Ulrich Klopfer, who passed away on September 3, 2019. The family attorney informed the coroner's office that while the family was going through the doctor's personal property, cleaning out the residence, they discovered what appeared to be fetal remains and requested the assistance of the Will County Coroner's Office to properly remove them. The Will County Coroner's Office contacted both the Will County Sheriff's Office and the Will County State's Attorney's Office regarding the information conveyed by the family's attorney. Will County Sheriff's detectives, crime scene investigators, and a Will County Deputy Coroner arrived at the Klopfer residence located in unincorporated Creek Township and met with representatives of the Klopfer family and the family's attorney. Personnel on scene were directed to an area of the property in the attached garage of the home where 2,246 medically preserved fetal remains were located. Over 70 cardboard boxes of various sizes contain these remains. The remains discovered were inside a small sealed plastic bags which contained formalin, a chemical used to preserve biological material. The boxes that contained the fetal remains were mixed among other boxes containing personal property of Dr. Klopfer. Crime scene investigators with the Will County Sheriff's Office documented the scene, and the remains were subsequently removed from the property by the Will County Coroner's Office. Personnel with the Will County Sheriff's Office searched the entire property and found no evidence of medical procedures occurring on the property, nor were there any other fetal remains discovered during the search of the property. Dr. Klopfer performed abortions in at 3 clinics in the state of Indiana. The containers of fetal remains are dated from 2000 to 2002, which coincides with the period of time he maintained the clinics in Indiana. The Klopfer family has been cooperating fully throughout this investigation, and there is still work that needs to be done in this case. The Will County Sheriff's Office, the Will County Coroner's Office, and the Will County State's Attorney's Office have been in contact with additional agencies both in and out of the state of Illinois in regards to this investigation. All involved agencies are still in the early stages of attempting to bring this case to a resolution. We collectively ask that the media and the public not pass judgment on the Klopfer family, who made this startling discovery and who have been cooperating fully throughout this entire process. That will conclude this portion of the press conference, and will now allow any questions.
Do we know why the remains were in his garage? Any indication, any letters left behind, anything like that?
No, we do not know.
Is it illegal to bring fetuses from Indiana to Illinois? Is that against the law?
We are working with the Indiana Attorney General's office, and arrangements are being made to transfer the fetal remains to their custody. Obviously, he had 3 clinics in Indiana, and I think it involves 2 different counties. There'll be county prosecutors and the Indiana Attorney General. I know the Indiana legislature has weighed in on this also, and somebody told me that Vice President Pence has called them about this.
But is it illegal? Is what he did illegal?
Well, again, there's requirements for record keeping, and that's one of the issues that the Attorney General in Indiana is initially addressing, because obviously these records were not handled properly back at that time. But as far as other aspects of this is still an open investigation. We've concluded what we can do here in Illinois. The Sheriff's Office and the Coroner Panel O'Neill have done a fantastic job in handling this very delicate situation, and they did a yeoman's job in inventorying all of the information, and that, again, will be transferred to Indiana in the very near future. Again, because it coincides with the time that he would have been doing the abortions in Indiana, most of the evidence of anything that occurred is there. And we will remain in contact with them, and if they, he had mentioned during one of his testimonies that he had done an abortion on a 10-year-old girl, and this is public information, in Illinois. And the uncle had raped the child, and they did the abortion, and the parents took her home, and no one reported it. Now, we have no further information about that other than that, but I certainly would like to learn more about that.
So how are they labeled? Did the family know that this was in the garage?
Again, they did not know. They did not know, but once they discovered it, they called Coroner O'Neill and the sheriff.
How are the plastic bags that you referred to labeled, and have you have an ability to reach out to the women involved in this?
Again, there are privilege aspects to this case that bar us from talking about that. Again,
are they labeled?
Name on the bag?
Again, there are privilege aspects that would prevent us from talking about that.
Any determination about the approximate gestational age of these fetal remains?
Again, we can't comment on that.
Are you considering all these fetal remains as humans and babies and not just medical waste?
Again, they're fetal remains, and I can't discuss the gestation of them. Again, after we make the transfer to Indiana, the Indiana Attorney General is going to ask the public if they want to inquire of their agency if they're aware of anything that happened during that time period that would affect them, then they would be able to contact the Attorney General.
And are they stored at 158 Scott Street? Is that where the remains are today?
I'm sorry?
Are they over at the coroner's office at 158 Scott Street?
Again, that's privileged information.
Is there anyone else you're looking for? This might be more for Indiana, but is there anyone else, accomplice or anyone charges or anything of that aspect?
Again, this is still an open investigation. We will be cooperating with Indiana authorities. So the next step of this would be you can make inquiries of their agency as to what they feel they can release or not release. But with regards to that privilege aspect of this, to break that privilege, the individual whose information is being protected has to reach out and say they want to waive it.
But is there any indication that he worked with someone to bring the remains here?
again, we have no evidence to indicate any criminal activity at that house other than potentially the existence of the evidence that we found.
How hard has this been for investigators to wrap your head around this? I know people at home are just thinking, wow.
Yes, well, Mike, if you want to address that.
It's, you know, we held the house for a couple days and then we searched it. It took about 50 of our detectives and our personnel to go through this residence, because it's a very, very large residence, and there were hundreds and hundreds of boxes that we had to go through to make sure there were no more of these remains in that residence. So I can tell you, in the 31 years that I've been doing this job, I've never seen anything like this ever. It is a strange, you know, it's one of those once in a lifetime things.
Was he, in speaking to neighbors, he's been described as a very open man. And his garage doors were open much of the time. Was he trying to conceal any of this? It certainly doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't appear as if he was trying to.
Mike, what about motivation? Would there be any motivation at all as not disposing of these properly? I mean, abortions are done all the time.
Right.
They're disposed of property by third parties usually.
It's hard for us to speculate on that simply because it was from 17 to 19 years ago on what, you know, and without being able to talk to him, obviously, because he's deceased, it's kind of tough for us to even speculate what his motivation was to bring him there. We're not, you know, that I would imagine that the Attorney General of Indiana will probably do some more of that investigating, asking, you know, because he had 3 clinics, and obviously he had other employees that worked in those clinics, so they got a lot of work. They got a lot of work to do.
Was it expensive to dispose of remains like that? Was he trying to cut corners? I mean, there've been some reports in some newspapers in Indiana that he didn't do anything illegal, but he just didn't follow through on a lot of the things. I mean, is it money?
We haven't looked into what it would cost, honestly, Scott, to determine the removal of medical waste, because that wasn't our focus at that time, right? Our focus was to try to clear that house and make sure that, you know, we didn't leave any box unopened, so to speak. So I couldn't answer that question.
But was there any other medical material or maybe lab material in the home?
Pardon me?
Like he
Was there any other medical material or lab material?
Was he testing the remains?
No.
I mean, is there any idea that what he
No,
was
we didn't
doing?
find any other type of medical.
Is it just him and his wife that live there?
Yes.
So what happens
Describe
now
the
to the
garage for
remains?
us,
Pardon
where
me?
the boxes, describe the garage for us where the boxes.
You know, just imagine your garage and you walk in and you're storing whatever, car parts, bottles of motor oil, whatever you can possibly, that's what the garage looked like, basically. Ceiling to floor, almost. Well, yeah, of course, yeah. So that's why it was hard. Like I said, it was just like anybody else's garage that would
What
have got
happens
boxed.
to them now? What happens to the remains?
Well, we're hoping that soon we'll be turning them over to the Indiana Attorney General.
Do they still have custody of them right now?
Well, they're still in Will County.
We know for sure that they're all from Indiana, all fetuses. You know that for sure?
Again, as we've said, it coincides, the fetal remains that we have, the dates coincide with when he was operating his 3 clinics in Indiana. He was not operating any clinics in Will County or in Illinois that we're aware of. We found no evidence on the property that any of the abortions were performed there. The fetal remains will be transferred, as I said, to the Illinois Attorney General's office. I'm sorry, the Indiana Attorney General's office, and they will take custody of those, and they will be preserving them for evidentiary purposes at this point, and then you'll have to inquire
And they all
of
have a
them.
date on it. You said there's a date on all of them, you just said?
We're not commenting on what
I
records
thought
we
you said
have or
there
we
was a
don't
date
have,
on
but,
that coincided with.
yeah, again, we know that the time period, but I can't tell you how we know that time period.
How do you know they haven't happened recently since his license was revoked?
The condition that we found, it's clear that they're older.
Mr. Glasgow, can you explain what crimes he could conceivably be charged in Illinois, the crimes he could conceivably be charged with in Indiana? Just kind of give us a broad brush.
Again, he's deceased, so none.
I'm sorry,
But,
if he were alive, what crimes would he have been committed?
and again, you know, he failed to follow Indiana law as to the disposal of the fetal remains under their law. He failed to file the proper paperwork under their law. Those are the 2 things they're going to be looking at initially. Obviously, he has facilities there that are still there. So that will be part of the continuing investigation. And then, as I said, there is a privilege that attaches to these fetal remains. And you're all aware of the HIPAA laws, correct? And so we're restrained from telling you any detailed information about that. However, if a victim comes forward and wants to inquire of their own information, they can waive that privilege.
A victim, do you mean someone who had an abortion?
Well, again, and I use the word victim in general terms, but if someone who did have an abortion performed upon them, they could come forward and contact the Indiana Attorney General's office, and they've made that offer, that can be done.
In that case, what would justice look like? I mean, the guy's dead, the fetus were aborted, so what would justice look like in this case?
Well, I don't want to speculate. Certainly, because of the age that we're talking here, there's statutes of limitations that apply also, and they're different in Indiana than they are here. So that's all got to be looked at and sorted out. The only crime potentially that could come of this is if we had a 13-year-old child who had an abortion. The person that impregnated that child would be guilty of statutory rape, potentially. So, but that's, again, because of the age of these remains, I don't know if that will be possible under Indiana law or not. But that's part of the further inquiry that's going to be had.
Jim, what's the statute of limitations on that?
Indiana, I believe, I don't want to speculate.
What was it here in Illinois, for example?
Well, it's been gradually modified to the point where I don't believe we have any statute of limitations now, but that wouldn't apply to these old issues.
So you're not looking like he was selling body parts or anything more nefarious?
Again, we have we have no evidence.
Immediately?
We've concluded our investigation and find that we need to make no further criminal inquiry here, and that's why the people that would be in the best position to do that will be Indiana, and we will remain available. As I mentioned, if they get information about the 10-year-old girl and it's within the statute of limitations, certainly we would be available.
So, Sheriff, your investigation's over at this point?
For the most part, yes.
Mr. O'Neill, can you talk a little bit about what happens? There's a large right-to-life group that is out and about and very vocal in front of the podium, if you wouldn't mind. Could you explain what happens to these fetal remains exactly next?
So we very rarely ever get calls or exercise jurisdiction over these types of cases. As the sheriff indicated and the state's attorney indicated, probably one of the most unusual cases in our careers. We have over 60 years of experience here at the podium, and when I received the telephone call, obviously, it was quite surprising, to say the least. We did, however, as a result of information that's been released about this particular case, receive various telephone calls from individuals, cemetery associations, the Catholic Church, offering free burials for the fetal remains. Now, in the event that Illinois were to hang onto or exercise jurisdiction over this particular case, we probably would have used one of those avenues. But as the state's attorney indicated, it appears as though the Indiana Attorney General is going to exercise jurisdiction, so the final disposition will be up to their department.
Can you also speak to the cause of death of Dr. Klopfer?
All I can say at this point is it appears as though Dr. Klopfer died of natural causes.
Pat, you're not an abortion doctor, but what happens when there's an abortion with the fetal remains? If this would have been disposed of properly in Indiana or any other state, how are they disposed of properly?
In Illinois, we very rarely, or we never exercise jurisdiction as far as the coroner or medical examiner's offices are concerned. So whatever form of disposition either the hospital or the clinic provides is up to them, and I'm not exactly sure what that answer is.
Were there any remains found behind his clinic in Gary, in a garage? Do we know?
We don't.
Not
We
sure.
saw some activity there. Is that just part of the investigation?
Yes.
Investigators were at a Fort Wayne abortion clinic. Was anything found or anything communicated to you about?
We haven't heard anything from the Attorney General's office as of just yet. We know they were doing some stuff today, but they haven't contacted us yet.
Were these remains sort of haphazardly thrown into these boxes, or were they sorted? Or, I mean, can you give us a little bit better sense of what you found?
There was individual packaging on every single one.
What are the chances he could have packaged this number of fetal remains and transported them to his home without someone else, like another clinic worker, being aware?
Well, again, we don't know how many employees he had. We don't know, how he operated his clinics. So there's no way that we could answer that
But
question.
you're not going to investigate anybody accomplices or anything else? You're just done with it?
No. That's not what I said. We've
But the
concluded that
investigation was
there's
open.
nothing more in Illinois that we can do. That's why are we going to work hand in hand with the Indiana Attorney General's office, probably the Indiana State Police, the two or three prosecutors in the counties there that are going to be looking into this. And if they need our assistance in any way, we'll be available. If they uncover anything that occurred in Illinois and it's in our county, we will handle it. If it's not in our county, we'll work with the prosecutor in the county that it is applicable to. So
A representative from the Indiana Attorney General's office has been here the last 2 days, working with our whole detective division. So I said that in Will County, pretty much but we're still investigating because we're assisting the Indiana Attorney General's office. And any police agencies, they may get involved on their end. So we're still working it, but.
Would you be able to share what procedures, if any, the medical examiner here did on those remains?
There were no procedures at all done on the remains. None.
For women who, just a question on that, for women who use Dr. Klopfer's services in those years, are these remains in such a status that they can be determined, the DNA extracted to determine whether or not it was Jane Doe's baby or not? Is there enough material there to make that conclusion?
again, we can't comment on that based on the privilege aspect. As I
But just
said,
in general
if the
terms.
individuals contact the Indiana Attorney General, then that can be followed up on.
So it can be followed up on.
Again, that would be up to them and that'd be up to the Indiana Attorney General. But they've indicated they're looking for people to call their office.
And just to put a point at the end of this, your confirmation of the years where these samples came from, is that more paperwork driven or more medically, scientifically examined, driven in those terms? Is it paperwork or is it science that's giving you that?
Okay, it's both.
When will the transfer be 2000 to 2002, that's when these fetuses
Yes.
were forged?
Well, yes.
That was a label on the box. Do you know for sure that it was accurate?
Again, the examination of what we found, the totality of what we found corroborates the 2000 to 2002.
When
Okay.
will the transfer be?
One more question.
Just want to make sure that we're absolutely clear on this. As far as you know, there were no violations of law in Will County in this case?
Well, again, if Mr. Klopfer did something wrong, it's irrelevant at this point because he can't be prosecuted. So what we're looking for is to find out, work with the Indiana authorities to find out if there's more, and then also work with them if victims come forward that want to participate in the criminal justice system. And some of them, look, even though the clinics are in Indiana, some of these people could have lived in Illinois at the time, and so we have a connection. So, but obviously, if the crime is committed in Indiana, they would be the appropriate prosecuting authority, but we probably could assist them. So we remain open to that.
So the remains, have you been able to determine which of them were related to which location that he was working in Indiana, like South Bend, Fort Wayne?
Yeah, again, we can't talk about that specific.
Okay, we're done. We're good, right?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What a very bizarre story right there, coming from Will County, Illinois. That was the doctor's home, the former doctor's home. He had those offices in South Bend, Indiana. More than 2,000 fetal remains found in the garage of that former doctor. More news now. Up next, everyone. And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. Market down about 7 points there in the red as it goes into the final hour of trading here on this Thursday. So thank you so much for rejoining us here on News Now. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We just have a little bit of time with you left here. And boy, it was a heavy news day. The news conference that we just saw with that former doctor, he was passed away, and then when they went inside of his home, they found all those fetal remains there in Illinois. That was a heavy story, one of the hardest news conferences that we definitely had this week, no doubt. So since it was such a hard one, we got to show something to put you in a better mood after that one. So what we're going to do is take you out to Cincinnati. You're going to love this. The annual Wiener Dog Race out there. They ran, I guess, 100 dogs in these races. I think they did at 5 at a time. All in Cincinnati, Ohio. So enjoy, everyone. I like this one. He's actually in a little costume hot dog. I love it. Take a look at this one. This one will be fun.
Abigail, the owner of Franklin.
All right, so here we go. They are getting ready for their big moment right there. You can see that one really getting excited, really wants to go. That was my favorite one, in the actual little hot dog. That costume was amazing, and look at them. All of them are in the little hot dog one. Some of them have like a little tomatoes on them, maybe even a pickle, but they're all ready to try their very best. I like the ones when they're ready to go. That means like I would bet on those ones. But this is all for a good cause out there in Cincinnati. You gotta love it. Here we go, and they're off. Oh, the one I thought was gonna win didn't right there. Take a look at that. Everyone taking some videos, some photos, just trying to have a nice day. It's part of their Oktoberfest in Cincinnati to really kick off their festival there. Always a little fun there, no doubt about it. The Wiener Dog Race, always a good one for the video or pictures there. Little tournament running there in Cincinnati. Well, that's going to do it for us today here on News Now. Thank you so much for joining us today on Fox 10 Extra, where we always try to bring you feeds from all over the country. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you all tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Continue to watch right now on fox10phoenix.com for the News Now experience. We're going all the way until 8 o'clock tonight, and we got Democrats all over the country campaigning. That's up next on fox10phoenix.com, everyone. Take care.
EBB-MC, capital RAE. I thank you for coming out today to this media briefing. I'm going to introduce for you who's here with me right now. I'm going to read a prepared statement. We do have the grandmother here with us today who's going to be making a public appeal for the return of her granddaughter. I am not going to be mentioning her name because she's asking for privacy. And I'm asking you, because there were people at her house knocking on her windows, to please respect her privacy and give her that at this very difficult time for her. I do have with me here today Mayor Albert Kelly from the City of Bridgeton. I thank the mayor for the support that he's offered us with opening up buildings so that we can set up. I also have with me today my chief, Rick Nieselis, my first assistant, Harold Shapiro. This is Detective Harvey Calixto from my office. I have him here because I want the public to know that we have Spanish-speaking officers who are in the community who can communicate with the Spanish Hispanic community in their own language to provide information. In addition to that, I have Chief Mike Gamari, who has been here since the first reporting that this young lady has been missing, and he and his department have been working tirelessly to find Dolce and bring her home safely. We have working with us the FBI, a full cadre of behavior specialists, media specialists, people to get the word out that Dolce is very important to us and we want to do everything in our power to bring her home. In addition to that, the New Jersey State Police Missing Persons Unit, as well as I think we all saw a helicopter circling and passing by, Down Township dive team. We've had sonar here. We've had numerous amounts of dogs donated to help search for 5-year-old Dolce. And we also have had numerous people, volunteers, after we were done our initial search looking for Dolce. So I want to thank the public for doing that to help us. So now I'll start the prepared statement and we will answer just a few questions at the end. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Webb McCrae. I am the Cumberland County Prosecutor. We thank everyone in the community for the assistance they have provided so far and need your continued help in bringing 5-year-old Dolce home. She has been missing since Monday, and our community is concerned for her safety. As previously reported, Dolce went missing from the recreational area of Bridgeton City Park shortly before 5 p.m. on Monday. I would like to introduce Dolce's grandmother. She is the maternal grandmother of Dolce Alaves for just a few words. She is going to be speaking Spanish, and we are going to have someone translating that for you. Is the linguist here? You can come on up. You can stand right here. They want to be able to get what she says after she says it.
Por favor, si saben algo, que nos ayuden para encontrar a mi nieta. No tengan miedo de la policía. Por favor, reporten lo que saben de la policía. La verdad, no hemos dormido tan bien. Ni hambres no tenemos, no saben lo que nosotros sentimos, estamos tristes. Por favor, ayuda a nuestra familia, les suplico, por favor. Ustedes no saben. Mi nietecita, no sabemos cómo está. Les suplico, por favor. Los ruego que nos ayuden.
Please, if you have any information, help us find my granddaughter. Do not be afraid of the police. We have not been able to eat nor sleep. You can't imagine what we are going through. We are very sad. Please help our family, I beg of you.
Thank you.
Could we ask her one question?
No, no questions for Grandma.
Was there anything that she
I'm not.
No, I understand.
Okay.
It seems like she added a couple of words from the prepared statement.
We'll circle back to that, okay? So I want to just emphasize and reiterate that this is an ongoing, active investigation. We are pursuing all leads. We are focusing our efforts in and around the area of the park. If you see officers out there searching, they're searching for evidence, they're searching for anything that could help us find Dolce. Anyone who was at the park on Monday afternoon could have information of great assistance to this investigation. Please, we're appealing to you to call us to help us find Dolce. No detail is too small. No detail is too insignificant. You may not even realize this information is important. In this effort, we are attempting to identify a male who was in the park at the time Dolce went missing. We need to speak to this person and feel that he may have information that will greatly assist us in this investigation. The male is described as a light-skinned, possibly Hispanic male wearing orange shoes. This person may not even realize that they have important information that may be able to help us locate Dolce. We won't know that until we speak to him. To our immigrant, undocumented community, we will not be asking questions about your immigration status. We only want information that will help us find Dolce. Law enforcement has searched the city park by helicopter, divers, canine, sonar, and the search continues. Again, we appreciate the community's ongoing support of our investigative efforts, and we encourage anyone who is at the park to call us. And I just received the FBI number. At 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-225-5324, and select option 4, then select option 8 to get to the right person quickly. You may also contact your local FBI office or the nearest American embassy or consulate. You can also text your information to tip 411, subtext Bridgeton. I also want to announce that the FBI has contributed a $5,000 reward for information leading to the identification and or conviction of someone involved in the disappearance of Dolce. In addition to that, my office is contributing $5,000 as well to that effort. And I've learned from Chief Gamari that the Newfield National Bank is also contributing $10,000 to the reward leading to the to either us finding Dolce and or the identification of who took Dolce in this matter. So now we will take a few questions.
Prosecutor, just to clarify, so the total reward is now $20,000?
That's correct.
The girl's name, the pronunciation we've heard is Dulce?
I've been saying Dolce. I don't know if it's Dulce, or Dulce,
Okay.
Maria Alaves.
Again, with the reward money that's being offered, what is your hope and expectation here?
Well, our hope and expectation is that anyone who thinks that they saw anything that was remotely suspicious or could contribute to the return of Dolce to her family, we're asking them, we're appealing to them, we're encouraging them to come forward and give us that information. Sydney?
Jennifer, can you explain to us why the blood hound today, if there's so
much focus, laser focus on the red van. Why was the bloodhound back at the park today?
Well, that's your characterization, laser focus on the red van. We are getting information from all different sources. We are following up on every single lead that we get. That was one of the leads that we've gotten. Obviously, we have to take every single lead that we get seriously. So when we got that information, we obviously put it out and we are pursuing it. But we are not excluding any other lead, any other information, any other person, any other car, any other description of anyone who someone thinks may be involved in this disappearance.
Do you no longer believe that the Hispanic man, 5'6" to 5'8" with the sneakers, is no longer one who may have abducted her? You're asking for information from him now.
Sir, I don't believe anything until we are able to determine how young Dolce disappeared. So we are open to any tips, any leads that may lead us to find Dolce.
Is that info still good?
That info is still good and it's still being pursued.
Prosecutor.
Ma'am?
Or an SUV? Are you looking at SUV?
We are looking at red vehicles. Van was the description that we received, but you know that when you receive descriptions, sometimes they may not be accurate, so it could be a truck rather than a van. But I want to emphasize here that we are still looking for any lead, any information that we can follow up on.
Do you believe the mother is a credible witness at this point?
Sir, I'm not gonna, this is an investigation. We have to search it out, find what we find, and then make those determinations. So I can't comment on that. Ma'am?
Can you say how important is time right now in this
Time is
investigation?
of the essence. We need to find young Dolce. As time passes, it gets harder to find her. So that's why we're out here. That's why we're appealing to you. That's why we're thankful that we know you're going to get the word out so that we can get any information that's helpful to us to find Dolce. I'm going to take one more question from over here.
Would you be concerned that someone has dialed into the FBI number and was on hold for a half an hour and couldn't get through, had spotted a red van in Southwest Philadelphia?
I'm concerned that, I don't know about that specifically what you're talking about. I'm concerned that people may not be able to get through. The FBI has worked very hard with us to make sure that people can call the 1-800 number, hit option 4 and select option 8, and that won't continue to happen. In addition to that, we've given you the number for the tip 411 line in Bridgeton with the subtext Bridgeton. But this flyer is going out to more than just Bridgeton, more than just New Jersey. We're asking the public to be patient. We're asking them to give us the information so that we can follow up on any lead. That's the last question that we have. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank you. Thank you.
Mary, can you say anything? You step up.
We're not going to be commenting anymore today. We expect another briefing at the same time tomorrow, but I will make sure that I send something out from my office so you get that information. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
So as you heard, there is a plea to help find this 5-year-old. Again, she was last seen on Monday playing at a playground. More information is coming in. They do have one lead saying she may have been led off into a red van by an unidentified man. State Police issued the Amber Alert early Wednesday morning. According to police, she was playing in the Bridgeton City Park playground around 4:20 p.m. when an unidentified man was seen leading her to a red van with a sliding door and tinted windows. Suspect was described as a Hispanic male, 5'6" to 5'8", with a thin build, no facial hair. He was last seen wearing orange sneakers, red pants, and a black shirt. More than 50 officers and several agencies scored and searched the 1,000-acre park on Tuesday. As you heard, they also have used multiple different items from helicopters to dive teams. Police chief says that she was at the park with her mother, her 3-year-old brother, and an 8-year-old relative when she and her brother ran off to go play, while her mother and the relative stayed inside of their vehicle. After about 10 minutes, the youngest child ran back to the car, crying, pointing to where his sister was last seen. Now, police have interviewed several witnesses, but they, as you just heard, are asking for even more people to step up and help say anything that they may have seen in that area at that time.
We'll be out there.
And I just heard on your radio that shifts have been extended.
They have. All essential people that are on right now will be staying until further notice.
And once again, you see the high water rescue guys from Precinct 1, Harris County Precinct 1, Constable Alan Rosen's office, rescuing people. This was a young lady who called for their help. She's at a business warehouse here in the Independence Heights area on Airline Drive, not too far from the fruit stand that everyone knows in this particular area. And of course, you're bringing her up now as we speak.
God bless you all. I am like, oh my God. I came from Corpus Christi to take an administrator's license test, and my Uber driver dropped me off. I had no idea what I was getting into. And so I've been
How glad are you to see these guys?
Oh my God, I love them all. I'm just so thankful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
And there you see he's getting rescued by Harris County Precinct 1 Constable's office. Everyone is safe. And of course, we're moving on We have about a dozen or so people they've rescued in the area, and they are moving to the next location. We're in that 5-ton truck, that military transport that they have modified for high water rescue. And of course, those are the guys from Constable Rose's office who are going around the area. As you can see, there's still a lot of high water. And let's, if I can guide you.
Cut it, cut it, cut
So
it.
you can see where all the water is. And of course, guys, we'll have more from your Gulf Coast Weather Authority a little bit later. Isaiah Carey, Fox 26 News.
Some amazing television that Isaiah has been bringing us. Rescues in the making. Rescues taking place as we watch. Right now, you're taking a look at I-10, the Katy Freeway at Houston Avenue, totally blocked off. What we're looking at is a highway that does not have water on it, but I'd be willing to bet that behind those police cars and maybe behind an area where we cannot see, there's enough water to make sure that cars do not go back and forth.
Right. Jeff Lindner letting us know now that the White Oak Bayou is coming out of its banks, flooding the North Freeway and Katy Freeway just north of downtown. So that's why keeping people away from that. And then we bring in Dr. Jim, who's telling us that that's the major concern now. But first it was all the rain that was coming down. Now that the rain's starting to slow, you're worried about the bayous.
Well, and it depends, though, because the rain is actually going to be getting worse south of the Houston metroplex itself. And the rain is lessening up north. So up north, it really is becoming, the bayous, the rivers, all of that's going through the system now, through the channels. And so we're having roads becoming underwater north of Houston, as well as around Houston now, and that will just continue to push southward. And that's not just going to last for an hour or two, that's going to last longer because that's where all the water is going. So we're not there yet as far as saying goodbye to the showers, but it's just kind of on top of another problem is what we're dealing with.
Is there any type of a timeline that we had insofar as, since the water has kind of ended up north, coming down south?
Well, absolutely. The whole thing is slowly sagging, pushing off to the south and to the east. All right, and so already, for example, north of Houston, like in the Woodlands, it's not really raining that much anymore. In fact, in Houston, it's not raining as heavy as it was. Now, we're looking at I-15 north at Mount Houston, and so this is also one of the problems. If you might be okay on the freeway or on the roadways, even though I'm not saying you should go there, but then as soon as you get off on the side roads, then you run into this, where it's flooded and you would be stuck and actually in a very serious situation.
I mean, it's hard to even tell what you're looking at there. I think that was somebody in the back of a truck in the center of there, but it could have been an upside down vehicle as well. So that's one of the things that we're looking at, why we say stay off the roadways. Yeah. So now we're looking at the timing of this thing. It's been training, just kind of sitting on top of everybody, and we want the thing to move out of here.
Yeah, we do. And it's going to. It's going to take us a while, though. So let me get right to it. Let's talk about that, okay? So let's go over here to the weather wall. Now, just so if you're thinking at home, maybe I should go somewhere else, maybe I should get on the road to go somewhere else, don't even think about it right now, because here's where all the warnings are currently in effect. And what we're dealing with here, they're dealing with the same thing, if not worse conditions in Beaumont, Port Arthur, Lake Charles to the east. And so this is a wide area that's dealing with this massive flooding. And rainfall totals, well, that kind of gives you the story. So this morning, we started off with the rain up here to the north, and then we've had up to 25 inches of rain near Port Arthur in the last 24 hours. That's on top of the rain that we've had the last couple of days. Now in our area, it's been 14, 15, 17 inches, and so those rainfall totals are going to obviously increase as this system continues to push to the south. Now what is critical to all of this is the rainfall rates. How fast is the rain coming? Now anywhere where you see this purple on the screen, that's where the rainfall rate is about 6 to 7 inches per hour. Okay, that is very, very heavy. That is more than tropically heavy. So that's why we've got the flooding. When you have that much, now the storms are moving, but when you have that much rain coming out of a cloud, there's no way the system, the channels can handle it, and you will have water backing up, and that's what's been going on. And I think that we'll start to see this coming down to the south. Now, what I'm really concerned about, south areas here along the coast especially, all the rain that we had yesterday and the day before yesterday, you're about to have another round of very heavy rainfall. So it's going to make things a little bit worse. So as we come on into what's happening here in Houston, so Houston's here, out to Mission Bend, there's Katy, and East Bernard. So the heavier rainfall now is pushing south of I-10. But that doesn't mean it's not raining above I-10. So for example, from Jersey Village to the Woodlands, there's some showers. They're just not as heavy. But the impulse is moving a little bit more to the south. Now there's two lines. this first line that stretches from about Columbus that goes all the way back towards Baytown. And then you come down along the coast. You see how these showers are actually moving northeast? These showers are coming southeast. So these two things are apart and they're coming together. They're coming together right around Angleton towards League City. And that's why we're going to get more energy in this area, and we're going to see the heavy rainfall really pick up south of Houston. But that's the bad part. The good part, we're starting to see it lessen. In fact, this is the line. As we can get this line keep going, we'll see less and less rain, and then we can start the recovery process to allow the water to go through the system, but that's going to take a while. Now, this is not just us either. This is going, as I mentioned, all the way to Beaumont, almost to Baton Rouge, and then it's also heading north up to Alexandria. So this is a huge swath of area that is dealing with massive flash flooding right now, and it's just not going to go away quickly. So let's take a look at futurecasts. Everybody's asking me, when is this going to end? Okay, here's a look at what we should be dealing with approximately by 5 o'clock. By 5 o'clock, there's still some showers, but it's starting to push away. So as we go into the overnight, look, there's possibility of another line coming through, but not quite as strong as what we've been seeing, and then it really begins to change. Friday, notice there's a couple of showers here or there, but it's not nearly as much activity as what we're dealing with right now, and as you're also watching these water rescues on the side. So we just have to get through the next several hours and things will be improving. And this is our storm reports right now. Look at all of the water rescues and the water storm damage reports as far as flooding north of Houston and into Houston. And this is going to spread all the way to the south as we continue to have more of these issues. So if you haven't downloaded our Fox 26 weather app, one of the ways I've been able to dictate what's going to happen in the next several hours is I've looked at our future radar on our app, and it's doing an excellent job of showing how the rain is going to end. It's free to download, and also you've been sharing your pictures today, your videos. You can share your pictures by sending that too. So that's what we're dealing with right now, and of course I'm going to keep you updated and go take a look at the latest run of the models, which should be coming down any moment. But for now, we'll send it back over to the anchors.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jim. You know, one of the areas that got really hit hard earlier this morning was out in Winnie. We had one of our reporters there basically stuck because could not go in one direction, could not go in the other direction. And apparently they're still having problems there.
This is one of the hardest hit areas this morning. When we first started this coverage for you, they were the first ones to have a tornado warning early this morning. So Maria Salazar is live there in the area. Surprised that you were able to make it that far out there. What are you seeing behind you?
We are very surprised as well. So just like it was very hard for Denise and Stu to get out, it was very hard for us to get here at times. We turned around, we waited, we thought we couldn't make it because the roads are just, it's devastating out there. It's so bad. So initially when we checked in with you guys, we were up by I-10 in Hankomer, and then we decided to go down 61, turn onto 65, then try to make it to 124. Well, that road, that 65, we saw, we had an apartment rescue happening. There were 15 people rescued from an apartment complex, and including a 3-week-old baby. There were multiple boats out there. We saw houses that were underwater, cars that were underwater, and then as we approach here, the rain has finally let up. There's just a slight drizzle right now, which seemed impossible not too long ago because the rain just was relentless and endless. But now, so we're here on 124, just up that overpass over there is 73. That stoplight right there is Pear, and you can just see the devastation here. You can see cars are underwater. Finally, some cars are getting by, but as you can see, they're mostly large vehicles. We've seen trucks, SUVs, some 18-wheelers, as well as lots and lots of rescue vehicles. We see, I think that's the first sedan over there, Matt, if you can turn over by the Exxon that's tried to make it through. And it looks pretty high, but it looks like they're going to make it. Hopefully the water over here in front of this O'Reilly's won't be any deeper. But we also have people that have just been waiting out here for hours because just a short time ago we had an 18-wheeler that was over here right past this white Nissan Armada. The car actually had flipped over into that ditch and had to be pulled out. And again, this was a large truck. And over here we have people that have been waiting here for hours. These two women here say that they've been waiting since 5 in the morning. Their car shut off. And over here we have Angelique. Angelique has been here for how long?
I've been here for about like 4 hours, I want to say.
Where were you headed?
I'm going to North Carolina. Yeah, so I'm going to be here for a while.
And you were telling me about your drive. So you started in San Antonio, and then what happened?
So I was driving through Houston when it started raining, and it was really bad, but I didn't think to like pull over. Like I thought it was just gonna, go away, but it just got worse and worse. And eventually they closed I-10 East, so I didn't know what to do. And then I pulled over to a gas station, and then when I left the gas station, I somehow got on like a back road, and it was like pretty fluid, like it was really bad. And then I got here somehow. Like, I don't know how I made it here because, as you can see, my car is really low and it's pretty bad.
When did you decide, you know what, I'm just going to stop and pull over and wait for a bit?
When I got to this road, I was like, I'm not moving. Like, I'm just going to stay here. I think it was the safest option for me right now because it's still pretty bad anywhere you look.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, and I hope you make it to North Carolina by Saturday. She's in the military, and she's trying to get there on time. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys, so we're going to check in with you again. Again, the road, the rain has stopped for a little bit. There's just a slight drizzle, and we're seeing more cars try to go by. That sedan made it. So, I'm sure people are hopeful that eventually they can get back on the road and back to where they need to get to. So with that, I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, live look to our neighbors there who had been through a lot this morning, as we all have. So thank you for the live look there at the update. That's the first time we've been able to get that far out.
It looks a lot different than it did this morning, and that's because the rain isn't falling as it was this morning. But to see those cars coming out of a gas station and all of a sudden they seem to just be diving into the water. An amazing situation. We're trying to keep you updated on just about everything. And right now on our live phone line, we have Chief Nim Kidd. He is chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. He's going to talk to us about the state's ongoing response to the flood event. Good afternoon, Chief. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I am. Good afternoon, and thanks for having me on today.
No, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us about what's going on right now? Sort of an update to the situation.
Absolutely. First, I want to thank you for your coverage of this and getting the message out. As y'all are aware, Governor Abbott increased activity in the posturing of the state's Emergency Operations Center actually on Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock, and we've been in 24-hour operations since then. We've sent in Texas A&M Task Force 1, the Urban Search and Rescue and Water Rescue Team, Texas Military Department, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Game Wardens, as well as the Department of Public Safety and Aircraft. And folks, I think the most important message that we can get is we really need to pay attention to our local officials. I know you've had Mayor Turner on and the county judge there, and that's so important that they're leading this response. But 60% or more of people that die in floods die in their cars. And so the most important message that we can get out right now is to turn around, don't drown, and do not be out on the roads unless it's absolutely necessary.
And we know what you do for us with all of the rescues, with managing the resources, getting to the hardest hit areas. What can we do for you? Those of us living in the Houston and surrounding areas, some of who are unfortunately stuck on the roads, others who are stuck in their home. What can we do to make it easier for your teams to get to where they need to be?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Life safety will always be our #1 priority. And, if you will listen to your local officials and not get out and drive when you don't have to and turn around, don't drown, then you could be saving more than your own life. You could be saving one of a responder that has to come out and try to get you. So life safety will stick to our #1 priority. We're very thankful for our volunteers that are staffing the shelters that are open. And for those that are going to shelters, we have you in our thoughts and prayers. The next piece will really be for those that have the capability to donate to recovery and donate to their favorite church or faith-based organization or the American Red Cross or the One Star Foundation. For these families whose homes are impacted, we will still be on a long road to recovery.
You mentioned a term that was used by County Judge Lena Hidalgo earlier today, and that was this is a life safety event taking place in our area. Now, when you think in terms of something like that, you do have to coordinate resources both statewide as well as locally. Is there anything that officials have not done that you wish they would do?
I can tell you at this point we've had great cooperation and support from all levels of government. I've spoken or texted with many of our county judges in the 13 counties that Governor Abbott declared today. They're appreciative of the support and the partnership. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has been here in the Emergency Operations Center with us for the last 2 days. U.S. Coast Guard's been out there supporting our mission. So the cooperation and support between the levels of government has been tremendous, and I'm very appreciative of that. And really, I want to thank you all for getting the message out. You carrying our message is one of the most important things we can have in a partnership, so thank you for that.
Let me ask you about the disaster declaration. For folks who really don't understand, what does that mean for the common man who's trying to figure out, I had to leave my house and I go back to it, what's going to happen then?
Great question. There's several levels of disaster declaration. Many of the county judges in the impacted area and the mayors have declared disasters for their communities. First and foremost, what that means is it allows those governments to take extraordinary measures, maybe to spend money on resources that they haven't budgeted for, or to bypass certain state law or local law for contracting and procurement to be able to go out and get resources that they need for life safety. Governor's declaration amplifies that and expands that to state agencies so that we can go out and support our local government partners in that emergency response. And then the federal level, there are fiscal thresholds that are established by the federal government that we have to demonstrate that we have exceeded before federal financial help can come in. So we're working with our local partners right now to do those damage assessments and see if we hit those thresholds.
Okay, that is Nim Kidd with the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Thanks so much for taking the time. We know that you and your staff are extremely busy trying to help us out here, so appreciate you giving us kind of the information that we need to help you out as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just want to interject really quickly if I can, just to let you know, Lakewood Church opening their doors. Remember, they're on Southwest Freeway in Richmond. They're opening their doors as a shelter, and you know that building can house thousands of people. So if you're in the area and you feel like you need a shelter, they have now opened their doors at Lakewood Church.
You know, it's great. We do have a community that kind of opens its arms whenever there's any type of a disaster. And this was one of those things that you knew it was coming, but you did not know how severe it was going to be. And Mother Nature has just unleashed her fury over the past 24 hours in our area.
Which is why we have been telling you, be prepared, not scared. We get you ready with your hurricane kits, which are good even in a situation like this. No hurricane, but extreme flooding. And in fact, just to give you a live look outside at what that flooding looks like, we have Ruben Dominguez live with us on I-45, which we've shown you was just at a standstill at Cross Timbers. But Ruben's at Ritchie there, and you're seeing, it looks like the same situation, Ruben.
Yeah, guys, it is not a pretty picture out here. Take a look back there. The vehicles exiting, taking the Ritchie Road exit, are finding out that this high water right here is preventing them to get to their destination. We've been here for about 30 minutes, and they have probably pulled, wreckers have pulled at least 5 cars out of here. This vehicle, a woman just had to just get out of her car and kind of wade through. She had someone coming to help her out. She was just got into a vehicle and drove off before we could talk to her. But that water right there, what you're looking at, that's about 2 feet of water, guys. More than enough water to... Is that your vehicle, sir? No? Okay. See this neighborhood back here? Nobody can get out of that neighborhood. Nobody can get into that neighborhood right now. So folks, as they're finding little stretches of freeway and they're thinking, oh, you know, this isn't too bad. But then you take the exit, then you try to get into a neighborhood, and guess what? You're going to find high water. This is the scene we're seeing again and again, repeated all around Houston as we keep getting pounded by what seems like just relentless rain at this time. We have seen some vehicles get through. We saw kind of a large big rig get into that neighborhood. If you can see that car transporter back there, tried to come out and make it out into here, back into the neighborhood, and now is trying to find a way out to continue along. If you swing over here, we can see these two guys right here trying to get this vehicle going. I'm not gonna stand in the street because that's what's gonna happen. We don't want to interfere with cars who are trying to get through here, trying to get home. These guys are going to try to stay really, really close to the curb. That SUV might be okay. I don't know about that Audi. That's a pretty, that car sits pretty low. And that's another thing, guys. Turn around, don't drown, or don't get your car stuck. That is a real thing right now. So again, if you are on 45, if you're on the main lanes and you're looking at the southbound lane now, so that would be folks trying to get into Houston. That's going to be a situation where you're going to be like, okay, it isn't too bad. I can make it. I can make it. The problem is when you get off onto the side streets. High water, water that's moving very quickly. The car we just showed you a few minutes ago was actually floating for a few minutes, for about a minute. But as you can see right here, wreckers have just been pulling back into this area, one after another, towing people out because they know people are going to be stuck here. We've got another kind of low vehicle trying to make its way through. Some of them have made it through. A couple of them slowed down a little bit, and it hasn't gone so well. But there's that car transporter we told you about again. Tried to make it back down here. I think now he's just going to find a spot to wait it out because there's really no way to get through this water. It's a good 2.5 feet. Again, we're at 45 and Ritchie Road. Dr. Jim was just telling you a short time ago that if you're up in Conroe, if you're up in that area, we've been up there crisscrossing 105 and parts of Conroe, and for the past couple of hours, it had stopped raining completely. The water actually receded at a couple of high water spots that we saw that we were kind of keeping an eye on. So we decided to come down here towards Houston to where all the water was, and it didn't take us long to find this. Again, we're at 45 and Ritchie Road, guys. Take a look back there. That's where a big traffic jam is happening because people are exiting. They don't know that this water is down here, and that's where the trouble's starting, because you just can't tell until you're right up on it, even in broad daylight. You can't tell until you're right there what's going on. Wreckers like this gentleman have been working this area since we've been here for about 30, 45 minutes. This has been nonstop. That wrecker back there is about to pull that gentleman out of there, and you'll just see him keep pulling up. So this is definitely a hot spot for these guys, and thankfully they're here to get these cars out of the road. I'll show you again this vehicle over here. Woman just barely got out of that one when we were walking over to her. She luckily did the right thing, got out of that vehicle, got to some dry land. A friend of hers, she had called apparently telling her she was stuck in this neighborhood, and she walked right up to a dry spot in the road, and they were able to take off. But again, it's very deceptive. You can be on a roadway where nothing's happening. As soon as you turn off onto a side street or any low-lying surface road, there's a good possibility you'll find something like this. Doesn't matter what part of Houston you're in right now. Being out on the roads is treacherous, and you don't want to end up connected to the back of one of these. You don't want to end up connected to the back of one of these wreckers. But again, guys, 45 Ritchie Road. Now on the other side, obviously northbound, same deal. We saw those other lanes. We saw the as we passed over the San Jacinto River, making our way down here, which was very high. You could tell lots of emergency lights, lots of wrecker lights. The same story repeats itself. You could go a quarter mile in any direction, and this is what you're going to see. If you're home and you do not need to be out on the roadways, do not be out on the roadways. We've been telling you about this all morning long because it's very easy to find yourself in a situation like this right now, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down. The only good thing I can tell you, especially where we are right now, that it moved from a hard rain to kind of a light drizzle. So that's definitely a good thing. And I know Dr. Jim Siebert was just talking about how a couple of hours, maybe a couple, 3 hours, we might have a break in all of this. Let's see if I can talk to one of these gentlemen here. Sir, can we talk to you right quick? Can we talk to you right quick? Hey, how many cars have you pulled out today?
There's been at least, I don't know, 10 to 20 cars.
How long have you been working?
I'm working since about 5 o'clock.
Were you working here during Harvey?
No.
No? So this is kind of new to you?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, I was doing other things with towing, but not flood related.
All right, I'm going to thank you for talking to us. I know you got work to do. I'm going to stay out of the way, guys, so they can clear this roadway. Here, let me see if I can. We got a big rig coming. I'm going to get out of the way because we're blocking traffic. Let's get out of the way here. It's just not safe to be in this roadway, guys. We want to bring you some sound bites and some reports with one of these people, but we can't block the road either. Let's see if we can talk to this motorist over here. Let's see. Sir, can we talk to you? Can we talk to you? Yes, can we speak to you for a minute?
No.
No. Can we talk to you, sir? Hey, so is this a relative or a friend of yours?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
Yeah, so what did he call you, tell you he was stuck down here?
Yeah, so I come help him out.
All right, I'm going to let you get to it. Let me get out of the way here so you guys can do what you got to do, man. I don't want to interrupt the process. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all talking to us. Again, guys, we're at 45 in Ritchie Road, and we're going to get out of the road. There's about 6.5 inches, 7 inches, not quite a foot where we are, but as you look down the road there, right in the center where a lot of these cars have gotten stuck, that's about a foot of water, if not more. As you can see, some of these folks here in the distance wondering, do I want to try this? One guy's turning around. We've seen a lot of that. We've seen folks drive over that grass embankment and get back on the freeway. Got an SUV here. It looks like they're going to try it. They're going to take a shot at it. And again, some of the cars make it, some don't. Obviously, the vehicles that sit lower in the water have been having a lot of trouble. We've seen a lot of stalls. We've seen a lot of cars just giving up and turning around. We've seen people have to just leave their car behind and wade through the high water to safety. So it is definitely a situation, guys. Even if it clears up, even if you look out the window wherever you are at work, whatever you're doing, and you're like, okay, looks like it's letting up, I should give it a shot now, that's not a good idea. And I will show you, I'm just going to wade out here to see that's pretty deep water. That's way above ankle deep, and that is definitely enough for you to your car to intake that water and shut your engine down. And guess what? That's going to be a very, very, very costly repair. Again, 45, that's the Ritchie Road exit right there. We're in southbound into Houston. This vehicle over here, that's a good 1.5 feet of water, guys. And in the middle of that street, it's pretty deep. We saw a high truck have an issue trying to make it out just a little while ago, but luckily they did not stall out. That big car transporter has tried back and forth to find a spot where he could make it through, maybe get out of that neighborhood and get back to where he needs to be to deliver those cars. But at this point, it looks, I'm not sure what those guys are doing. And again, that water's kind of high for us to wade out there and talk to them. But it's just a scene that's repeated itself over and over. We've seen it on every stretch of road we've been on today. And it has definitely brought back a lot of bad memories of Hurricane Harvey, guys. So right now, that's the situation from here at Ritchie Road. It looks like he's going to he might be trying to jump that car. We're not quite sure what's going on. Or he's going to tow him? Oh, that's what's going on. All right, my photographer's just helping me out here. Looks like they're going to try to get that vehicle that looks like a Nissan SUV, that black SUV. Looks like they're going to put a tow cable on them and pull them back. Pretty risky, but you don't know what's in this water right now. It's easy to get fire ants, snakes, all sorts of stuff, and God only knows what else. This guy's about to leave. But as you can see, that big rig that was trying to come on here, he just made his way back up onto the feeder. He backed up and got up onto the feeder because he doesn't even want to chance it through here. Got these guys right here just under the furniture store sign. That car looks like it took on water, and I don't think it's movable right now. They're taking a look at it to see what happens. That record's been here since we've been here. Let's take a look on 45 now because traffic's starting to slow down a little bit. So I don't know if there's stuff happening further down south that's starting to back it up, but it's a little more traffic than we've been seeing since we've been here. A couple of stalls on the freeway as well. That's not helping matters. And of course, high water rescues or anything like that, or any kind of rescues or high water, they're looking off to the side of the freeway. Folks are, going to be a little rubbernecking. But again, very difficult to get into this neighborhood we're looking at just off of 45 South and Ritchie Road. Next to impossible to get out of that. So that's why we're saying if you're in a neighborhood and you don't need to get out, stay home. Guys, that does it for here. I'm going to send it back. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Ruben. At least the traffic is moving a little bit on the freeway right now. Thank you for the update, and stay safe. Don't let those fire ants get to your legs. We were talking about some rescues earlier. In fact, Isaiah Carey showed us some rescues live on the air taking place. But it's not just people who are being rescued this time.
No, animals as well. Ruben was just talking about how this situation has played out again and again and again with the rescues on the streets. This is one that's unusual and we've not seen. This is actually at the Cypress Trail Equestrian Center. That's along Cypress Creek, just to give you some perspective. They're rescuing the horses there. Now, this is a center you may be familiar with. This is where they board horses, they train horses, they teach riders to become equestrians as well. So you can imagine how many animals they have there on their property, and you see them being rescued, but you also can tell how deep that water is, just about how high up it is on the horses there.
Yes, had no idea that the water near the equestrian center was this high, and good reason for trying to get those horses out of there, because we have had some pictures online of cows on roadways because they've moved out of their pastures in order to find higher ground. But apparently these horses, because they were corralled in areas, were not able to do that. And then it was time for a rescue to take place. I thought there might be some trailers, but water's too deep for the trailers, so it has to be done one by one with individuals leading the horses out.
Now, I also want to give you an update for the parents here. I know we've been updating you all morning long about who was canceling class, who was going on with their school day, who was being delayed. So for a couple of districts here, they've given us some updates. So for parents of students that go to school in Spring ISD, I'm talking to you here, they say that they've been getting a lot of questions. They say if you are in the area of your child's school, it's safe for you to get there and then back home again. You can pick up your child as soon as you want to. But they say because of the flooding, they realize that if you need to stay home, if your child needs to stay there past school hours, that your children will be safe and they will be cared for until you're able to get there to them. Also getting an update for Houston ISD. Huge ISD here. A lot of your kids go to schools in that school district. Now they're saying they're dismissing their campuses with normal schedules. The transportation running as normal. Now if the buses get there early, they're going to release the students early. So they want to make sure that you know where your child is. They're going to drop them off at the same location that they normally do. So if you feel like that's something that you want to kind of get around, you want to get in touch with your kids, kind of organize a place that you want to meet up.
Now, we also want to tell you a few places around the Houston and Harris County area that have opened up now as shelters. Gallery Furniture on the North Freeway, First Assembly Church, First Assembly of God Church in Humble, and St. Timothy Lutheran Church have all opened up right now. Also, Lakewood Church has now opened its doors as a shelter.
So we have several shelters around the area, and if you're thinking, well, these aren't very close to you, we have a list for you online that we're scrolling at the bottom of your screen there, also updating you online at fox26houston.com. Couple reminders for the 30-some-odd thousand people who have lost power. Maybe you lose cable in this situation. Don't forget to download our app, a Fox 26 mobile app. That's where you can follow along with us, find out what's going on in your neighborhood. If there is an emergency situation, this is where you can get in contact with people, but that's how you can stream us live as well so that you can stay with us and get the information that you need in case you do lose power or you lose your cable.
You're right about that. Now, also wanting to let you know, San Jacinto College has canceled classes for the rest of the day, and also we do believe for tomorrow, College of the Mainland cancels classes for the rest of the day as well. And we just want to remind you the Lynchburg Ferry, of course, is closed right now.
So we're taking a live look around, kind of giving you a round robin of what's been going on here. And this is the same freeway, I think, that we were showing you earlier, the East Tex Freeway at the North Loop, where you see that dip under the overpass. That's where all the water collects. So you see in each direction just stuck there with nowhere to go. But when Ruben was showing us I-45 and people were finally able to get off of I-45, they ran into the same problem on the feeder road.
Oh, yes, because the water drained from the roadway down to the feeder road, and then folks had to get back up on the freeway in order to get to their destination. And there's no guarantee that they will get to their destination once they go further down the roadway. And here at 610 the West Loop and Old Katy Road, you've got the highway blocked off because there are some big trucks trying to get by, but there is a truck with flashing lights making sure that they don't go by that particular way.
Now, it does look like we are seeing some movement finally on the freeway there, and we are seeing, okay, we do see some stalled vehicles, but we also see some movement, Dr. Jim.
Well, to me, it seems like those cars that are stalled, as I'm trying to say, probably stalled when the water was high. And so the water now has probably gone out, so now they're able to move the cars a little bit. You're going to see this all over town, where cars are stuck for a while, the water runs off, then they'll be able to start going again. So if you just have a little bit of patience, things will definitely get better. But for some places, other places, the water's going to stay there for a long, long time. And that's what we're concerned about, because we certainly don't need to have more water rescues, unfortunately, especially on roads. As you've heard several times today, you're more inclined to be killed in your car in flooding than anything else during a flood. So we don't want that to happen. All right, let's talk about the problem areas as far as the flooding. Now, we now have new flood warnings that go back in towards El Campo, so Wharton County, Columbus, Colorado counties out there to the west, and then it also goes all the way into Louisiana. And so we really just don't need to go anywhere right now because there are pockets of problems all throughout the coastal areas, especially as you get down to the coast and along I-10. So here's a look at the radar. Now there's good news and bad news. The good news is in our northern areas, the rain has slowed or stopped for some, but not gone away completely. But you can see here the heavy rainfall is coming to the south, from Pleak to Needville, Angleton to Alvin, Texas City to Galveston, and you can also see the little lightning strikes. The little lightning strikes are also an indication of the intensity of the storm. So not only is it heavy rainfall, there's some convection, there's some structure to this, which allows the storms to keep going. As we come out here to the west, we're seeing now from Columbus to Eagle Lake. See the heavy rain? This is why I'm not surprised that we now have flood warnings out here to the west, because the rainfall has all been pushing in that area. If you also can tell, see that line? There's a line here. This is the line that has been slowly sagging. It started north of our area, all the way up by Huntsville earlier today, and it's just been sagging to the south all day. Once this line passes you, your chances for the heaviest rainfall start to go down a lot. The problem is we also have another line down here. Now it's not nearly as organized, but you also notice that the two things have come together. In fact, we almost just have one line now. So we've had this impulse coming in from the south and west. We've had the other impulse that's been coming from the northwest, and those two are now coming together and will slowly push to the southeast and finally out to sea, but it's going to be slow to occur. And notice now, if you look very carefully, you can see a lot of purple showing up on my radar screen south of Houston, because that's where the storms are the most intense. That's where the heavy rainfall is. And this is where we had the super heavy rainfall yesterday and the day before yesterday too. As we take a bigger picture of this whole thing, once we get through this initial line, notice behind here, there are little showers, little streamer showers that will happen, but they will not be nearly as strong as this first impulse we've been seeing. So it's going to take a while, and the rainfall totals are just historic. 13, 14, 15 inches of rain here, but if you go to the east of us near Beaumont, they've had 24, 25 inches of rainfall. Yeah, so it's even worse to the east. Let's talk about the rivers. Rivers are going to be above flood stage. For example, the East Fork of the San Jacinto River near New Caney, above flood stage for at least a day before it will start to get better. Other rivers, including Caney Creek at near Splendora, expected to be well above major flood stage before coming down over the weekend. And then again, the West Fork of the San Jacinto River near Humble, going up to 53.6 feet before coming down by Saturday. So the rain that we're dealing right now is the flash flooding. The river floods and the creeks and the bayous, that's going to take a little bit longer for those things to finally push all this water through.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jen.
I guess that's it.
Okay, guys, we are on Studemont near I-10, where there's a high water rescue going on by Precinct 1 Constable's office. What they got the call maybe about 10 minutes ago that there was a car underwater there, and it was submerged, and there was a person still inside. So you see the high water rescue personnel, deputies from Precinct 1, with that pole trying to figure out if they could find the submerged car with the individual inside. We're by White Oak Bayou, just under the Katy Freeway at Studemont, and they got here maybe about 10 minutes ago. They've been searching for about 5 minutes, but they did get a call saying that there was an individual inside of their car and it was submerged underwater. And of course, they've been there trying to determine if they could rescue that person. Right now, you see them with the poles. They're trying to find the actual car and where it is. They are working, trying to determine if there is a person trapped down there. I talked to Constable Alan Rosen, who said there was a person inside of the vehicle. But right now, the toughest part is trying to locate that vehicle. These guys are trained for this. We see one of the deputies going in the water, and you can tell just how high the water is. From there, they have on life jackets as well to keep them afloat. So they may have been able to locate that car, not quite sure just yet, but they are trying to find one individual submerged in a car, and we're at the Katy Freeway at Studemont near White Oak Bayou here. They have been at it for about 10 minutes now, and Constable Rosen is on the overpass over there supervising this whole rescue effort. But we want to go and check in with Mayor Sylvester Turner, who has the latest about this storm and the flooding here in the Houston area.
All right, we want to kind of give everyone a status report as to where things are. And it does appear that the rain is decreasing and heading south, and the weather conditions do appear to be improving, although there's still rain in the area. But instead of us getting 4, 5, 6 inches of rain an hour, or 2 to 3 inches an hour, seems like we're down now to about a half an inch an hour, and things are starting to, weather-wise, in terms of the rain falling, starting to improve. There are a number of bayous and creeks that have exceeded their banks, and so it's going to take some time until we can, until the conditions overall improve in order to get around in the city. So I simply want to say, even though the rain has reduced significantly and is decreasing, we are still need to be very, 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 very cautious in terms of our activity in the city. Let me also indicate that for people who are in need of shelters, there are a number of shelters that have been set up and are available for people who are in need. I certainly want to thank Mattress Mac again. I've talked to him personally, and Gallery Furniture is open again. If people need shelter, they can go to Gallery Furniture, Mattress Mac, and he's taking people right now. Lakewood Church is also available if people need a shelter. The Northeast Multi-Service Center, and we'll make all of these addresses available to you. The Northeast Multi-Service Center, the Kingwood Community Center is available. Harvest Time Church, that's Bishop Beatty, that's in the Greenspoint area, is available. The Acres Home Multi-Service Center is available. And in all of these places, there's someone there that can assist and is available to assist people who are in need of a shelter location. So again, Gallery Furniture, Mattress Mag, the Northeast Multi-Service Center, the Kingwood Community Center, the Acres Home Multi-Service Center, Lakewood Church, and Harvest Time, which is also in the Greens Point area. There are a number of vehicles that have been stranded or stuck on our roadways, and there's a lot of traffic on our roadways. And so I know I indicated earlier when I asked people to stay in place. If you were at work, in school, in a safe place to stay there. And I know I've gotten a number of calls asking Mayor, when is it free now to move around? And let me just say, everyone is going to have to exercise a high degree of patience because you can imagine when there's a lot of traffic and a lot of water still, because there are still roadways that are impassable right now, especially feeders and side streets. This is still not a good time to get on the road. So I'm going to ask people to exercise patience, and even though it may not be raining as much, it doesn't mean that the water is going to quickly subside. Okay, so please, just be a lot patient. I would refer people to go to Transstar to get a look at the roads that they would possibly have to take, or they can go to drivetexas.org to get a sense, and that's run by TxDOT, to kind of get a sense of how the conditions of the road are the best route to get home. But I am going to ask, this is 3 o'clock right now, and so I'm asking people to exercise a lot of patience. It will serve no one any good if everybody, for example, if everyone tries to get on the road at the same time. So I'm just going to exercise some patience, kind of stay put, and continue to work, or continue to just hang out if you're in a safe place. And then for those individuals, for example, concerned about their kids at HISD, a number that you can call is 713-556-9400. 713-556-9400. And talking with HISD, for example, many parents have already come and picked up their kids. They are going to take their kids to their normal route. But to the extent they're not able to safely get the kids home, what I've asked them to do is to take the kids back to the school until conditions improve. So if you have any concern about your kid, especially at HISD, please call 713-556-9400. But let me just say to you, where we've had a lot of flooding throughout our city, now it's traffic conditions. And it doesn't make any sense for everybody to get on the road and be stuck on the road or in a lot of water or trapped on a feeder or on a side street. You're still going to be there and unsafe. Now, if it's not a life-threatening condition, because most of our calls have been related to people stuck on the road, stranded, stuck on the road. If you're stuck on the road, stranded but in a safe place, that's not a 911 call. If you are trapped in your car and it's a life-threatening situation, waters are rising in a life-threatening situation, that's a 911 call. But if you're simply stuck on the road or in the median or on the shoulder or in someplace but you're safe in terms of being dry, that is not a 911. So please don't use 911 for those purposes. But if it's life-threatening, do not hesitate to do just that. We have followed conditions all throughout the day. In the Kingwood area, for example, we have had reports, confirmed reports of homes being flooded in South Woodland Hills, in Village Springs, Elm Grove, and even flooding at Kingwood High School. And you know Kingwood High School was repaired after Hurricane Harvey. But in talking with a council member out in that area, Councilmember Martin indicated that Kingwood High School took on about 4 to 5 inches. And so they quickly try to get that cleaned up. We're watching the such situation, for example, in the Denver Harbor area. There's water in those areas, so we are watching those conditions. Independent hikes, that is another, along I-45. That whole northern corridor from Kingwood, Aldine, Independent Hikes, from I-10 to Normandy, going into the Denver Harbor area, we're watching that area. We've been watching carefully the areas in Spring Branch as well, and monitoring the situation there. We have been watching right along Little White Oak, and what is the other area? Yeah, in White Oak, where water has gone outside of its bank and spilling onto I-10. So we're watching that, watching carefully that situation. We were watching in right around Westbury, Willow Water Hose, and it does appear that it was coming close to coming out of its bank, but it does appear now to be receding somewhat. But we're watching that very, very carefully. In respect to the Buffalo Bayou and the Maryland area, things appear to be holding and okay in that regard. But there are a number of bayous and creeks that have gone outside of its bank. We'll continue to watch that very carefully. Again, if there's any structural flooding, you see yourself in danger, don't hesitate to call 911. We have assets deployed all throughout the city of Houston. Both Chief Acevedo and their team, Chief Pena with the fire department and his team are out there, and I'm going to call on Chief Mann in a few minutes to give a report in that regard. But most of our high water rescue calls have primarily related to people being stuck in their cars. And we're still trying to quantify the number of structural flooding that we have experienced in the city of Houston, and we'll continue to monitor those situations very carefully. We are now at a level 2 activation. We're at level 1. We're now at a level 2 activation, and we'll remain at that point until this system clears our area. Now, let me, for a report coming from the police department, let me call on Chief Henry Gobb to give a report. Chief.
All right, guys, we are going to be taking a step away from our flooding down in Texas just for a minute. We do have Vice President Mike Pence. He is in New York today talking about counterterrorism. So let's head on over to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Police Commissioner James P. O'Neill and the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'd especially like to thank the Vice President Pence for being here in One Police Plaza. And we just got to spend about 45 minutes with the Vice President, letting him know about all the great work that each and every one of you are doing to keep this great city safe. Although we have a lot of respect for the fire department, we do, right? Nod your heads up and down, yes. We are really, really happy that we beat them this year, so I just want to offer my congratulations. And once again, Mr. Vice President, thanks for being here. And I'm going to hand the mic over straight to you. Here you go.
That's great. Thank you, Commissioner. How about a round of applause for Commissioner O'Neill? I just so appreciate his leadership. Well, thank you all. It is a great honor to be here, to be among the men and women of NYPD. And allow me to bring first the admiration and greetings from a friend of mine who lives just down the street and is just as big a fan of NYPD. I want to bring greetings from the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Thank you all. I think you know how the President feels about all of you as a New Yorker. But I want you to know that his Vice President feels the same way. I told the Commissioner my very first time in New York City, I was a member of Congress. I came here a week after September 11th. And like all of the rest of the country, I marveled at NYPD and your fire department and your public safety and the selfless courage of the men and women who serve in uniform in this community. And every day since, it's been NYPD working with state authorities and federal authorities that's been leaning into the fight here in New York City. And I want to tell you, as we remembered 9/11 last week, the 18th anniversary, I want you to know that your president, his vice president, and the American people know that NYPD has played a central role in keeping this city, this state, and our nation safe over the last 18 years. And we're grateful to each and every one of you. We truly are. It's not like they haven't been trying, but the fact that there's been no major terrorist attack on this city or on this country in the last 18 years is a credit to each and every one of you, to the men and women of our armed forces, and to all of our intelligence community working around the clock, around the world. So I wanted to let you know how strongly we all feel about that. I also wanted to say congratulations on winning that National Football Championship. I just met. That is quite an accomplishment, and I guess it's the 11th time that NYPD has won, but who's counting, right? But no, it's great fun. And in fact, I was coming into town for a couple of other stops, and we got a very important briefing here today on counterterrorism efforts, and heard about what each one of you are doing each and every day to keep this city safe. But I also was very much appreciated that we got a letter at the White House, Commissioner, that said that NYPD football was more than willing to come to the White House if we were looking to have a team there. So I said, we all said, well, how about the Vice President comes here and congratulates NYPD on a great effort. Listen, lastly, I just want to say to you, the President and I know you have no ordinary jobs. Okay, I mean, you put on a uniform every day, and in so doing, you consider the lives of the 8.5 million people that call New York City home. You consider their lives more important than your own. I mean, the calling of your life is a selfless calling. And the commissioner and I just walked by the Hall of Heroes here, and we think of heroes lost in recent days and in many years past. And I just want you to know, even at times when it seems like there may be some out there that don't appreciate the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement, your president, his vice president, and the American people stand with the men and women on the thin blue line, and we always will. Okay? We're with you. We're with you. We're with you, and we're grateful for you each and every day. And let me say one last thing, and that is, you know, that my uncle was a police officer in Chicago for 25 years. And so I don't know what it's like to put on that uniform, but I know what it's like to be a family member. So I want you to know, as much as we're here to say thank you for your service, I want to thank your families, the families that support you, that support you serving a calling, and no ordinary job, that pray for you each and every day, and then support you when you come home after those hard days. And so just please, before the day is out, I hope you just tell your family members, your spouses, your parents, your kids, that their president and their vice president appreciate them every bit as much as we appreciate you, okay? So listen, thanks for coming out. Congratulations again on that football championship. Well done. Number 12 is just around the corner. Is that right, Commissioner?
No doubt. No doubt.
And from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of your president, and I know on behalf of the American people, thank you for your service, NYPD, and God bless you all, okay?
Today's program. Please welcome to the stage Deputy Director Matt Travis.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Great to have everyone back under the big tent again. I hope everyone had a productive afternoon. I was certainly happy to see us finally get to the breakout sessions. You know, all day yesterday and this morning, I'm just coming out here, introducing people and going backstage, and you can't really hear that well because all the speakers are going this way. I can't see anything, and it was tough to get a sense on how things were going. And I'm not going to say that I have sycophants on my staff, but every time I'd ask, how's it going out there? Oh, sir, it's a tremendous summit. Excellent summit, fantastic summit. So the breakouts, I was finally able to get out and peek in and talk to many of you and get a sense of the discussions that have been happening. And to hear that is really encouraging. Now, I know this final segment today is going to be fantastic because we have a veritable cavalcade of stars to close out day 2. And it's not a stretch to say without the first 2 individuals I'm going to introduce that we would not be sitting here today. And no, they didn't plan the CISA summit. More importantly, they created CISA and were instrumental in bringing it to life. Chairman Benny Thompson of Mississippi chairs the House Homeland Security Committee. He's been a supporter of, and his staff of CISA from the very start and continues to be a leader on cybersecurity legislation. He is unable to be with us here today, but Chairman Thompson has recorded a brief message to us, which we'll play now.
Hello, I'm Benny Thompson, and I'm chairman of the House Committee on Homeland Security. Last week, we observed the 18th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. Those attacks devastated the nation and forced us to rethink how we approach the threats of the 21st century. When Congress created the Department of Homeland Security, it sought to create an integrated multi-mission organization focused on protecting the nation in the evolving threat landscape. And I don't need to tell any of you that the landscape has significantly evolved since 9/11. Toward that end, nearly 1 year ago, Congress passed legislation to establish the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, as it's commonly known. I'm proud to have helped shepherd that effort, as I believe it will better position the department to address threats to our nation's infrastructure, be they physical or cyber, in an integrated and effective manner. We on the committee have watched with great interest over the past 10 months as CISA intensified efforts to break down silos across critical infrastructure sections and bring together the private sector and government to tackle pressing challenges. I want to congratulate CISA and its leadership for taking on urgent security challenges facing the country, from election security to supply chain risk management to improving industrial control system security. DHS has made big promises about what CISA will be able to accomplish, and you better believe I'll hold the department to it, and you should too. The adversaries we face today are sophisticated and well-resourced. Our intelligence community has warned that Russia's 2016 election interference efforts were likely only a preview of what they will do in 2020 to influence our election and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions. We know that China will continue to exploit vulnerabilities in cyberspace to engage in espionage, steal intellectual property, and advance its global agenda. Iran continues to grow and hone its cyber capabilities to assert influence against countries with stronger military capabilities. And North Korea continues to leverage its significant cyber capabilities to fund its military ambitions and wreak havoc. CISA must succeed. They cannot do it alone. All of you are critical partners in CISA's mission. I want to thank all of you for participating in the Second National Cyber Summit. Events like these are where we have conversations, build partnerships, and chart the course to make our nation more secure. I'd also like to congratulate CISA for its work over the past year, and I look forward to see what emerges from the productive conversations taking place over the next 3 days. Thank you, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Our next speaker was instrumental in getting that CISA legislation across the goal line and into public law that created the agency that you know today. And it's our real pleasure to have him keynoting this afternoon. He is uniquely positioned as chairman of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee on the Senate to influence the wide range of Homeland Security issues, including cybersecurity, including protection of our critical infrastructure. He has been a strong supporter of CISA. He is actively engaged in our mission, and it is a true honor to have him speak with us today. From the great state of Wisconsin, please join me in welcoming Chairman Ron Johnson.
thank you. This actually kind of looks like a Wisconsin crowd because about this time, most people would still be out getting a beer or a cocktail or something. So I appreciate those of you that did come in to listen to me. I really do appreciate this opportunity, but I will say that I do accept these invitations with a fair amount of trepidation because you're going to be talking to a group of experts, people that oftentimes know a whole lot more about any kind of subject matter than I can really convey. So this is the part of the speech where I'm trying to lower your expectations. But what I can offer, because I've gone through your agenda, it looks like an excellent agenda. This is exactly what CISA needs to do, what the government needs to do in terms of cooperating with the private sector. So what I can offer is something a little bit different. I can offer you my perspective. What Matt didn't tell you about me is I'm really not of this world. I was never involved in politics. I'm an accountant by education. Ran a manufacturing plant for about 30 years. My poor IT guy had to keep my IBM PC together with duct tape. So I bring a little bit different perspective, and I guess that's kind of what I'd like to impart here in the time I have. But let me first start out, and this is a little unusual, but I want to ask you a question. Show of hands. How many people think the federal government is efficient and effective? How many think it's pretty broken and dysfunctional? Are you going, what does that have to do with cybersecurity? Well, you're seeing one of the challenges that Director Krebs has. And what I do want to impart, by the way, I'm one of the ones that, I'm not a fan of this place. But there are parts of the federal government that really are very effective. And I will say, overall, the federal workforce is excellent. And this is one area of the federal government. I'm a limited government guy, but the federal government has to take on this task. And so I think probably the best way to kind of lay out my perspective is just give you my history. I arrived here in 2011. And when I came here, I joined the Committee of Homeland Security, and so we started holding hearings on this immediately, and everybody was saying, we have to do something. Now, when I hear that in Washington, D.C., I generally get pretty scared. That's, alarm bells start going off in my head when you have to do something. When we started holding hearings, the question I would always ask, okay, we have to do something. What are the top things we have to do? And the first thing I always mentioned was we have to get the private sector sharing information with each other and with the government, things like threat signatures. Okay, that's pretty basic, and that's very consistent, hearing after hearing. The second thing was we need a national standard on breach notification. And again, well, not a problem. That sounds pretty simple. Let's quick get that done. Much easier said than done. We've come a long way in terms of information sharing. Part of Director Krebs' problem is that distrust of the private sector. Not enough private sector companies are sharing information with DHS. That's one of the barriers we have to continue to break down. But when it comes to data breach, we are so far from doing something because it's very complex. It's incredibly complex. Following those hearings, there actually was a piece of legislation proposed. It was the Lieberman-Collins bill. And I was actually in the room as we were getting right down to the crunch time of getting that thing passed out of committee and passed along the floor. And we had probably about 8 to 12 different senators in there. And being a private sector guy, my input always was, okay, well, we've just gone through, do you know SOPA and PIPA? Those bills were destroyed within minutes when they introduced because, the big internet companies didn't want them. They took them down immediately. And so my argument in that whole discussion about the Lieberman-Collins bill, which is, I don't know how many 100 pages it was, I said, if we try and pass a bill or craft a bill and try and pass it that facilitates the private sector and government working with them to improve cybersecurity, I think the private sector will accept it. We realize in the private sector, government has a lot to offer. There are a lot of good people like Chris Krebs and the people in CISA. And we want to take advantage of that, but it has to be a facilitation process as opposed to dictation. Now, I'll tell you, in that room, I was a very lone voice. And as a result, they tried passing a bill that tried to dictate it, calling on government to try and be flexible, which is almost impossible. And so that bill, PIPA and SOPA, it went down in flames in no time, which necessarily wasn't a bad thing. Because I think what ended up happening then is it gave the private sector a little bit of space. NIST was able to create their standards that the private sector started applying and adhering to. I know the ISACs were developed long before that, but again, it gave the ISACs more breathing room and the ability to really get those industry groups concentrate on their specific problems and working on that. And I've always felt, quite honestly, coming from the private sector, I was in manufacturing. When you have insurance companies help provide standards. For example, fire sprinklers in your manufacturing plant. You get lower rates if you put them 8 feet apart versus 12 feet. So you combine in this standard with an insurance product. Right? We're still a long ways away from that. I thought there would be the way to have a very flexible standard, very flexible approach that could rapidly reinvent itself as opposed to what government do. I mean, we'd take forever to pass a bill, forever to promulgate the regulations, and we simply couldn't keep them up to date. So I think really what ended up happening with the failure of Collins-Lieberman, I'm not taking any joy in that, but I really do think that put us on a better path, and the path for really then DHS taking up the private sector part of cybersecurity with Department of Defense. You'll be hearing from Secretary Esper right after me. It's one thing you have to understand. There's certainly an Israeli model in terms of how government approaches cybersecurity, and that's the Israeli model. They have one cyber directorate. It reports directly to the Prime Minister. But in most societies, you don't have that capability where the military and the private sector are going to coexist very well. So in our government, I think this makes a lot of sense. You have DHS as the private sector conduit and facilitator, and then you have Department of Defense doing the things they need to do. That makes an awful lot of sense. So in this phase, we've passed some bills in Congress through my committee, primarily focusing on the federal government protecting its own cyber assets, which it hasn't done a very good job doing. That has been certainly a real problem. And of course, it was unbelievable that we actually had to pass a bill to have what was called NPPD change its name, change its structure, and become CISA. But that required an act of Congress. Ridiculous, but that just kind of shows the dysfunction that I think a number of you raise your hands recognizing that occurs in the federal government. So that's kind of been what we've done. The current debate is really focusing on kind of a fixing responsibility. I just had folks from the credit union into my office yesterday, and they're all complaining, as well as the banks are, as well. Listen, when there's a cyber attack on the retail industry, we're the ones that suffer all the damage. So they're coming into our offices, pass a bill to fix blame and financial responsibility to the retail industry. And what I try and tell those types of businesses is, you guys got to get your act together and come up with a compromise amongst yourselves. I mean, what I have seen in 9 years in Congress is when you have two opposing sides, both sides trying to lobby members of Congress to win an argument, nothing happens. What actually does work is when sides come together and say, okay, neither one of us is particularly satisfied with this solution, but it's a solution we can move forward together. So that's just a little piece of advice in terms of how we can move forward in some of these things. One of Chris's big challenges is personnel. It's one of the reasons we actually did create and rename the NPPD into CISA. It's extremely important that young people realize if you want to be in cybersecurity, this is the agency to join. But it's still very difficult because you have the pay scales available in the private sector versus what you can offer in government. And so that is one of the other issues in terms of current legislation we have to deal with, whether it's taking cyber experts, allowing them to transfer between agencies very easily, potentially do some incentive programs, pay for tuition with kind of like the military academies with a commitment to serve in government, which, by the way, is highly beneficial. I mean, private sector internet companies love taking people from government that have worked there for 6 or 9 or 18 months, and we do all the training, and they can, take the cream of the crop. So that is, attraction, hiring, and retention of personnel is a real significant issue. Let me talk a little bit about, just the number one defense against cyber attacks. Nobody likes to hear these high-profile attacks, but because we've had the high-profile attacks, because they made the news, America's become more aware. No longer is that chief information officer in the basement with his red stapler. He's in the boardroom, or she's in the boardroom. And that's an important thing. So awareness is just defense number one. And I think you've probably heard in this conference a number of times, just basic cyber hygiene. I know Chris is going to be preaching this, and people have been preaching this. If you just do basic cyber hygiene, like, I know, purchasing the programs you're actually using, don't pirate them so you can actually get the automatic updates, 95% of cyber attacks will fail. So that is part of the awareness, that's part of the education that CISA is certainly going to be bringing to the table. Let me close out here talking a little bit about this 5G aspect of this, because we just held and I'm not going to give you any classified information, but we held a secure briefing, and it'll kind of talk about the challenge here. But we held a secure briefing yesterday. Intel Committee Chairman, Ranking Member, Commerce, Homeland Security, all the agencies were there. And I was listening to I was being briefed time and time again. And finally, I just had to raise my hand. I didn't make an opening statement. I said, okay, let me, I've got all kinds of questions. But the number one question I have is, who's in charge? Who is actually doing the problem definition when it comes to our challenge with 5G? And nobody could really answer the question. So, well, we have this 5 interagency working group, and by the way, they're all fabulous people. They're intelligent, they're competent, they work together well. But the question I pose, can you name a private sector company where the vice president of sales, of marketing, of engineering, the CFO, the CIO, all those individuals just operate as a committee and run an effective company? It just doesn't work. You need leadership. And this is constant, this is common throughout the federal government. We had the Blue Ribbon Study Panel come before our committee. This is on bioterror. And this was chaired by Lieberman and Tom Ridge and Tom Daschle. Their number one recommendation for all the problems that we face trying to grapple with potential bioterrorist attack, their number one recommendation is we need someone in charge. So again, I'm here to say, thank you to CISA, to Chris Krebs. We're so fortunate somebody with his capabilities is willing to work in government. I think the overall structure, DHS, Department of Defense, makes a lot of sense. I'm not suggesting we do that, but in some of these sub-problems, like a 5G, or name your threat, EMP, biodefense, those types of things. We do need to understand that we need individuals within government to be in charge of all the different operations. So one thing I'll leave you with this, because I haven't talked a little about elections. We had a secure briefing with Chris Krebs on election security. This is a big, hot topic, political issue. You need to understand that once Chris completed his briefing, he basically got a standing ovation in the SCIF. Maybe people didn't stand, but they were really incredibly appreciative of what he has done, but DHS has done in the Obama administration as well as the Trump administration. There's 3 ways, from my standpoint, the organization of the cyber threat on elections is: first, vote tallies. Almost impossible to change vote tallies. Voter files, there's the threat. And DHS has done a great job of contacting, working with the states. I know there's a lot of state officials here. I think you'll confirm that. Getting people clearances so they can get briefed on these things. So that's pretty good. And then in terms of the whole social media aspect, Russia has always been trying to interfere. They always have, always will. Iran, China. We just need to be more discerning consumers. Social media companies are actually doing a pretty good job taking down websites, which really harms their effort quite a bit. It takes years to get the kind of following. You take down a website, they got to rebuild that again. So, my message is kind of what the Senate delivered to Chris Krebs, a big applause for what DHS has done. I'm quite confident in 2020's election in terms of being legitimate and secure. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. Thank you for those kind words and for your continued leadership and support of CISA. I've been introducing luminaries for about the past 24 hours, and this will be the 3rd West Point graduate that I've introduced. Now, I didn't go to Annapolis, but I am a Navy veteran, and I think maybe next year a little balance might be in order. Our next guest is a 1986 graduate of the United States Military Academy, and he has served our nation in so many different ways. In the Gulf War, on Capitol Hill as both an advisor and professional staff member, and has also enjoyed a very successful career in industry. We at CIS and at DHS really thank him for his leadership as we partner with the Pentagon in so many different ways, and they are instrumental in strengthening our national resilience in cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 27th Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Mark Esper.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? You guys are the diehards, huh? Stay until the end? All right. Good, good. Well, hey, Matthew, thank you for that kind introduction. I guess he disappeared behind the screen there. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. It is great to be here with all of you today to talk about the importance of cybersecurity, something that you all know very well, and to discuss what we are doing in the Department of Defense to keep our nation safe. As our national defense strategy makes clear, we are in a renewed era of great power competition. Strategic competitors such as Russia and China are asserting their military power and challenging the rules-based international order. While we are having success deterring conventional aggression against the United States, our adversaries are increasingly resorting to malign activity in less traditional areas to undermine our security. There's perhaps no area where this is more true than in the cyber domain. Over the past decade, as cyberspace has expanded exponentially, our paradigm for war has changed. In fact, the lines between war and peace have now blurred. Today, we're in a constant state of competition with our adversaries, and much of this competition is happening in cyberspace. For nation-states such as China and Russia and North Korea and Iran, engaging America and our allies below the threshold of armed conflict is a logical choice. You know, for over 200 years, the United States military has been fighting on land and on the sea. For over 100 years, we've been fighting from the skies. And in those three domains, we remain dominant. But only in the past decade or so have we started to figure out what fighting in cyberspace looks like. Our adversaries see cyber warfare as a way to take on the United States and impose costs without confronting our traditional strengths. To do this, they are conducting long-term, strategically focused campaigns to steal sensitive Defense Department information in an effort to undermine our military advantages. And they do all this while remaining in the gray zone to avoid direct confrontation with our superior military power. When successful, this coordinated malicious cyber activity puts us at risk by eroding our capabilities and disrupting our ability to operate once conflict ensues. In response to this aggression, we're developing new tools to defend ourselves. Across the joint force, we are building resilience into our networks and systems so that we can continue to execute our mission even while under cyber attack. Training to operate in a degraded environment is now regularly built into our exercises, and our service members are quickly becoming aware of our cyber vulnerabilities. But to win on that battlefield, we need to do more than just play goal line defense. As such, the Department's 2018 cyber strategy articulates a proactive and assertive approach to defend forward of our own virtual boundaries. Just as we do on land, at sea, and in the air, we must posture our forces in cyberspace where we can most effectively accomplish our mission. Defending forward allows us to disrupt threats at the initial source before they reach our networks and our systems. To do this, we must be in position to continuously compete with the ongoing campaigns being waged against the United States. Not only does this protect us day to day, but enacting this strategy builds the readiness of our cyber warriors so they have the tools, the skills, the experience needed to succeed in conflict. The DoD's interest in cyber is not only limited to military operations. More broadly, our adversaries are attempting to harm our economic prosperity and to undermine our democratic institutions. Influence operations against the American public are now possible at a scope and scale never before imagined. The Department of Defense has an important role in defending the American people from this misinformation, particularly as it pertains to preserving the integrity of our democratic elections. Our proactive strategy to defend forward was demonstrated with great effectiveness through our efforts to help secure the 2018 midterm elections. Our success was due to three important steps we took leading up to those elections. First, U.S. Cyber Command, in conjunction with the National Security Agency, joined together to form an interagency group that shared information, expertise, and resources to protect the elections from foreign interference. We also expanded our cooperation to the Department of Homeland Security and FBI, and were prepared to provide support directly if necessary. Our ability to work closely together was a direct result of the Memorandum of Understanding between DHS and DoD that was signed 1 year ago. Second, we developed our capabilities and increased our capacity to allow us to detect, locate, and exploit threats in the cyber domain with the same focus and energy as we do in the physical domain. And third, the passage of NSPM 13 gave us the authorities needed to more fully employ our cyber capabilities in an offensive manner. This policy reflects a shared understanding across the government of the need to maximize the effectiveness of the department's cyber warriors. The 2018 election served as a proof of principle. By working together with our interagency partners in a whole-of-nation effort, we were able to counter adversary attempts to undermine our elections. Moving forward, I consider election security an enduring mission for the Department of Defense. Our adversaries will continue to target our democratic processes. This is a reality of the world we live in today. Guarding against these threats requires constant vigilance. We must remain adaptable and continue to advance our capabilities. This is already happening in preparation for the 2020 elections. By defending forward, we're able to see and understand the malicious cyber behavior, allowing us to publicly expose that activity and its culprits. It's also posturing us to take action against these threats at their source before they reach the homeland. The bottom line is we are now prepared to deliver the actions expected from the Department in a timely, collaborative, and risk-informed manner. As has been the case throughout our history, the United States military does not fight alone. Just like the other warfighting domains, our cyber capabilities are enhanced by a strong network of allies and partners. Our ability to share information and operate on common communications networks serves as a force multiplier, but it also comes with increased risk. To guard against this, we must help our allies develop their own cyber resiliency. One of the ways we are doing this is by encouraging them to maintain secure and reliable networks, particularly with respect to future telecommunications infrastructure. This is especially critical for countries with whom we have strong defense relationships. 2 weeks ago, I traveled to Europe, where I spoke with a couple of our NATO allies about the risks associated with allowing Chinese companies to develop 5G networks in their countries. The PRC is perpetrating the greatest intellectual property theft in human history. Every Chinese company has the potential to be an accomplice in Beijing's state-sponsored campaign to steal technology. Nations that partner with Chinese firms put the security of their networks at risk. This not only jeopardizes military interoperability and intelligence sharing, but can also compromise commercial institutions such as banks and hospitals and media outlets. This is why it is so important that we work together from the very start to preserve the integrity of our cyber networks. I want to close by talking about the most important component of our strategy, and that's the people who make up our cyber workforce. Without a doubt, our people are the best in the world. But we are just beginning to tap into the cyber expertise that exists throughout this country. Congress has helped us by giving us more flexible hiring authorities in last year's NDAA, and we are just starting to realize the potential that is out there. I look forward to watching our talent pool grow as more patriotic Americans decide that they want to apply their skills in the defense of our great nation. So thanks again for the opportunity to speak to you today and for your efforts to advance our nation's cyber capabilities. Given the gravity of the threats we face, the Department of Defense will continue to pursue our dominance in cyber, just as we have on the land, on the sea, and in the air. We've made great progress in recent years, but there is still much work to be done. I'm confident, however, that we are on the right track to stay ahead of our adversaries and to protect the integrity of this great nation. Thank you all for your time today.
going to do. We've got lots of people coming in, lots of people calling. It's our duty to help our fellow citizens.
Mattress Mac, what area are most of the people coming from that you're talking to who are coming into your center?
The most are coming to this North Freeway location are probably in a 5 or 10 mile radius of here, because that's about as far as we can get out because of the traffic constraints. But we've got people coming in constantly, and a lot of people that are stranded at different retail places. We're picking them up, bringing them here, and we're trying to figure out a situation at a school where the lights have been off since 10:30 this morning. We're trying to help them out.
Do you know which school that is?
It's Texas Serenity Academy on 45 and Gulf Bank.
Okay.
Good to know. Is there any way you can tell us about how many people are taking shelter there at this hour?
We have about 50 right now.
And it sounds like with all the phone calls coming in, many more to come.
Yeah, more to come as the situation worsens, which we hope it won't. Hopefully the weather will break, but right now we're planning for the worst and hoping for the best.
So if people do need shelter and they do need to come there to your store, your gallery, should they call you directly, or not you directly, but should they call the store directly, or should they call someone else and then they'll get in contact with you?
They can just call my cell phone, 281-844-1963, 281-844-1963. We got some more people coming in right now. Just have them call my cell phone, and we'll figure out if we're able to get to where they're at to pick them up and get them in here.
All right, we're going to have you say one more time because people may be scrambling to go grab a pen. Can you give it one more time, Mattress Mac?
Sure. 281-844-1963.
I tell you what, you're one of the only people I've ever known who would be brave enough to do that, and that's just the kind of guy you are. And I know you are always there talking to your customers and talking to everybody who comes in. Have you been hearing stories? Do you kind of have an idea and a sense of what these people are going through? Are they people who maybe got water in their homes, or maybe they've been stranded on the highway all day and they're exhausted? What's going on with some of them?
About half of those, we've got a truck just unloaded about 30 people. I think some of these people were stranded because, the buses and trains aren't running out here anymore. Mm-hmm. So we've got a huge amount of people coming in right now.
All right. So Mattress Mac, we have your cell phone number up on the screen, 281-844.
Oh my goodness, 1963.
Yeah, 1963.
And I think it's 1963. I think on the screen it says 1993, but it's 1963, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay.
1963. We'll get through those.
All right. Well, Mattress Mac, we always appreciate what you do, stepping up, wasting no time to help Houstonians and people whenever we deal with a situation like this. So thank you so much. And
thank you for staying the course.
All right. We'll check back in with you soon. And by the way, his gallery furniture location is just one of several locations that have now been opened as a shelter. As we mentioned earlier, some of the other big locations, Lakewood Church also is opening. St. Timothy, the Humble God Church, we'll put those up on your screen. And there also are some shelters in the greater area across Harris County. There's the St. Simon and Jude Catholic Parish, Sheldon Elementary School, St. James, and the Humble First Assembly of God. So we'll be putting those up on your screen in just a moment.
Yes, and we're so proud to be able to say you do have a place to go if you're overwhelmed and you don't have something. There they are, including the address. So just grab a pen, jot them down, maybe take a screenshot with your phone, and make sure that you do have a place to go. And these are all different parts of town, and I think that's very helpful too, the fact that no matter where you are, you should be able to find a place to go.
And I love the fact here in Houston is people don't waste time to wait for the city to say open a shelter. People just feel the need, they see the need, and that's just what Houston does.
They really help out. Now, the first one on the top of your screen there, that one's in the Woodlands. So we do have some shelters that are on the north side for all those people, especially in the Conroe area, who were just so rudely awakened with this storm bright and early in the morning before the sun even came up. We know that a lot of people are struggling because of it. We also know that anybody who is out and about right now has a very good chance to be struggling on the roadways. It's hard to get around the Houston area right now.
It is still a mess right now in a lot of areas. Let's check in with our traffic authority, Christiana Rebase, standing by with what she's seeing tonight.
Hey, Jonathan and Melissa, we can show you right now 45 North at Quitman. Most of these roadways very difficult to get, not only outside of downtown, but outside of the loop. So 45 the North Freeway, I just want to run through these cameras to show you what they're looking like. At Quitman, we have this just covered in water. As we take it over to another Houston TransStar camera, we can show you what it's looking like on a different Houston TransStar camera. As we switch over, this is the West Park Toll Road at Post Oak. Take a look at this. We have that the water that is just flowing through. This dips down low, but as we move it over to another Houston TransStar camera, I want to show you what we have on the East Tex Freeway. This is inaccessible, so as you travel through downtown on the East Tex Freeway, maybe looking to avoid 45 North closure, East Tex Freeway also shut down. We have the water underneath this overpass, so I want to take it over to another Houston TransStar camera and give you a view of what it's looking like on a different portion of the city. 45 North at Parker, we have the frontage road. So even though a lot of the main lanes may not be affected, the frontage road also difficult to exit or difficult to pass through to even get on the freeway. Now, moving over, let's just zoom through these so we can show you what the city's like. Katy Freeway at Houston Avenue. Katy Freeway is shut down inside the loop and then over to the loop as well because of more water. And then the Katy Freeway at Taylor. Moving on over to another camera, we can show you what we have over on 610 West Loop near Old Katy Road. This is where a lot of the closures are. This is off on the side street that we have, but Katy Freeway shut down near 610 Loop. Taking it over to another camera that we have on a different portion of the city, Southwest Freeway at Chimney Rock. So we do have a lot of traffic. Even if you do have people on the roadway, that rain still is coming down, making very dangerous driving conditions. This is the Katy Freeway near TC Jester. So a lot of these people are stranded on the side of the road on the freeway. And then we have the frontage road and the overpass. So this is actually portions of the freeway. You can see how people are just stuck there. So loads of people really just standing here. And as we take it over to the Southwest Freeway near Kirkwood over on Highway 90, that's all that rain that's still coming down and still flooding the streets. If we can take it back over to the Katy Freeway, we want to just give you a view and really let you take that in. This is Katy Freeway at TC Jester, and this is both directions of traffic, the east and the westbound lanes. All of these vehicles are stranded, so this is why they're asking everyone just to stay home or stay put where you are. I know that you may be getting cabin fever and just kind of want to try. It is still flooded. The water still needs to go down, and some of that rain is still coming. Here's what we have over on the Katy Freeway at Washington. This is also where they are stuck. So we are seeing a lot of these roadways. Katy Freeway impassable, 45 North impassable inside the loop. We have more people. This is also very dangerous because you don't ever know how deep the water is. So we just ask for anyone that may be stranded to stay inside their vehicles. Also because even if you are pulled off on the side of the road, a vehicle could just lose control because of the dangerous driving conditions and then hit you. So just keep in mind that you'd also want to continue to stay safe if you are stranded or you know anybody that's stranded on the roadway. Tell them to stay put. This is a look at Katy Freeway at Wirt. So let's continue to just zoom through a few of these so we can show everyone. I did get some good news. The I-10, the East Freeway traveling outbound, we did have water that was closer to Highway 90 at Wayside. That has actually receded. So that's some good news. So some of that water has gone down on I-10, the East Freeway, but keep in mind when you go further out east, especially past Baytown, we still have all of that rain that is coming down and lots of those road closures happening out east. But this is I-10, the East Freeway at Federal, and we still have very, very dangerous driving conditions. So as we move on over to another Houston TransStar camera, we've got more of these closures in place. We want to show you what it's looking like. Katy Freeway just past 610 Loop, it's at a standstill. You are unable to travel outbound. And as we take it on over to another Houston TransStar camera, we've got over 90 high water locations. Beltway also affected. So I'm going to show you exactly what it's looking like on our traffic map. So we have over 90 high water locations that are happening. I-10, the East Freeway did reopen again near Wayside, near Highway 90. East Tex Freeway, you're not able to get out of the city. And then 45 North, that's closed. Katy Freeway, that's closed. Keep in mind, we still have high water close to 610 West Loop. It's difficult to get on, difficult to exit off as well. We have high water happening on the Beltway out west as well. And then Katy Freeway, we've been mentioning that. Southwest Freeway is drying off, but keep in mind that the frontage road still seeing lots and lots of slick conditions. And then inside the loop, closer to Montrose, closer to Kirby, closer to Rice Military, all of those roads are still underwater. And you do want to keep in mind that if anybody is still out there trying to get home, to use caution, because the neighborhoods, if they try and move off to the side, they have the drainage ditch in front of their house. So you never know how deep that water could be or what's underneath it. So as we continue to zoom on out, everything is still getting slammed with the rain, especially out east. We still have Winnie, we still have Anahuac, I-10 that is closed, I-10 to Beaumont, Highway 90 to Beaumont, and then Liberty. There is also still low water crossings that have overflowed and caused water to make its way over to Highway 90. That is still closed. And then closures on 59 North near FM 2029. Jonathan and Melissa.
All right, 90 high water locations, just hard to believe, but that is what we are dealing with right now. Well, we do want to let you know that we do have shelters that we're going to tell you about. We talked about Lakewood Church. We also told you about some of the other places, Gallery Furniture as well.
Yes, and we'll be showing you those throughout the afternoon. We also want to make sure you know about school closures tomorrow. So far, these are the ones who are saying no school. That includes Cleveland ISD, Dayton, New Caney, and Huffman ISDs. All will have their doors closed tomorrow. They want to make sure that you and your family stay safe. We don't know if that list will build, but we'll certainly keep you updated as soon as we find out.
And as far as Houston ISD, we do know that their bus schedule running is close to normal, as they said that it could today. But if you do have a child that's heading home on a bus from Houston ISD, you can expect delays because they are certainly dealing with the traffic that we just saw Christiane show us. In fact, we saw a couple of the school buses in some of those traffic cameras stuck, not moving at all. So you can imagine delays would probably be maybe at least an hour in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be rerouting all over the place trying to figure out how to get those kids home. So I would say definitely just expect that to happen. It would seem hard to believe that they could get there on time.
Yeah, and if you look over in the bottom left corner of your screen, that is what a lot of the areas look like, just people sitting in traffic. The mayor talked about this is what we'll be dealing with for a while, in fact, and pointing out that, yeah,
Thank you, everyone, for coming, and good afternoon. I'm here today with U.S. Attorney Nick Hanna and Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva as part of a joint law enforcement announcement involving the case against defendant Edward Buck. First off, I would like to thank U.S. Attorney Nick Hanna and Sheriff Alex Villanueva for their interagency effort, which has now culminated with the arrest and subsequent filing charges against defendant Buck. I'd also like to thank Assistant District Attorney Victoria Adams and Director of Specialized Prosecution Maria Ramirez, Assistant Head Deputy Craig Hum, and Deputy District Attorney Cynthia Barnes from the Major Crimes Division, as well as the investigators from the Sheriff's Department and other agencies who've spent many months conducting interviews, developing evidence since the deaths of Jamel Moore and Timothy Dean. On Tuesday, my office filed a criminal complaint against defendant Buck for an incident on September 11th in which he injected the victim with a large dose of methamphetamine. Fortunately, that victim lived. The latest incident is further evidence that shows a troubling and disturbing pattern, especially given that defendant Buck was aware of the dangers of his behavior and that there was an ongoing investigation into the deaths of Mr. Moore and Mr. Dean. The surviving victims' statements gave us the break we needed. It gave legally sufficient evidence to establish the charged crimes and prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt in state court. Given this new evidence, my office worked diligently with law enforcement and my prosecutors and filed 3 felony charges on Tuesday against defendant Buck. They were battery causing serious injury, administering methamphetamine, and maintaining a drug house. If he was convicted of those charges, he could face a maximum sentence of 5 years and 8 months in state prison. At the outset of this investigation, the agencies involved came to the table with the agreement that we would work together to exhaust all possible legal avenues to bring defendant Buck to justice. Under state law, however, we determined there was insufficient admissible evidence to hold him responsible for the deaths of Mr. Moore and Mr. Dean. Ultimately, we arrived at the conclusion that there were more options under federal law that can carry a lengthier prison sentence. I am immensely grateful for this multi-agency collaboration, and I'm fully supportive of this prosecution. To the family and friends of Jamel Moore and Timothy Dean, and also the concerned community members who have followed this case closely, we have done and we will continue to do everything legally possible to put this depraved sexual predator away. Now I will introduce U.S. Attorney Nick Hanna to make a few remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Hanna. I'm the United States Attorney here in Los Angeles. Today I am joined by a coalition of federal and local law enforcement agencies that have come together to address a serious threat to public safety, one that is linked to 2 deaths, a series of drug overdoses, and what appears to be the dangerous exploitation of homeless men and other disadvantaged individuals. As you have reported earlier this week, Ed Buck, a man known in political circles for his support of various causes in Los Angeles, was arrested Tuesday on state charges alleging that he operated a drug den, among other charges. Today I am announcing a federal case against Mr. Buck, a case that charges him with distributing methamphetamine that directly resulted in the overdose death of Jamel Moore, a 26-year-old man who died in Mr. Buck's West Hollywood apartment on July 27, 2017. As a result of the case filed last night in the United States District Court, District Attorney Jackie Lacey agreed that Mr. Buck should be transferred to federal custody to face charges that carry a mandatory minimum sentence of 20 years in federal prison and a maximum of life in prison without parole. Mr. Buck is now in federal custody, and he is making his first appearance in federal court this afternoon. Prosecutors from my office will ask a United States magistrate judge to detain Mr. Buck, that is, hold him without bond pending trial. We are seeking detention because we believe that he poses a significant risk to public safety. The federal prosecution of Mr. Buck is the result of the diligent work of a task force led by the Drug Enforcement Administration. The lead investigator in this case is a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy assigned to the task force by Sheriff Villanueva, who is authorized to work and focus on narcotics traffickers who pose the greatest threat to public safety. The federal case against Mr. Buck is part of a joint law enforcement effort targeting those who provide lethal quantities of narcotics to individuals who die after ingesting those drugs. While most of the half dozen or so fatal overdose cases my office has brought in recent months involve fentanyl, the case against Mr. Buck alleges that he provided Jamel Moore with a lethal dose of methamphetamine. The evidence collected by members of the federal task force, which also includes the FBI, indicates that Mr. Buck brought Mr. Moore to Los Angeles for the purpose of engaging in sexual activity, and that Mr. Buck agreed to pay the victim with money and narcotics. During the investigation, Mr. Moore's mother told investigators that her son reported, months before his death, that Mr. Buck had, quote, held Mr. Moore against his will and shot him up with drugs, unquote. The criminal complaint alleging Mr. Buck caused the death of Mr. Moore is supported by a 21-page affidavit that outlines a disturbing pattern of Mr. Buck soliciting other men for sex in exchange for drugs and money. Investigators have located 10 additional victims, 9 of whom said Mr. Buck administered drugs to them or strongly encouraged them to ingest narcotics as part of agreements to be compensated for sexual services. The affidavit details how one man, who we have described as victim 1 in the affidavit, also died at Mr. Buck's West Hollywood apartment earlier this year. So even after 2 men, Mr. Moore and victim 1, died of drug overdoses in this apartment, Mr. Buck continued to solicit men for sex with promises of paying them with money and drugs, according to the affidavit. Investigators with the Sheriff's Department several months ago at his West Hollywood apartment, where he was injected with methamphetamine, which one time resulted in the victim losing consciousness. Most recently, a man who was living with Mr. Buck until earlier this month reported that Mr. Buck injected him with methamphetamine on a nearly daily basis. That man, who is described as victim 10, suffered 2 overdoses that required him to receive treatment at the hospital. As drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamine continue to plague our society, we have dramatically stepped up our efforts to not only stem the flow of narcotics, but to vigorously investigate and prosecute those who are directly responsible for providing deadly doses of the drugs. Mr. Buck now stands accused of supplying narcotics that caused a man's death. Our investigation into Mr. Buck is ongoing, and we may take further action as the evidence warrants. I also want to take this opportunity to express my profound condolences to the families of Jamel Moore and victim 1. I also want to express my sympathy to the victims who survived their encounters with Mr. Buck. You should know that law enforcement collectively has been working very hard on this investigation, and that while we're not always at liberty to discuss what we're doing, a lot of time and effort has gone into this case to see that justice is done. I also want to encourage anybody who believes that they have been a victim of Mr. Buck or who has relevant information to come forward and provide that information to us. I would encourage you to call the LA County Sheriff's Department if you have such information. I've already noted the excellent work of the DEA, FBI, and the Sheriff's Department in this matter. I also want to acknowledge my team of federal prosecutors who have been working diligently on this case. Carol Chen, Brittany Harris, and Chelsea Norell. AUSA's Harris and Norell will be the trial team on this case. Finally, I want to acknowledge and thank District Attorney Jackie Lacey, whose office has been working cooperatively with my prosecutors to address this threat to public safety, work that we all hope will save lives. At this time, I'd like to introduce Sheriff Villanueva.
Good afternoon. Since the day that we became aware of the deaths of both Jamel Moore and Timothy Dean, we have been working to establish the facts surrounding the incidents that we could support with evidence. Recently, a third victim was identified and interviewed, which confirmed the threat that Ed Buck continued to pose to the community. As with all cases, it is not what we believe, it is what we can prove in a court of law, which leads us to bring charges against the offender. Today, we are able to say that our investigation has resulted in the filing of charges against Ed Buck, another step in obtaining justice for all who were victimized by his acts. We are grateful to both the District Attorney's Office and the United States Attorney's Office for their partnerships in this investigation. Each has played a vital role. It's very important to recognize the efforts of the homicide investigators and task force officers who worked tirelessly to bring this case to justice and to protect the citizens of our community. And I also want to do a shout out to the West Hollywood deputies who handled that call this last week, and their alert actions from that 911 call kind of put the ball in motion that got us to where we are at today. So thank you, and I want to introduce Bill Bodner, Special Agent in charge of the DEA.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon, everyone. In my position, I'm unfortunately reminded of the number 70,000 on at least a weekly basis. 70,000 Americans will die this year from a drug overdose. What I don't hear frequently enough is the reminder that each one of these 70,000 Americans has a name, has a mother and a father, and had a life. As a community, we need to come together and dismiss the false premise that drug trafficking is a victimless crime. It is not. There are victims every day, and they span every demographic of our community. A year and a half ago, DEA Los Angeles stood up an overdose death response program to target those who sell or furnish drugs resulting in death. This HIDTA-funded team has received significant resources and support from Nick Hanna and the United States Attorney's Office, as well as several state and local partners, to include Sheriff Villanueva and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We are proud the Sheriff's Department sought our assistance with this investigation. We are proud to act as the conduit to bring this investigation for federal prosecution. And most importantly, we are proud to continue being the voice seeking justice for the victims of drug trafficking who lost their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take questions on this case. Yes. We believe there was a reluctance of witnesses to come forward. The people who came forward didn't necessarily have firsthand information. In our justice system, we need witnesses who can come forward, be cross-examined, and of course, we have to be able to corroborate their testimony. We, in the LA County District Attorney's Office, did several appeals for people to come forward. We offered immunity to folks. And this latest victim was one of a few who we knew that had admissible evidence that we could use. There was out in the community, I think, a misperception that folks had come forward and witnessed this, and we traced down every single lead from our standpoint. And it wasn't until this latest victim came forward, who really is a hero, that we were able to make the case. We needed someone live, willing to come to court, willing to be cross-examined, and say what happened in order to establish a case in state court. We interviewed every person who was brought before us. And oftentimes, when we called some of the people that the activists wanted us to call, they didn't talk to us. They lawyered up. We spoke with every single person and made a very valiant attempt to speak with every single person who said they had witnessed something. And oftentimes, those people had heard things, but they weren't actually a witness to it.
Can I ask you, so the federal trial, that's what the federal prosecution will come first. Would there be a state's trial, or is that up in the air depending on what the results will be in the federal trial?
Our plan is to leave the state charges in place until we see the result of the federal charges.
But you could, if you wanted to, after a federal trial, decide to prosecute him in the state?
Yes.
Why not try to get him on a controlled buy or some other narcotics charge that has nothing to do with the deaths, just to get him off the street sooner?
Well, without compromising anything that's been done out there, I believe all avenues were tried. And I'm sorry, I believe all avenues were tried, and this victim who came forward was the break we needed.
What are the differences between the federal statutes and the state that allowed for what seems to be more far-reaching charges against them?
Okay, I will let Mr. Hanna answer that.
Thank you. Under federal law, we have a statute that provides that that relates to drug trafficking, drug distribution, but it also provides a penalty enhancement if the drug distribution results in a death. So in this case, we believe we can prove a drug distribution with respect to Mr. Moore that resulted in his death, and that would carry with it a 20-year mandatory minimum sentence. I don't believe there's a similar provision under state law.
There's not enough evidence to charge him with the second man who found dead in the apartment.
All I'm willing to say at this point is that the one charge we have filed today or yesterday relates to the death of Mr. Moore. The investigation is ongoing, and we'll see where the evidence takes us.
At what point did the federal government get involved in this case?
we have been investigating this case since approximately June. This June.
Were you invited in by District Attorney Lacey or the Sheriff's Department?
The case came to us through the joint task force.
The other accusation, again, fair or unfair, I'll just fill the question out. Mr. Buck is well known in the Democratic circles. He's donated money. How much, we don't know. Did he have clout that prevented people from going after him harder than what you did?
No, he did not. No one on the team knew Mr. Buck, and if you know anything about our office, we were not at all moved by his reputation. We investigated his case the same as we did everyone else. But it's also a good opportunity to let you know that with regard to the victims, Mr. Dean and Mr. Moore, we took their cases very, very seriously. And did everything we possibly could, and will continue to do everything we possibly could to bring to bring justice to those families. So it had no impact on us. We kept working as hard as we could.
You said that the last overdose last week was the breaking needle. The U.S. Attorney also said that there were other overdoses, in fact 2 others, that preceded that. Why wouldn't they trigger charges? Why wouldn't they be the breaking needle of the witness?
Right. With regard to what the evidence is for the U.S. Attorney, that may have been different from what we had. We did not have other victims who were willing to talk to the prosecutors and tell us what happened or tell us that they were injected by Mr. Buck.
Maybe you can answer that question. If there is indeed a series of 10 victims, 2 of them, all of them alive, 2 of them overdoses, what made those different from the one last week that triggered these charges?
All I can say is we look at the totality of the evidence. We began working on this investigation in June. We were able to identify witnesses through the investigation of the Sheriff's Department. Based on the evidence that we had, we were able to establish the federal crime that we charged. And that's all I can say based on what's in the 4 corners of the complaint at this time. Thank you.
Those other 2 that you mentioned?
Well, the overdose, the Jamel Moore was the first death. Then there was victim 1, second overdose death. And then there were other witnesses that were developed in the course of the investigation who identified that they had been injected. And then there was the overdose that occurred in September.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the good news. It is at least decreasing in other areas, but we still have a flood emergency. In fact, we may even see a little more rain tonight. As Lindner just mentioned, he said we may see another inch or inch and a half tonight, but it should not create many more additional problems. However, still an emergency, as we've seen from some of these live pictures from I-45, I-10, all over the area up in Kingwood, that there is still significant flooding.
And it's not just on the highways, a lot of surface streets also dealing with ponding, and those that have started to clear out where the rain has stopped, you're also seeing stalled vehicles that have been left in the middle of roadways. People who had to abandon their vehicles because of the rising waters earlier in the day, those vehicles are now a hazard for those who are trying to commute home. So please be aware of that. For anyone who needs to drive or is moving around through these areas, please be very careful and aware. Watch the vehicles around you. Take it slow so that you're not dealing with any more complications than you have to in terms of surprises on the roadways.
You're looking at one of the pictures here, TransStar zooming in, seeing some of the debris and some of the water, as well as some of the vehicles that are just stuck there. Again, this is widespread, as Caitlin was alluding to. We have people who have reported some of the high water locations all across Kingwood. Of course, they know all too well about what flooding can do as they were one of the hard-hit areas during Harvey. Spring, Independence Heights, where we saw Isaiah Carey not too long ago during some of those high water rescues. Spring Branch, Westbury, and of course along the interstates, all inundated with water that in some cases has yet to recede.
And that peek at the debris there is such an important reminder not to drive through moving water, because moving water can mask debris. It can mask holes in the ground. If a manhole cover got lifted, Jonathan, on my way over here, it took me quite a while to get to the station because of the conditions on the road. But so many of the culvert covers that people have to cover up the gutters had been lifted and moved because of the water that had risen so quickly. So you're seeing those in different places. They could be covered with water. Please be very careful. I saw a lot of vehicles that had their rear tires up in the air because they didn't see the culvert in front of them. They didn't see a gutter and they ended up tipping into it through the water. So please be very careful. I mean, you look here, that's 45 North. You're just looking at cars just stranded and covered in water still as rescues are underway. And then you're looking live here so you can see even where the rain has stopped. You can see from the water surface it's not raining there, but you still see a lot of water that needs to go.
All right, let's check back in with Transtar. The fire marshal is speaking right now.
During these rescues, which we would expect. But as far as any major concerns or anything that's been required major transport, we have not heard of anything. Now, again, I just want to make sure we're clear. We are talking about the unincorporated area of Harris County. So I don't want to speak for the city of Houston. You know, there may be some things that have come in with the city of Houston.
And is there an updated number on rescues and evacuations?
Those are the numbers remained about the same. We talked earlier, 1,200, 1,500. And again, those numbers, as they're drifting in, we still have people out making rescues. So we know it's going to take a while to get that in. What I will say is I want to thank residents because we're asking people, if you're in a safe location, to stay, and we believe we're seeing that occur. Our biggest concern is if you know your area is going to flood, or if it's already flooded, or if you are afraid you're not going to be able to get home, stay where you're at. Our biggest concern is to keep vehicles off the roadways so that first responders can continue being able to move through the passageways. We've had some areas where the vehicles were lined up, and even trying to maneuver our boats through there has been difficult. So please continue to adhere to that. Thank you.
You said the best advice is for people to stay home and not be on the roadways, but how will rescue efforts change or be adjusted throughout the evening? With all things considered, because the water is there and there's debris?
So great question. You ask how will our efforts change throughout the night as we go into the nighttime. We've been having planning meetings. Again, we continue to have that communication with our local partners, response partners. We will continue the rescues. What I will say is that. Now, will there be some areas that we have to pull back because some boats don't have the specific lights on them, or again, we want to be careful not running into certain things. So what we're doing now is, again, we're putting out the messaging. We've got various responders driving through neighborhoods, making sure everything's safe, making sure it's cleared out. So our response will continue, but as you know, many of those responses may change at night to a more critical need. So again, we want to reiterate there's a difference between rescue and evacuation. So evacuation is, hey, we just need to get you out of here because the water is rising. So we've been trying to adhere to that early on in this afternoon when it's daylight, during the daytime hours, and getting the messages out to those areas.
Anything else? ¿Algo más?
Jeff had mentioned water overtaking I-10, I-35 moving downtown. Maybe the textile of that could just run through some of the major highway closures.
Sure. Go ahead, Danny.
Currently, we have about 93 closures. That's throughout the Houston district. Right now, 45. There at North Main, we have some issues. 69 East Tech, it's at 610. We also have some major issues, mostly in the north part of our district and also near the downtown area. So we're asking folks just to stay off the road right now. All the roads, we're seeing that they're all jammed. And folks are trying to get on the road, and they're really jammed right now. There's a lot of traffic, and most of the roads, most of our roads, there's some high water on the frontage roads or on the main lanes.
And those 93 closures, are those all on the highways?
Those are all state roads. Included in that are going to be the exit ramps, entrance ramps, and the frontage roads in addition to the main lanes.
I just wanted to ask about the dams again, but there's been no changes in your plans as far as any.
No, to be clear, there's no planned releases of the Addicks and Barker reservoirs or Lake Conroe. We're not seeing that or predicting that at all. So to conclude, we need folks to stay off the road. If you're uncomfortable at work or somewhere else where you were stuck, you'll be a lot more uncomfortable on the side of the road. It's very dangerous, and as it gets dark, it'll be harder for folks to get to you. So we know, everybody knows to do that, to stay off the roads. Folks have been heeding that advice. As the chief said, the fire marshal, we have been able to see the results of folks following that advice by having fewer rescues than we could have expected, and so we need folks to continue to help us with that. But we will be watching out for you. We're ready to respond and to help out. Folks have a full team here activated at level 1. All the partners are working. We're in constant communication with the state and with our partners, and we're ready to be there for the community. Thank you so much.
All right, once again, you're getting an update from Harris County officials. Judge Lena Hidalgo joined there by the fire marshal and also Jeff Lidner, the meteorologist for Harris County. Just reiterating what we've heard over and over, stay off of the roads, and you perhaps don't need any other reminder if you're looking here to the right of your screen, if you're looking at what is going on right now at I-45. This picture has looked the exact same for a couple hours. No one is going anywhere. The water doesn't seem to be going down, and certainly no cars are moving.
That's right, and they continue to emphasize the big message for this evening, which is wherever you are right now, you need to stay where you are. The road conditions are dangerous. There are a lot of paths that are not open because of flooding. You need to be very careful and stay where you are. If you are not comfortable where you are, if you are in danger, you should call 311 or 911 to try to get some help. It's better than trying to venture out. It's very difficult to know where you're going. We talked about and just showed you some of the people who got stranded, and they tried to pass through some of these waterways.
Yeah, let's check in right now with our Greg Rugen. He is live on I-45 right near Cross Timbers. So Greg, I know you found a lot of stranded drivers out there.
That's right. After hours of downpour, we are still stranded here at I-45 and Cross Timbers. But as you can see, we've got plenty of storm-rattled Houstonians for company. On the near north side, not far from downtown, the deluge piled up quick and deep. Along I-45, some stalled in the rising water. Others wisely sought the safety of drier, higher ground, exercising restraint.
My plan is to sit until it's safe to go home. If not home, somewhere around here, wait it out.
You said this is more water than you saw during Harvey?
Yes, this last of a time, yes. I don't remember this being this bad, this quick.
At the Cross Timbers underpass, hours of pounding rain rendered the road all but impassable. More than a few braved chest-high water on foot as traffic above on 45 ground to a near standstill and stayed that way. Why did you come here? Why did you have to walk here?
I had to get to CVS to pick up some money in order to stay at a hotel where there's a bunch of people stranded at right now. And they're hungry, so I need to make sure we all eat.
What's it like walking through that water?
I don't know how to swim, man. I'm very scared. Like, I almost passed out. I'm glad the Lord was with me because I don't know how to swim. I can't believe I'm doing this because for my life, man. I'm trying to get home. I'm really scared.
The recurring theme today, this felt a lot like Harvey, and that is not a very good memory. John, Caitlin?
Wow, what that last gentleman just said, like doing this for his life, and I think that's what a lot of people are doing. In some cases, they just have to get out of where they are.
Yeah, and you have to remember, too, even if your vehicle can make it through waterways, you're creating wake that can compromise other vehicles, smaller vehicles, and you're putting someone else in a position they don't want to be in. So be very careful. If you have someone who's on the roadway, remind them to stay under 5 miles per hour to avoid creating a wake. And you shouldn't be entering any water that goes above the center of your tire, which I know is hard to tell when you are in your vehicle, but it basically means if you can't see the bottom, you shouldn't be going through it all.
Greg, I want to go back to you if you're still standing by. I know we saw a lot of those drivers, including the young man you saw, the gentleman there who's walking through the water for his safety. Are you still seeing that go on? I assume that the water, from what we've seen in our vantage point, still relatively high.
Absolutely. Ray Williams, our chief photographer, is going to walk over here with me. As you can see, he's going to pan down, and you can see some of that wake you're talking about. We just had a few vehicles pop through here, and he can pan over here. We see a whole family walking over there. He's going to have to zoom in. That's probably not a very safe idea, but What else can they do? We've got a father who's picking up 2 kids, and they're walking under the underpass in about knee-deep water. We've been seeing a lot of folks do the same thing, coming in 1s and 2s from the other side of I-45. Some are just trying to get to this CVS to buy a little bit of food or to get some cash. But right now, as you can see, on I-45, on the side of I-45, thousands of Houstonians are literally stranded until this water goes down. John, Caitlin?
All right, Greg. Greg, before you go, lastly, I want to ask you, have you seen any emergency vehicles out there? I know it's hard for them to get out there because I-45 is shut down. Have they been able to get to any of those people who need help?
Jonathan, I think you just asked me about emergency vehicles. We have seen several Houston Fire Department vehicles move through this intersection. We've seen some other first responders move through. Where they are going, whether they're staying in the area or not, I do not know. I think Ray is picking up on a truck on the other side of I-45. That looks to be a high water vehicle with Houston Fire Department. They may be gathering folks over there to take them to higher ground, or maybe just to check and see that everybody's okay. But the answer to your question is yes. We have seen first responders moving through here on various assignments. Everybody here is safe. They're just stranded. And that's the issue. We're waiting for this water to go down at Cross Timbers and I-45, hoping that, once it does, we can start moving vehicles, at least making our way towards our next assignment or back to the station, and a lot of these good folks can get home. John, Caitlin?
All right, Greg, thank you so much. Let's get over to our Dr. Jim to get another look at where things are moving now as we prepare for so many people to try to get home. You see those families with their kids trying to get somewhere safe.
Patience is going to be key. Just don't be in a hurry now because it's going to take a while. Let's take a look now. We have flash flood warnings or aerial flood warnings all over from southwest of Houston all the way into Louisiana. Now, for our local area, the flash flood warning that lasts the longest is down here from Rosenberg, League City, Lake Jackson, Bay City, El Campo. So Brazoria, a little bit of Fort Bend County, down towards Galveston County to the south. That is in effect until 6:15. So right now it's 4:30, and this flood warning goes until 6:15. So there's a space of time. We may have more warnings still. I just wanted to give you an idea of where we're at. And then also the flash flood watch has been extended until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. It was going to end at 7 o'clock tonight. Not a big surprise that it has to go all the way to 7 a.m. Now, people have been asking me a lot, is this Imelda? Is this Tropical Storm Imelda? And the answer is yes, and the answer is also no. All right, I want to show you what's happening so you can get a better idea. So the circulation, what was Imelda, which is now a remnant low, is up here to the north, and it's just kind of spinning up here. Okay, so it's not right on top of us, but here's what it's doing. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, in the mid levels of the atmosphere, it's pulling around this instability, which is why we have part of the storms are heading to the south and to the east. But if you've also noticed, and I'll put this into motion in a second, our southern areas are actually going from the southwest, moving to the northeast. So we've got these two things that are actually coming together. So part of this is it's due to what's happening from Imelda, but also the humidity, that moisture that was in place. Well, it's still here, and it's just running into those two mid-level winds are running into each other and turning into all this big rain. So that's why the biggest rain right now is down here to the south, because that impulse that started way up there to the north, has been slowly coming south all day, is now down from Needville, Sweeney, Lake Jackson, Texas City, and Galveston. As we come over here to the west, the back end, the side end of this stretches back to El Campo, Columbus, and then you see a little bit more back here. Now, why is that happening? Because that circulation I was showing you is still spinning. It's still spinning up there to the north, and so that instability is still wrapping around it. But notice something very different, okay? You see what this is, how big this is. You see how small that is there? This is running into areas where it's been raining a lot, and so it doesn't have as much moisture to work with way up here as opposed to what's happening down here, because it's a charged atmosphere down here to the south. So that's why they extended the watch. That's why, and in fact, Jeff Linder was even talking about this a second ago. We expect to see some more showers this evening, but we're not too worried about them because they're just not going to be as big. There just isn't as much potential moisture ahead of them. Now let's talk about rainfall totals. This is a historic event, obviously, and we obviously can't show everybody's totals, but I just had to pick out some of these, and this is from official totals that are coming in now. The preliminary, 21 inches of rain at the East Fork of the San Jacinto River at FM 1485, 20.88 inches of rain at Peach Creek, 15 inches of rain at Luce Bayou, 14.5 in Cleveland, 12 inches in Conroe, 11 in Humboldt, 10 in Anahuac, 8 at the Fred Hartman Bridge. So that gives you an idea. Now notice today, most of our higher rainfall totals have been a little bit more north. Yesterday they were down south. Why I'm worried about our southern areas tonight is that they're actually getting even more and more rainfall on top of what they had. Now here's another reason why we're going to see some possible more showers. Now you can see a definite line, right, where there's a difference between the big rain and then not much happening. And then you see what's building behind here. So from Austin to south of Bryan, again, our low pressure is right up here. It's just circulating around. It just won't be as strong as this huge amount of moisture that's here. And I mean, you've been outside, you know how humid it is. I mean, it just slaps you in the face. It's so humid. That is moisture content for the future rain. Now let's talk about future rainfall. Okay, this is a HAR, which has actually done a really good job of forecasting the rain over the last couple of days. It forecasted all this 15 to 20 inches that we had to the northeast today. This is from now through Saturday. So really, it's tonight. Okay, really what we're looking at rainfall totals tonight. 1 inch, maybe 2 inches. And in fact, the more I look at it, the less rain it shows. And so it's actually trending drier than wetter, which is what we want to have. We don't want any more rain, but I also want you to be prepared if we do see anything like this. So here's a look at our futurecast to kind of give you an idea of what we're going to think with the rainfall is the timing. So 5 o'clock tonight, there's still a few showers out there. Here's that another line up there to the north. And so all of the models are kind of seeing some type of line coming through. They just maybe put it in a little different spot. Some make it a little harder than others. But all of them pretty much show it doesn't last very long because it just doesn't have the energy as I was telling you about. Now, early Friday morning, when we get back to our normal wind coming off the Gulf of Mexico, we are going to see some more showers. But take a look at these showers. They're not the same kind of showers we have right now. There's a little bit of red, there's no purple, there's no 4 or 5 inches per hour rainfall totals here. This is just because the humidity is still in place and a little bit of daytime heating, and that's what we're going to get. But now this is also really important. Okay, watch what happens after this. Nothing. All right, it goes away. So we will see some showers tomorrow, not a big deal. And through the weekend, we'll see a pop-up shower here or there, but nothing like what we're having because as the remnants, what's left over of Imelda continues to pull away, it'll have less and less influence on us, and we'll get back to our normal flow, which is warm and humid for this time of year. I've been talking about it all day, and I really do think it's important. If you have our weather app and you want to see what's going to be happening with the rain over the next several hours, you download the app, it's free to download, and you can actually put the future radar on there and watch what's going to happen. And then, of course, you can share your pictures, you can get information. Friends and family anywhere in the country can also track the weather that we're looking at here. I do want to say one last thing before I toss it back to the anchors. Every time when we have a storm like this, all right, there's a few things that I want you to always remember. First of all, remain calm. There are people tonight who have not had flooding who will possibly have flooding from the bayous or the rivers because they're going to continue to rise this evening after the rain has been falling. So be calm and be alert because for some of us it's going to be changing. Our weather conditions might be better because it's not raining, but the bayous and the rivers and the creeks, which will be flooding afterwards, could. So be alert to those changing conditions. And number 3, be wise. If you are alert and you're calm, you're going to make better decisions no matter what you're doing so you don't put yourself or your family at risk. And we'll all get through this and we'll get back to our normal looking down the road to a better fall-like forecast, which we'll be talking about over the next couple of weeks. We'll send it back to the anchors.
All right, good to remember, Jim. Thank you.
All right, our Donnelly Keith is joining us in Liberty County. Right now, she is at Main Street and Grand Avenue. Liberty County's been hit really hard, so let's go check in on Donnelly and see how things are doing.
Yeah, they've been hit extremely hard, and what a difference a few minutes can make. Main Street right here in Liberty has been shut down all day for hours. It's now reopened. That's because the flooding was horrible here on Main Street. Now this truck is driving by with no problem. There's still just a little bit of water here in this parking lot, but John, if you pan back over here,
When we were standing right here, the water was knee deep above my rain boots just probably about 20 minutes ago. The flooding was so bad it came into this furniture store. It's called Dream Furniture here. And Lali Garcia, you guys, your whole family is here now cleaning up. The water, you guys were wading in water just a few minutes ago. And first of all, let me tell you a little bit about this store. Your mom, Sandra, worked here at the furniture store for 16 years, and she actually bought the store 2 years ago. Yes. I love that story.
Yeah, actually, her old boss, Tina, she owned this whole building, and they started to retire like 4 years ago. And after they retired, my mom decided to open the store, and should be 3 years next month. Mm-hmm. But since Harvey came by, it survived Harvey. But like this store, this right now, it was totally flooded. Yeah,
completely. And John, if we could pan around and see them cleaning up here. I spoke with your mom, Sandra, and she is frantically trying to get things cleaned up. She says she's so afraid that she's going to lose the furniture here, because she said that the water was just completely full, and she thinks she may have to lose 80% of the inventory.
Oh yes, 80%. We rushed here like at 7:30 in the morning. We were ankle deep in the store
and knee deep right outside.
Yeah, it was it was like halfway through my thigh.
Almost to your hips as you walked.
Yeah, almost to my hips. Yeah, but it went down a lot. But yeah, we try to save everything that we could. Yeah, but most of it is not going to be able to be saved.
Oh, and you've grown up here. How sad is this for you?
Oh, it's very depressing. I woke up in the morning and my mom's like, we have to go to the store. And on our way here, the whole town is for us to get here because of the roads being closed and like them trying to make sure people are okay and evacuating people. Mm-hmm. You would see trucks going by with people on them, like just trying to get them safe.
And I know you guys are trying to save things here. So thank you so much for taking a few minutes to chat with us. Good luck and God bless you guys. Thank you so much. So we're here in Liberty where the rain seems to be slowing, and that's giving the water a chance to drain. So fortunately, Main Street, which was completely underwater just a matter of minutes ago, is now draining. We're live in Liberty County. I'm Damalie Keith, Fox 26 News.
All right, Damalie, thank you for that. Our heart goes out to her and her family, because that just happened so fast and so many people's lives and livelihood affected just so quickly today.
Hey, you're looking live right now at I-45 North at Shepherd. You can see traffic is moving, roads still slick, but this is where our Ruben Dominguez has been for a while now this afternoon. Let's go to him live to get a check of how people are doing there. Are conditions improving there, Ruben?
Yes, guys, I have a little bit of good news. Take a look at all of this debris, all of this water that was on the freeway, and you can tell when it receded, left all of this debris here. That water right there has been going down since we've been here. It's probably dropped a couple of inches, which is good news. The bad news, you still have vehicles stuck. You still have traffic backing up because, remember, as we've been telling you, the real trouble is happening on the feeder streets. So these guys are going to try to get through, and the situation is some of the smaller cars will stop. The bigger trucks will push by. That wave of water will just, push across on both sides. There was a gentleman in this silver car here earlier when we pulled up. He had to abandon his vehicle, actually walked away with the cane, needed a cane to walk. But the water is going down a little bit, guys. That's a little bit of good news. Let's look at the exit over here, because the situation, cars are turning around. You can see them coming back. That's very dangerous, making their way back here. We saw an emergency vehicle, an ambulance that couldn't get through a minute ago because of these folks trying to making these illegal turns here. As you work your way down to the Shepherd Drive exit on the freeway there, you can see traffic is way backed up, because if you were to go straight a couple of more exits, would take you all the way down to Cavalcade. That's where our Greg Grugan has been stranded. You've seen his live reports. So even though we're getting a little bit of a break from the water, from the rain, the water is receding just a little bit. There's still a lot of these dangerous spots all around Houston. Again, right here at this turnaround, we've seen folks, probably 50 cars now, try to make it down that feeder. get probably down to that light and turn around. So whatever's going on under that other overpass, or underpass rather, is probably high water. So again, the motorists who are kind of braving the roads right now, they're in for a challenging drive, whether they're trying to get home or they're trying to reach other destinations. But again, little bit of this water has receded since we've been here, probably 4 or 5 inches, because it was all the way past me, and it was up on this on the grass as well. So we have seen the water go down. That is that's a little bit of an encouraging sign. But again, we've passed, so many vehicles that have just been abandoned, both on the freeway, vehicles that affected by the water. So it's been a bad day on the roadways for Houston, as you know. But again, folks keep trying to double back on this on-ramp. They keep trying to go down and then have to come back in the opposite direction of traffic, which is always very, very, very dangerous to do. So good thing is we haven't seen any accidents. We haven't seen anyone hurt out here. So that's a little bit of a silver lining in what otherwise has been a very challenging day, dealing with all the weather, all the rain, and all the flooding. And as Dr. Jim has been telling you, and our Fox weather team has been telling you, we're not out of the weeds yet, guys, even if the rain does let up just a little bit. So, again, we're at 45 north. We've been making our way probably it took us 2 hours to get this far down from Conroe. Heavy traffic, stalled vehicles on the freeway, water that's luckily receding. So just everything we can get hit with, we've been hit with. Again, motorists are being able to get through here on this feeder, so that's kind of some good news. But, if the rain fires up again and we get another band of showers, heavy showers, that water could rise very quickly, and that's the dangerous thing. We've seen it happen just being out on the roads today, where we'll pull over, we'll try to go live, it doesn't look too bad, and then all of a sudden the rain starts back up and here comes the water, guys. So it's definitely been a challenging day out here. And again, I just want to point out that even though this is receding, that water's still pretty high, just just 100 yards down from where we are. And that guy's going way too fast. That's not a good idea. That is definitely not a good idea. So you've got to be patient. You've got to drive as carefully as possible. You have to be conscious of the other motorists out there because, it's not just you out here on the roads. We're trying to keep as many people safe and as many people out of trouble as we can. I see a wrecker pulling up here, talking to a motorist, probably someone that had to abandon their vehicle. They're going to try to get some help, hopefully, here soon. We've seen a lot of people soaking wet on foot that have probably had to abandon their vehicles as well, like this gentleman. So, yeah, not a pretty picture out here. Things are getting a little bit better, guys, but really, we've still got a long way to go. We're going to try to make it into town from here, but the traffic looks like it's building up pretty steadily as you approach closer to downtown. All right, guys, 45 near the Shepherd exit. I'm going to kick it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ruben Dominguez, thank you for your reporting today. Yeah, Ruben mentioned trying to get back from where he is. 45 still a mess. So while it is receding where you are, Ruben, we hope you guys will stay put for at least a little bit. Thank you so much.
And that's a big warning for anyone else who's trying to get somewhere. If you've been staying put all day, which you were supposed to do, as tempting as it might be, if it looks okay where you are, you need to stay where you are for a little while longer so things can recede. We still have a lot of spots that are problematic and you might be stuck.
No, we do have this video right now. This is a pretty amazing rescue that we saw on I-45. This is right near Maine. You can see there a ladder being lowered from a bridge onto a big rig. That's where there were some stranded drivers. They were standing on that little area there trying to get out of the water. This is, again, a big rig that they are standing on top of. We got this video from JC Meneses. He posted this video. The good news is that he tells us that everyone was rescued and everyone is now safe, but this is just yet another example of the types of rescues that we are seeing today, people doing what they need to do or what they can do to get to safety.
We've also seen some animal rescues happening today. We have a lot of livestock in the greater Houston area, and this is Cypress Trail Equestrian Center right along Cypress Creek. You see all those horses there that they're rescuing, having to escort the horses out. You can imagine how spooked they are. Good thing is horses like to swim, though perhaps not in these conditions. So a lot of livestock rescues underway. I saw some pictures coming out of the Beaumont area where there's just cattle on highways. Livestock might be where you're not expecting them. So another reminder, particularly for those of you in rural areas.
We also have seen some high water rescues in Fannett. This is between Beaumont and Winnie. Look at all that water. One of our Fox 4 reporters from our sister stations out in that area, Angel San Juan, he's been along I-69 between Mid-County and Beaumont, giving us a look tonight at what's happening in that area.
Hi everyone, I'm Angel San Juan coming to you live on Facebook Live with Chief Photographer Justin DeYoung. In fact, we've been pretty much confined to Mid-County as this Imelda storm affects all of us with flooding. And right now it's a pretty crucial highway right near Highway 69, which connects Mid-South County with Beaumont, and a lot of folks in Mid and South County can't get to Beaumont, vice versa, and as you can see why. Right now we are here, and actually parts of the highway are blocked to traffic, and here this part's open, but as you can see, folks have to stop because they can't go any further because there is water over the highway. And in fact, we've seen some people that have tried and we just see them loop around. So you have to be very careful because in the northbound lanes, there's people going southbound sometimes just to turn around. Others have just parked because they can't go anywhere, because look at the shoulder, and that is the problem. It is these these feeder roads that have become flooded, and they're just very hard in parts. If you look in the distance, there is a truck there that got stranded. So, and there were many more cars from what I understand earlier, people that were surprised by it and just got stranded as they attempted to get onto Highway 69. So there's a truck down there that's stranded, and this is just near the Nederland area of Highway 69, and we are in the northbound lanes. And as you can see, there are lights, emergency lights over there, and that's because a lot of this stretch is blocked off. But you can also see folks have turned around. You see some folks who couldn't make it. They were heading northbound on 69. Obviously, because of water on the highway, they could not make it. So now they have turned around and are heading southbound in the northbound lane. So obviously that is very unsafe and very concerning. So if you don't have to be here, go out, definitely do not stay home because it is still dangerous out there. We have, how you doing, sir? Did you trying to get through? Okay. I was gonna see if y'all knew. We know I think it's shut down in part. So, and that's what a lot of folks are just learning this. So it becomes a problem. They get stranded, and obviously we want folks to be safe. We have some folks over there, as you can see, they got stranded and are just getting water out of their boots. It's really been a mess here in Mid-County, and that's the toughest stuff. It's hard to access other parts of our own region. So, and I did get off the phone just a little while ago with the interim city manager, Ron Burton, in Port Arthur. He says the situation there is pretty much under control, not a lot of major flooding, but he emphasized if there's anyone that fears water is going to get in their home and they feel unsafe in Port Arthur, to call 911. They have city workers there to take them to a shelter. That's what I'm talking about northbound traffic going southbound in the northbound lane. So there you go. Look at these turns. That's how scary it can get. All these folks, they know they can't go any further if they're heading northbound towards Beaumont. So they turn around here in what is the northbound lane and they head southbound. But again, just for those folks in Port Arthur, the interim city manager, Ron Burton, says that if you feel that water's going into your home, you want to get out, call 911 and they will send someone to take you to a shelter. Well, again, be safe. This is Highway 69. Parts of it shut down. So if you're heading to Beaumont or vice versa, it's practically very hard to do right now. We are live, Facebook living, Angel San Juan for KFDM and Fox 4, along with Chief Photographer Justin DeYoung. Be safe.
This is not too far from there either. This is in Nederland, street flooding southeast of Beaumont. So you can see they still have a lot of water that needs to go away. And that water, as you see from the wake of vehicles, can easily get pushed up into buildings like the one you see there. Please remember that as you are out, or if you have someone out on the roadways, though, the ask here in the Harris County area and from the city of Houston is that you not be out on the roads tonight unless you have to be, to stay where you are as long as you can so the water can recede.
Let's now get a look inside. This is the Elegante Hotel in Beaumont, and you can see, look, guests are just waiting around. You'll see one person here just walking through the water, taking this video. The water about ankle deep, we saw. So obviously an emergency there. A lot of people, like the business we saw there where Domley was, people really having to just clean up their businesses unexpectedly today. Many cases probably shut down for a couple days.
I saw a lot of people whose homes looked like they were flooding who didn't during Harvey. This truly has been a challenge today.
And welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us all afternoon. We are covering this historic flooding event yet again too soon. Roadways all across Houston are flooded. Cars we've seen stalled on freeways. Thanks for being with us here at 5 o'clock. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Caitlin Monty. So here is what we know so far. There has been one storm-related death confirmed in Jefferson County. It was a man who was trying to rescue his horse and ended up getting electrocuted and drowned. There have been over 1,000 high water rescues in Harris County alone. Metro has suspended all bus and rail service because of the flooding, and they said they won't restart that service until conditions improve and haven't said when that would be. So we're still waiting for that update. And all HOV lanes are currently closed. The flash flood emergency will continue through tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning.
And we do have team coverage tonight as your Gulf Coast Weather Authority. So we're going to start with Isaiah Carey. Isaiah, I know you've been out and about today. You are now at the Studemont area where those water rescues are continuing. Isaiah?
Absolutely, Jonathan. We're here with the Harris County Precinct 1 Constable's Office, and as you can see, they have their equipment they need for high water rescues. They have been doing them all day. They've rescued about 25 to 30 people from the Independence Heights area all the way to Studewood and I-10 under the Katy Freeway, where the guys tried to pull a car from under that was submerged in the water. We're going to show you some of the video of their rescue effort here throughout the afternoon. Of course, we want to bring in Precinct 1 Constable Alan Rosen. Your guys have been working. We witness it. Those are some true heroes, those deputies with the high water rescues.
Absolutely. I'm so proud of my team. I'm so proud of the work they do, and all first responders. We're so thankful we have the people that'll go out during these times and try to save lives. And we participated in a lot of rescues today. That was just that one vehicle that rescued about 30 people today. And so we're out here, we're doing our job, what we do every day.
At some point, you had about a dozen or so people in the back of this truck, which is the constable's military transport truck that he uses for high water rescue. You had about a dozen people. You dropped them off, not just anywhere, but at their homes. Yeah. So, I mean, your guys have been working just around the clock and going above and beyond.
They have, and that's why I'm so proud of the work that they've done. I mean, as I've mentioned so many times today, that's our mission, is to save lives, and along with other first responders, and that's exactly what we did. There were some people that were in bad distress today. They were handicapped. They had other medical conditions. They had children. The person that we tried to rescue at I-10 and Taylor, we don't know if someone passed away, unfortunately, there yet.
That was a vehicle that was submerged under the water near the Katy Freeway, and we were live for that earlier today.
Yes, and so we're just prayerful that there is nobody in that vehicle, but kudos to my folks that went into that water, that dove down and actually tried to feel around for the vehicle. Those are the heroes, everyday heroes, that sometimes are overlooked. And so thank you.
All right, Constable Rosen and Anthony, if we can get a shot of some of those heroes. They're here in their staging area. Many of them are taking a break right now, and they have been working around the clock to rescue people from high water, from vehicles, from homes, and they need a break right now, and then they'll get back to it at some point this afternoon or this evening. Once again, this is a Harris County Precinct 1 Constable's office led by Alan Rosen, and of course they said they will get back out there, and if they need any more to provide any more assistance for anyone out there, call 911. If they're in the area, they will respond. But so far they have rescued about 30 people today from vehicles, from homes, and just trapped around the city of Houston. For your Gulf Coast Weather Authority, Isaiah Carey, Fox 26 News.
All right, Isaiah, thank you so much, and good to see the constable and all those people out there doing what they do, and they've been doing this all day, in fact.
Let's go to our Dr. Jim to take a look at where the warnings currently stand. Hey, Jim.
Yes, we just got a new flash flood warning, and it's for Brazoria County. So all the new warnings now are coming in from the southern areas as the storms have been pushing down to the south. This current warning goes until 7 o'clock, and it's all this area around Angleton from Lake Jackson right up to almost to Galveston. So it's just in the southern parts of Brazoria County moving towards the coast. And this is not good news, but what's good about this is the fact that this is all now pushing out towards the Gulf of Mexico. The sooner it gets out there, the better for us. Keep in mind, the flash flood watch has been extended until 7 a.m. Friday morning. Now, I want to show you this again because everyone keeps asking about, is this Imelda? And the answer is kind of yes and kind of no. Imelda's up here to the north now. What's left of it, it's the remnant low, but the influence of the storm is still going on. And because the air around it is circulating in a counterclockwise fashion, that's pulling in that northern part. So today we've had the showers going from the northern part of our area down to the south, kind of almost southeasterly. Well, in the south, in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, we have another wind that's bringing in more instability as well as more moisture that's running into that to the south. And so it's kind of this conveyor belt. These two things are working together, just pumping in extra moisture, extra instability, which is why it just keeps raining and raining and raining. But that impulse is now pushing a little bit more to the south and to the east. As you can see this, I mean, it's just crawling. Watch from Sugar Land to Manville to League City. It's starting to improve as it pushes out towards the coast. But from Lake Jackson, Freeport, up the coast here, that's where the heaviest rainfall is, where we've already had a bunch of rain the last 2 days. And that's why the flood warnings are in effect for them. I am also watching out here to the back. Now, this back part, as this instability comes into our southeast Texas area, it's running into air that's already been raining for a long time. And so it doesn't have as much fuel to work with. Now, there's still enough instability, there's still enough moisture to produce some showers. They're just not as big, they don't last as long, and that's what we're looking to have happen later on tonight. So the circulation continues up here. We're seeing these showers between Austin, moving towards Houston, this next line, but notice how much smaller it is compared to the first one, okay? Huge difference, and that's what's going to happen later on tonight, that we will see a little more rain, but it's not going to be as much. So as I put this all into motion as far as our rainfall totals between now and Friday when the whole watch will be over, after we get through this push of rain, maybe an inch to another 2 inches of rain in some isolated places, but that's spread out over hours, and that's on the high side. Most of it, I think, will be even less than that. And as we look at our future cast, I do think we're going to see this little line come through tonight, but it's going to break up quickly overnight. And then as we get into Friday, there'll be a few showers that'll pop up early in the morning, but they're just not going to last long because we still have a relatively stable air mass after all the rain that's been going on. But we just can't rule out the fact that we'll see a shower or two during the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, but we're really getting back to normal after this. So we really just have to get through the next hour or two to get those biggest showers away from us. Things will improve as far as the weather and the rain, but also keep in mind that the bayous, the creeks, the rivers, they will continue to rise as all this water has to go through the system. And so it'll get even worse as we get down to the southern parts of our area. So be safe out there. Don't make any rash decisions. So be calm. Be alert to changing conditions because they will continue to change tonight. Have a little patience and then make wise decisions. We'll set it back to the anchors.
All right, Jim, thank you. Chambers County, if you've been watching this afternoon, has seen some of the worst of the flooding.
Our Maria Salazar has been out there all day, and she's joining us now to give us a look at how conditions are doing. I'm glad to see the rain has stopped, but is the water going down, Maria?
Hey, Caitlin and Jonathan. Yes, finally the rain has stopped. We can see shades of blue in the sky instead of that ominous dark sky that we saw all morning and early afternoon. But still, this area is devastated by all the rain. The rain has gone down some, but you can still see that the streets look like rivers and the fields all around this rural part of Texas look like lakes. Chambers County officials estimate about 200 water rescues. That includes drivers who got stranded on the road, a hospital evacuation overnight, people rescued from their flooded homes and apartment complexes. When I asked how this flooding event compares to Hurricane Harvey in 2017, everyone I've spoken to says this is worse.
I feel that this here is probably worse than Harvey. We've had homes flood this time that never did flood during Harvey. We probably had 800 homes flood this time. That's more than what we had during Harvey. So it's quite a traumatic event.
Since about 1 this afternoon, the rain has been lighter, and many of the roads that were impassable this morning are now okay. However, the sheriff's office does not want drivers to let their guard down.
There's still debris on the road. There are still some roads that are not passable. I would encourage people, if they don't have to get out, don't get out. Stay home.
And just in the time that we've been out here, at first we saw some people walk through that street and the water was about knee high. We just saw someone go by not too long ago. The water is just above their ankles. So again, improvement here finally after just a terrible morning and afternoon here overnight as well. And as for those flooded homes, I'm told that it is anywhere from several inches to a few feet in those homes, enough to go up to a person's waist and cover a stovetop. So lots of devastating flooding inside of people's homes. And as for injuries here in Chambers County, a lieutenant with the sheriff's office told me that there is a possible one injury that they can report. It was a man who hurt his leg as he was being rescued. That's it for now. I'm reporting for your Gulf Coast Weather Authority, Maria Salazar. Jonathan and Caitlin, back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you so much.
Right now, we're going to go back to Houston TransStar with meteorologist Jeff Lindner with Harris County. Jeff, we thank you so much for joining us. We know it's been a busy day. First, let's talk about what we've been seeing along I-45. I know where we have a lot of drivers, hundreds of drivers still stranded. What's the latest there?
Yeah, we got the situation at I-45 and I-10, and that is the result of White Oak Bayou overflowing its banks and pouring onto the freeways. The good news is White Oak Bayou has crested near Heights, and it is beginning to fall, but it's going to have to fall a good 3 or 4 feet before that freeway will begin to drain out. So I suspect it will still have water on it for the next few hours. And that's kind of the point to make, is just because you can leave work, you can get out of the parking garage or the parking lot, you can get on the surface street, you can get to the freeway, you may not be able to get down the freeway, and you may not be able to get off the freeway wherever it is you're going. And so we're urging people to stay where they're at, give the water a few more hours to drain out, and we'll probably be in a little bit better situation on the freeways a little bit later on this evening. As far as the frontage roads go and the neighborhood subdivision roads, those will continue to have water potentially even into later this evening or even tomorrow morning.
Jeff, what's your message for people as we head into the evening, into the darker hours of the night? What do you want to see from them, and what do you expect to see in terms of the water on the roadways?
Yeah, so the water is going to slowly go down, but it is going to take a large part of the night to get to that point. As far as the messaging goes, you know, we continue to urge people to stay where they're at. Parents, if the school districts have held kids, contact the school district. The school districts will work when they feel it is safe to do what they need to do to get the kids home and all that. So contact the school district on their plans of what to do. And as far as the flooding along the creeks and the bayous, some of that is going to continue into the night. We're going to continue to have water in homes into this evening hour. In the eastern part of the county, Cedar Bayou, the Baytown area, that water is going to continue to rise tonight, expecting a level very similar to Halloween 2015. So some reference out there. That's about 4 feet lower than Hurricane Harvey's water level out on Cedar Bayou or so. So that's the expectation in the Baytown area there. And also on the San Jacinto East and West Forks, cresting tomorrow and major flood levels, and then falling on Saturday. So still going to have water issues in the north and east parts of the county, obviously, as well as Montgomery County and Liberty County, where they've just had unbelievable amounts of rain in the last 24 hours.
And Jeff, as you mentioned earlier, you don't expect a whole lot more rain as we head into tomorrow. Are you still expecting perhaps another inch or two as we go into tonight and tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair right now to say another inch, maybe 2 inches. Not expecting the heavy rainfall rates like we saw today. At one point we were raining 6 inches an hour in the Aldine and Greens Point areas, and so there's just a tremendous amount of water. And you can see the difference from Tuesday when we had a ½ inch to an inch an hour and we did not have significant problems versus today where we had 4, 5, 6 inches an hour, and how widespread the flooding is. And this is what I always talk about, those rainfall rates or how fast it falls really controls a lot of how significant our flooding is here in Harris County.
And Jeff, do you have any update on Dickinson Bayou? We have a lot of viewers and questions down there.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of interest in Dickinson Bayou, especially after the flooding that's been down there. The bayou is elevated. There may be some lowland flooding near the bayou, but to our knowledge at this point, we do not know of any structural flooding. Galveston County OEM and the city of Dickinson is monitoring that, so I encourage you to reach out to them with specific questions on that particular channel.
All right.
Jeff Lindner with the Harris County Flood Control District, thank you so much. We know it's been a busy day, a busy morning, so thank you so much.
Let's go live to our Natalie He. She's actually at the Dickinson Bayou, or in that area, has been speaking with people today, dealing with the conditions there. Let's go to Natalie live. Natalie, how widespread are you seeing flooding in that area?
Well, Caitlin and Jonathan, we got to Dickinson about maybe 20 minutes ago. It's been a nightmare everywhere across Houston today. I was stuck trying to get into work today. Photojournalist Tori Walker had to actually come rescue me. But take a look right now at Dickinson Bayou. You can see just how high the water here has risen. Now, the rain was coming down very hard on our drive down here. We took Highway 6 south all the way down here to get here and then turned on Highway 3. But it's been actually lightening up just in the last couple of minutes here. So there are a couple of people that live in this area that have been stopped over here trying to check out the conditions. They've agreed to speak with us. Hi, guys. How are y'all doing today?
All right. I'm doing all right.
So tell me, what have you been seeing today and what's it been like?
A lot of water and more water on top of water. Yeah. It's flooded in Galveston.
Completely. They shut off all the streets southbound of Broadway. They blocked off every street. They were pulling people out of the street with tow trucks. There was 2 or 3 tow trucks on the east end just pulling people and taking them to the Valero. It's just everywhere.
So when you see this here and it's been happening all morning, all afternoon, what goes through your mind?
My PTSD is kicking in. I feel like it's Harvey all over. I see cars submerged into 6-7 feet of water. It's scary. People are going to need a lot of help. Houses in Galveston and Dickinson flooded. Houston especially, Conroe area. Beaumont, that levee. That's the main concern, is that levee out in Beaumont too.
And you guys are both, you're from the Galveston area, you said, and you live here in Dickinson. So how are your homes and your family holding up?
They're good. The drainages are holding up. The field by our house and the bayous are completely full, like full to the fences and stuff. So I know a couple houses, they'll probably get some damage. But I think they said 7 days worth of rain come in.
And that is a terrifying.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot more houses and a lot more cars affected.
So right now you guys are just keeping a watch out on the bayou and trying to see what could happen next?
Yes, ma'am. Just saying what kind of disaster's gonna come.
But you've got your kids here in the back, and that's all you need, right?
Just chilling, just enjoying the view.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. Continue to stay safe. I appreciate you talking to me. Now, that is one couple here. They've been out here watching the Dickinson Bayou. Like we said, the rain has kind of held off, and you can see that the sun is starting to come out. And I'm going to take you over here to one more person. He has also been stopped out here. He said he's been living in the Dickinson area. So how are you doing today? What have you seen?
I'm just seeing the water, just seeing how high it's getting, just worrying about how much higher it's going to get.
And how is your home and your family and friends holding up so far?
They're holding up okay. We live about 2 streets down from the bayou, so we're just worried about it rising, coming up to the yard and stuff.
Now, when you've seen all this, you said you've kind of been checking out the area, making sure everything is okay. What goes through your mind when you see the water coming up this high, you see cars straining on the street? What goes through your mind here?
I'm just worried about like what happened in Harvey, just waiting to see if that's going to happen again. Hopefully not.
A lot of people making comparisons to Harvey.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we did have a lot of struggles going through that Harvey situation.
Okay. Well, continue to stay safe. Thank you again for talking to us. As you heard, there are a lot of people keeping a close eye on here, this Dickinson Bayou, a lot of homes here. This is one of the areas that was very susceptible to flooding during Harvey and other floods as well. So we, of course, will continue to keep checking in with the residents here. Jonathan and Caitlin, for now, I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, Natalie, thank you. Right now we are live. Skyfox is live. This is over I-45 right at I-10. We heard Caitlin Jeff Lidner talk about this very area not too long ago. This is one of the areas, of course, affected by what's happening in White Oak Bayou, which is clearly gone over its banks right now.
And you can see there's at least one vehicle we see that's stuck there in the water. This is where you're also going to see some of the heaviest traffic issues with people getting stuck. You see no cars on the roadways clearly through this area, so people are being diverted, and then those side streets are not necessarily any easier. You're seeing a lot of the intersections that are flooded, a lot of places where you can't quite tell where the edge of the road is, and up in these neighborhoods you have a lot of those open culverts, so you risk getting your tires stuck on the side, your car getting stuck. So please be aware that if you need to move through this area or anywhere through Independence Heights, North Side, Greater Heights area, even over near towards Kashmir Gardens, you're seeing some of that as well. This is sort of the situation on the north side of the loop. Very dangerous, very tricky in terms of your roadways. If you're trying to get home, you need to not have a time that you're aiming to get anywhere. You need to be very careful and alert. Do not be driving through any water that you can't see the bottom of, because it gets very deep very quickly. And again, a lot of the traffic is being pushed onto the secondary roads and into the neighborhoods.
If there is any good news about this area, it is that Jeff Linder mentioned that the White Oak Bayou has crested and the water should start to recede. Not right away, he said. It perhaps will take several hours. It could be 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight before we see the water go down, at least enough where drivers can pass through. But it looks like conditions can be improving and could be improving here in the next little bit. So we'll watch for that.
But obviously a very complicated spot for all the people who went to work. So many people went to work this morning unaware of how bad things were going to be. And so you have people trying to get home. You have people trying to get to their children who are still at school or at daycare because of the complications from the weather. So as you see here, none of them are moving through this area with I-10 and 45 right by North.
And it's the working class people of this country, the poor people of this country, and UNC, it is okay for us to say the word poor because there are some flat out folks who are just poor in this country. Now, I used to teach college for a living, and my classes were woo-wee. But on the first day of class, I used to ask my students what they want to be when they grow up. And UNC at Chapel Hill, I have yet to hear one of my students, they never said, Professor Turner, when I grow up, I want to be poor. When I grow up, I don't want to have health care. When I grow up, I want to live a life of poverty. What I heard folks in my classroom say to me very clearly is that when I grow up, I want to be somebody. And whether that is a lawyer, a doctor, a carpenter, a nurse, a teacher, I want to be somebody and I want to live a good life. So the system, sisters and brothers, is rigged, and it is rigged on purpose. And just as it is rigged, we can do the unrigging. We're going to unrig this system. It is something wrong. Where for almost 50 years, the people who work in this country have not seen their benefits and their salaries increase with the rate of inflation. There is something wrong. When a few families have all the wealth and the rest of us have little or nothing, it is something wrong. When the black community in this country, and I'm about to make it really, really real, that a study came out that said that it would take 228 years. Track with me, college students. 228 years for the average black family to catch up with the wealth of the average white family. Guess what, Chapel Hill? That means never. It is something wrong when bigotry and racism and white supremacy and sexism and xenophobia and all of the anti-humanitarian things have cropped up in this nation and is staring us right in the face. And I'm not just talking about the bigot in the White House. UNC Chapel Hill, we got work to do. And that's where you come in. You are privileged enough, those of you who are college students, to have your minds opened. What my hope is that your souls are opened. That you understand, as the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. understood, that what affects one directly affects us all indirectly. That but by the grace of God, on the southern border, that could be us. But by the grace of God, the hundreds of thousands of people who sleep on the streets in this country, but by the grace of God, that could be us. But by the grace of God, the children in this country who go to bed hungry. But by the grace of God, those of us who do have health care, where there are almost 90 million of our sisters and brothers in this country who are either underinsured or uninsured, yet you got some folks running for the Democratic primary who don't have the courage to say that Medicare for all is a moral right in the United States of America. We got work to do, UNC. That when folks don't want to run a grassroots campaign and want to take money from multi-millionaires and billionaires, they answer to those interests, but they don't answer to you. Too many folks running for office and who are in office right now are bought and sold, but I got a remedy for that, and his name is Senator Bernard Sanders. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something. He don't have to pretend to be for the people. He didn't just start standing up for the people. For many of you who are here today, Senator Bernie Sanders has been on the justice journey when he was just your ages. At the University of Chicago, standing up
neck deep water.
And let me make it very clear what you're not supposed to do during a time like this. Here's some video that we've gotten of a man who thought it would be really cool to jump off a bridge into the water. And look, maybe it was a fun thing for him, but this is so extremely reckless and dangerous. You don't know, first of all, what is in the water, from a pile of fire ants to snakes to electricity from downed wires. So a reminder, this is so incredibly reckless and so not okay, because if something were to happen to any of these people, you're going to have emergency crews pulled away from people who are in a dangerous situation, who didn't want to be and didn't intend to put themselves.
And you know what, UNC, and I know you know this, that his only special interest is you and you and you and you and you and you. Our campaign just hit the million donor mark, baby. That is 1 million people in this country. Oh, yeah. He don't hold fundraisers in folks' homes and tell them that nothing is fundamentally going to change for them. If nothing fundamentally changes for multimillionaires and billionaires, then nothing fundamentally changes for you. Senator Bernie Sanders is the original. You know, people keep asking, what's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference? Well, baby, roll the tape. I'll tell you what the difference is. What's the difference? The difference is he's not new to this. The difference is he's been on the front line. standing up with Amazon workers and Marriott workers and UAW workers and on the picket line, right by their side. The difference is he's not going to take big dollar donations in the primary. Oh, I almost cussed. And doggone it, he's not going to take none in the general. What's the difference? That when it was hard work to run in 2016 and lay out a vision for America that includes the workaday people of this country, Senator Bernard Sanders was right there on the front line telling all of us that we deserve better than what we are getting. He took it to the folks. And so now some folks want to bask in the glory when he did all the work. What's the difference? What's the difference? When you got the courage of your convictions, and you don't calculate politically what's best for you. Instead, you stand up on the front lines with the people, by the people, and for the people. What's the difference? And I say this, UNC. Why do we need to go with the copies, baby, when we got the original? Come on, somebody. Help a sister. So UNC, I'm feeling some type of way, and I'm about to start cursing, so I'm going to stop right there. We need you on this campaign. Senator Bernie Sanders can't do it without you. This is about all of us together, no matter what our walk of life, no matter how we identify. If you care about justice in this nation, Senator Bernie Sanders is your candidate. If you believe that Medicare for all is a human right, then Senator Bernie Sanders is your candidate. If you believe in saving Mother Earth, then Senator Bernie Sanders is your candidate. It's as simple as that. Because all these other folks, they find people, but they just going to do half measure. Who releases an anti-endorsement list? Nobody but our very own Senator Bernard Sanders. So UNC Chapel Hill, can you raise one hand for yourself for me? And I mean this. Dr. Maya Angelou said that we must have the courage to stand up for ourselves and then to stand up for somebody else. Can you raise another hand for somebody else? Because we are all in this together. Congresswoman Barbara Jordan said these words. She said, what the people want is very simple. They want an America as good as its promise. That is what this campaign is about, not me, us, creating an America as good as its promise. So one hand for yourself and one hand for somebody else. With these hands, we will have Medicare for all. With these hands, we will save Mother Earth. With these hands, women will get their whole damn dollar. With these hands, we will eradicate homelessness. With these hands, we will create a justice system that is finally just and does not treat black men and brown folks differently. With these hands, baby. Hold them up, Chapel Hill. Come on now, hold them up. And with these hands, we will elect Senator Bernard Sanders, the next president of the United States of America. Power to the people.
Whoa. Thank you, Chapel Hill. Wow, thank you all coming out tonight. And let me thank Ben Cohn of Ben and Jerry's. And I don't know if Ben told you, but he is going to be the next Secretary of Ice Cream. A pint in every freezer in America. How's that? And I want to thank my good friend and one of the great actors in America, Danny Glover. And you all know that Danny is not just a great actor, but he has spent his entire life fighting for justice. And we appreciate everything he's done. Let me thank Lorelai's for their music. Let me thank Elena Edwards, Dr. Adolph Reed, and let me give a special thanks to Senator Nina Turner. You know, I always have the difficult situation of having to follow her all over the country. And that's a hard thing to do. But what you all should know is that Senator Turner, in the last many years, has been running from coast to coast doing the most important work that we can do, and that is getting working people and young people and people of color involved in the political process. Senator Turner, thank you for all that you do. So let me get to the point and tell you what you already know. I'm here in Chapel Hill to ask for your support to win the primary here in North Carolina. I am here to ask for your help to win the Democratic nomination. And I am here to ask for your help to enable us to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. And let me tell you a little secret. Don't tell anybody else. We're going to beat Trump here in North Carolina, and we're going to beat him bad. And the reason we're going to beat him is that the American people are sick and tired of a president who is a pathological liar. They're sick and tired of a president who seems to love every authoritarian leader in the world. And they are sick and tired, no matter what their views may be, of a president who is a racist, a sexist, a homophobe, a xenophobe, and a religious bigot. And I know that in North Carolina and all over the country, there are people who hold different points of view. That's called democracy. But I think more and more people understand that intellectually and emotionally, Trump is not fit to be president of the United States. But I'm here this evening to ask something more of you than helping me to defeat Trump. I am asking you to engage in a political revolution which transforms this country. And as Senator Turner mentioned, the message of our campaign is us, not me. And the reason for that is twofold. Number one, unlike Trump and his friends who think that the function of human life is to lie and cheat and steal and step on people so that you can make huge amounts of money, we hold a very different view of what the good life is about. And in our view, what the good life is about, what we should be doing as human beings, is caring for each other. That we are all in it together. that my family has got to worry about your family, and your family has got to worry about my family. But the second point about what us, not me, means is something that you're not going to see on television. This is something not covered by the media, corporate media, and it's not something you're going to hear in the United States Congress because, unfortunately, most of the members of the Congress are bought and sold by large and powerful campaign contributors. And what that is about is that no president, I'm the only candidate who will tell you this, maybe the only candidate who has ever said this, no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do it alone. We can't bring about the changes that this country desperately needs just through a president. And the reason for that, but it's not on TV, the reason for that is that we have a corporate elite in this country that is not only incredibly greedy and has been at war against the working class of this country for the last 40 or 50 years, but they are incredibly corrupt. Incredibly corrupt. So they have unlimited amounts of money. So I'm here this evening in an unprecedented moment in American history to ask not only for your help to defeat Trump, but to understand that I'll be back the day after we get inaugurated in order for us to come together to create an economy and a government that works for all of us, not just the 1%. Here is the point. The 1% is extraordinarily powerful. They have unlimited amounts of money. They control the political system because we have billionaires now who can spend unlimited sums of money, hundreds of millions of dollars to elect candidates who represent the wealthy and the powerful. They have incredible power over the economy. But at the end of the day, 1% is 1%. And if we stand together, black and white and Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight, immigrant, native born, if we stand together and do not allow Trump and his friends to divide us up, we will be able to make huge accomplishments and transform this country. Now, let me tell you something that I think you do know. And that is, if you study American history, what you learn is that real change has never taken place from the top on down, always from the bottom on up. You know what I mean by that? Think about the labor movement. Think about the civil rights movement. Think about the women's movement. Think about the gay movement. Think about the environmental movement. And all of those movements were able to bring millions of people together in the struggle for justice. And as Senator Turner told you, that is what this campaign is about. It's a justice campaign. Economic justice, social justice, racial justice, and environmental justice. That's what we're about. And let me tell you something that you are aware of, how change takes place. 4 years ago, I came to North Carolina, came to Chapel Hill. And I said, you know, this is 4 years ago, only 4 years ago. I said, you know, in America, if somebody works 40 hours a week, that person should not be living in poverty. We got to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And 4 years ago, I was told, Bernie, you are crazy. Well, I'm often told that. You're too radical. You want to more than double the federal minimum wage, which is $7.25 an hour. Well, because the American people have stood up and fought for justice, what I'm proud to tell you is that over the last 4 years, 7 states in America have already raised that minimum wage to $15 an hour, as has the U.S. House of Representatives. And when we together are in the White House, we're going to raise that federal minimum wage to $15 an hour to apply to every worker in every state in this country. And I'll tell you what else we're going to do. We are going to end the absurdity of women in America making 80 cents on the dollar compared to men. And what we're also going to do is make it easier for workers to join unions. Let me tell you another thing that's happened over the last 4 years. 4 years ago, I came here and I said, you know, in a highly competitive global economy, we've got to rethink what public education means. Not good enough K through 12. We have to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, once again, I was told, Bernie, that's a nice idea. You're dreaming. It's too expensive. Can't be done. I want you to know that in the last several years, 12 states, and just yesterday, the state of New Mexico, not a particularly progressive state, in New Mexico, they said all of their young people will be able to go to their state colleges and universities tuition free. In the last year, New York University Medical School, Columbia University Medical School, Cornell University Medical School are now tuition free. And my friends, when we are in the White House, every public college and university in America will be tuition free. And I'll tell you something else. Where we're gaining significant momentum. And that is the understanding that it is extremely cruel and unfair to say to millions and millions of people, some young, some not so young, that they are going to have to deal with outrageous levels of student debt decade after decade after decade. I am tired of talking to young people who say, you know, Bernie, I'm married. We can't have any kids because we're paying off our student debt. We can't buy a car. We can't buy a home. And I'm talking about people who are 30, 50, 100,000. You go to graduate school, 200,000. You go to medical school, $400,000 in debt. And that is why I believe that if the United States Congress and our country could bail out the crooks on Wall Street who destroyed this country, if Trump and his friends could give over $1 trillion in tax breaks to large profitable corporations and to the 1%, you know what we can do and will do? We're going to cancel all student debt in America. And I want to mention something here, because some of you are saying, well, that sounds great. How are you going to do all that? Nelson Mandela said something that was very profound. And he said, everything seems impossible until it is done. You got that? Everything seems impossible until it is done. And what that means is the establishment will tell you, oh, you can't do this. Oh, my God, canceling student debt. Of course, we can give huge tax breaks to billionaires, but why should you think we would cancel student debt? We can't raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We can't rebuild our infrastructure. You're thinking too big. Think small. And that is exactly what the establishment wants you to believe. They want you to believe that you are powerless, that you cannot bring about the sweeping changes this country needs. And I'm here to tell you this evening that not only can you bring about those changes, at this particular moment in history, we have got to bring about those sweeping changes. So canceling student debt and making public colleges and universities, some of you may think, oh, that's a big radical idea. It ain't a radical idea. Anybody here know how much college costs in Germany? Free. Scandinavia. I gave a speech in Washington a couple of years ago. I got up there and I said, in Finland, colleges are free. Some guy jumps up and he says, no, you're wrong, Senator. Actually, they pay us to go to college. All right. So, again, if countries around the world can do it, don't tell me that the wealthiest country in the history of the world can't do it as well. And let me give you another example. Let me give you another example of thinking outside of the box, of thinking big, not small. The United States of America is the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. Today in America, uniquely among major countries, we are spending twice as much per person on health care as do the people of Canada or Europe or other industrialized country. We're spending twice as much. Meanwhile, despite all of that spending, 87 million Americans, including many of you, are uninsured or underinsured. You all know what that means? That means high deductibles, high copayments, a lot of out-of-pocket expenses. Last year in America, some 30,000 Americans died because they did not go to a doctor when they should, because they had no insurance or could not afford the deductibles. Last year in America, 500,000 people went bankrupt because of medical bills. Now, I want you to think about what that means. It means that when somebody gets diagnosed with cancer, trust me, you got enough to worry about. And yet, because people get sick, cancer, heart disease, somebody in the family with Alzheimer's disease, that family could very well go bankrupt. In a civilized, democratic society, families should not go bankrupt because somebody became seriously ill. Meanwhile, while 87 million are uninsured or underinsured, the healthcare industry last year made $100 billion in profit. In fact, their profits are soaring right now. So we're going to say to the healthcare industry and to the corrupt pharmaceutical industry, which charges us the highest prices in the world for the medicine we need, we're going to say to them, sorry, your day is done. The function of health care is to provide quality care to all, not make billions of dollars in profits for large corporations. We are going to pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. I have been criticized recently, which is nothing new. I get criticized a lot for everything. Been criticized for presenting the most comprehensive program ever presented by a presidential candidate, or I think maybe any candidate for national office, on climate change. And I have been told by folks around the country, opponents, we cannot afford to spend the money that you propose in order to save the planet. Well, I'm not quite sure how much they think it is worth to save the planet. In fact, I can't think of an alternative to saving the planet. What's the alternative? All right, all of you have seen what took place recently, the terrible tragedy in the Bahamas. You knew what took place in Puerto Rico a couple of years ago. You've seen what Hurricane Katrina has done to New Orleans. You've seen the flooding in Charleston. You understand what, sadly, the President of the United States does not understand. He thinks that climate change is a hoax. I think Donald Trump is a hoax. And I think it is imperative that we have a president, this is a pretty low bar, I must admit, a president who actually believes in science and listens to scientists. And let me just tell you what I think you already know. What the scientists have told us is that we have fewer than 12 years to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel into energy efficiency and sustainable energy, or else there will be irreparable damage done in our country and around the world. Irreparable damage. I always do that. All right. And what we are talking about are rising sea levels, which will flood coastal regions in the United States. Parts of Miami will be underwater. Charleston will be parts of Charleston will be underwater. New York City, perhaps, and all over the world. What we are talking about is more drought. I don't know how to describe it. I was in Paradise, California. Anybody remember what happened in Paradise, California? What happened in Paradise, California is that in the midst of a unprecedented drought in California, they saw more and more wildfires. And one of those fires basically destroyed a city, a town of 26,000 people, killed 86 people, destroyed 18,000 buildings, caused $16 billion in damage in one modest-sized town. All over the world, whether it is Australia, whether it's India, whether it's Pakistan, whether it is Europe, whether it is Guatemala and Latin America, we are seeing the impact of drought on people's ability to grow food and get the water they need to survive. We're seeing the beginnings of mass migrations of people who go out of their country in search of food and water. What we are seeing is more and more extreme weather disturbances. We're seeing the acidification of the ocean. We are facing a global crisis. And if we do not act boldly, the planet we are leaving you and your kids and your grandchildren will be increasingly unhealthy and uninhabitable. That is the reality. So together, our job is to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and to tell them that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our planet. And when we when we stand up to the fossil fuel industry and when we transform our energy system, we are going to create up to 20 million good-paying jobs. But I just want to say to you, this is an issue. I wish I could tell you, hey, it's a modest problem. We could do a little bit here and a little bit there. I wish from the bottom of my heart I could tell that to you. I can't be honest and tell you. What the scientists are telling us is that we face a major global crisis. And as president, I will not only do my best to help transform our energy system, but I will lead the world to transform energy systems all over the globe. And I don't know that it can happen. But my vision is, my effort will be to say to countries all across the planet, we are spending as a world $1.5 trillion on weapons of destruction designed to kill each other. Maybe, just maybe, we should pool our resources, spend that $1.5 trillion on our common enemy, which is climate change. Senator Turner mentioned a moment ago an issue which is enormously important to me, and I know to all of you. And that is, we have a criminal justice system today which is not only broken, but it is extremely racist. Okay. We have more people in jail than any other country on earth. What I intend to do as president is to invest money in jobs and education, not more jails and more incarceration. Four years ago, I came here and I said we got to end the war on drugs. Well, I'm happy to tell you that in state after state after state, marijuana, possession of marijuana, has either been decriminalized or, in fact, legalized, and that is the right thing to do. Too many lives. Let me ask you a question. I asked this the other day. I was in South Carolina. And let me ask you this question, and give me an honest answer. How many of you know people who have been arrested for possession of marijuana? Whoa. All right. All right, that is what I'm talking about. All right? And people have been thrown into jail. People have gotten criminal records as a result of that. As president, what I will attempt to do is work with the states to expunge the records of everybody arrested for possession of marijuana. You know, it is a little bit strange. It's a little bit weird to be driving down the road in Nevada and you see these big signs which say, buy marijuana from this or that store, and understanding that in this country there are God knows how many people in jail tonight for doing exactly the same thing that these corporations are doing in Nevada and in other states. So why are we imprisoning people for doing what large corporations are doing in state after state? So we're going to put an end to that absurdity. Another issue that I know you're all familiar with and are concerned about is the need to end the demonization in this country of undocumented people. Trump and his friends are trying to divide us up based on the color of our skin or where we were born. We are going to bring people together, not divide them up. We are going to pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship for the 11 million undocumented? Through an executive order on my first day, we will restore the legal status of 1.8 million young people in the DACA program. We will end the ICE raids, which are terrorizing communities all across America. And we will create a humane policy at the border, one which does not have government agents snatching babies from the arms of their mothers or locking children up in cages. And on another issue, let me be as clear as I can be. I happen to believe that a woman's right to control her own body is a constitutional right. And my promise to you this evening is I will never, ever nominate somebody to the U.S. Supreme Court who is not 100% pro Roe v. Wade. And there's another issue that I know is troubling to all of us. And I very often don't like talking about it because it is so painful. And that is the kind of mass shootings and gun violence that we have been seeing in this country in recent years. And when we talk about gun violence, it is not just the horrible deaths that we are seeing every year. What we're also seeing is children all over this country terrorized, frightened to go to school. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? You know, school historically has been a place of safety. You go to learn, you go to socialize. You may like it, you may not. But you shouldn't be afraid of something terrible happening when you are in a school. So let me just say this. This President of the United States will not be intimidated by the NRA. We will do what the American people want, and that is pass common sense gun safety legislation, including ending the sale and distribution of assault weapons in this country. You are not going to transform this country. We're not going to transform this country. We are not going to be able to stand up to the greed and corruption of the corporate elite and those politicians who they elect unless we have a mass movement of Americans and unless we have a campaign finance system which is based on small donations. And tonight I am very happy to share with you just a kind of an historic moment for our campaign. Today, we reached the level of 1 million individual contributors. $1 million individual contributors making 3 million contributions. No candidate, not Donald Trump or anybody else in this race, has done that. In fact, no candidate, to the best of my knowledge, has ever accomplished that at this point in a campaign. And these contributions, this tells you what our campaign is about, and it tells you what we're going to do in the White House. These contributions come from teachers. They come from workers at Amazon, at Disney. They come from waiters and waitresses. They come from factory workers. The overwhelming majority of our contributions comes from the working people of this country, and I'm very proud of that. And I would contrast that with how my good friend, Vice President Biden, is raising money today. And I would say to him, Joe, we are not going to make the changes that we need in this country when you go to 3 fundraisers in Chicago sponsored by multimillionaires. We are going to make the changes that we need in this country when the working families of America stand up to the corporate elite, not take their money. Let me conclude by saying this, and I wish I could say it differently. This is an unprecedented moment in American history. We have a president who is authoritarian, who does not believe in democracy, who does not believe in the separation of powers, and who lies almost every single day. We have a world situation in which we face the greatest challenge that this planet perhaps has ever faced, which is climate change. What I hope you respond, when you respond to these crises, don't respond with depression, don't respond in despair. Respond by standing up and fighting back and understanding what Nelson Mandela said, and that is, everything seems impossible until it is done. So I need your help. I need your help, but more importantly, we need each other. We need each other, to help me win the election, but we need each other to transform this country. We need great teachers out there. We need great child care workers out there. We need folks, scientists and engineers who can help us transform our energy system into sustainable energy. We need great doctors and nurses and dentists who will treat the people who are not getting treated today. We need to create a nation based on justice, based on compassion, and based on love. And brothers and sisters, what I'm begging of you today, not just for me, but for you, is if you have friends out there, and I know you do, who think the political system is bullshit. You have 1 or 2 friends out there, right? You tell them that you're sick and tired of hearing them complain about the low wages they receive, the fact they're going to leave school $50,000 or $100,000 in debt. You're tired of hearing them complain about racism and sexism and homophobia and the tragedy, crisis we face in climate change. Tell them that instead of just complaining, they must get involved into the political process. So I want to thank all of you for being here. Let us stand together. Let us defeat Trump. Let us transform this country. Thank you all very much.
or in Southern California, but all across the nation. And their business was selling, bringing in methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl for distribution here in San Diego County and for transport and distribution across the United States. As part of this investigation, as you've heard, we've seized over 175 pounds of methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl here in our county. We've made arrests today in jurisdictions across the United States, including in Colorado and Alaska, showing the nationwide spread of this drug trafficking scourge. Together, this case could not have occurred without the critical partnership of our law enforcement partners represented on stage. The Narcotics Task Force was the critical driver of this case. Our agents came from every department represented on stage here today, from the Sheriff's Department to the San Diego Police Department to the Drug Enforcement Administration to IRS CI. By working together, all of the law enforcement agencies on stage were able to utilize all of their resources together to target this network and cripple its operations from every aspect, from the street-level distributors who were distributing drugs in East County to the money laundering facilitators who collected the bulk cash proceeds of those narcotic sales in San Diego, and the cell heads here in San Diego who directed others to traffic drugs, not just here in our county, but across the United States. This partnership represents the best of what federal law enforcement has to offer, and I want to personally thank all of the agencies and all of our law enforcement partners for their strength and diligence in pursuing this investigation. The U.S. Attorney will make this clear. If you sell drugs in San Diego, the United States Attorney's Office will find you, will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law, and we will cripple your operations. Today's 8 indictments that were unsealed in federal court tell exactly that story. The U.S. Attorney's Office, in conjunction with its federal, state, and local partners, will uncover these networks and their operations and cripple them through targeted enforcement operations, seizing narcotics, seizing cash proceeds, and seizing assets that are used from the sale of narcotics. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that the press has about this operation that we announced here today.
175 pounds were meant for distribution in the county or for distribution all across the country?
So those seizures reflect primarily drugs that were seized here in San Diego County, but also seizures made throughout the United States in the Southern California area, the Los Angeles and Riverside area, along with seizures in Alaska.
Were these networks working together, or were they independent of each other? Did they know what each other were doing?
Absolutely. What we found throughout this case is while these networks operated largely independently, they were interrelated. They shared sources of supply. They shared sub-distributors. They shared customers. So, of course, while they competed for drug trafficking customers, they also would work collaboratively together at times, and that's the real danger in these large federal drug trafficking conspiracy cases.
In terms of the money laundering, what were some of the mechanisms? Was it all just bulk cash down to Mexico, or did they use running through assets up here?
So we saw a variety of money laundering techniques through the diligence of our IRS partners. We were able to uncover those techniques. As you've mentioned, primarily the technique used was bulk cash smuggling. So cash proceeds from the sale of narcotics here in Southern California and across the country are collected here in San Diego and are transported south to Mexico to the cartel leaders who have supplied the product. But in addition, some of the local distributors here who are charged with money laundering offenses bought significant assets with the proceeds of their drug trafficking activities. As the first assistant described, one of the assets that we seized was a black 2020 Cadillac Escalade that was valued at over $115,000. As laid out in the indictments and the charging documents and other search warrants that were unsealed today, the United States believes that that vehicle was purchased with the proceeds of drug trafficking activity. Specifically, that vehicle was purchased by 2 defendants in this case with $115,000 in cash, specifically $115,000 in $100 bills.
In your opinion, you managed to indict all levels of the organization or just the lower levels?
all levels of the organization, from the heads of this organization to its sources of supply, to its sub-distributors, to its money laundering facilitators. Every aspect of these networks was targeted in today's indictments.
Last question. All the indictments are going to be federal court or going to be county court?
All 8 indictments were unsealed today in federal court. All 85 defendants were charged in federal court this morning. Thank you. Unless anyone else has any questions, thank you for your time today.
First of all, let me just start off by thanking everybody for being here today. And I want to thank a few people behind me today as we start off. First of all, I want to thank the mayor of St. Louis, Lyda Cruson, for being here today and working together with me. St. Louis County Executive Director Sam Page with us here today. The U.S. representatives from the U.S. Prosecuting Attorney Jeff Jensen's office. And with U.S. Marshal John Jordan's also with us today. The Missouri Department of Public Safety Director Sandy Karsten. The Missouri State Highway Patrol Colonel Eric Olson. The St. Louis County Police Chief John Belmar. The St. Louis City Police Chief John Hayden. And Judge Jimmy Edwards. As your governor and a former law enforcement officer for more than 22 years, protecting the citizens of our state is one of the utmost importance. To the past months, meeting with leaders and organizations at all levels to better understand the issues and discuss possible solutions. Today, we met with additional community groups, Better Family Life, and for the second time, the St. Louis Metropolitan Clergy Coalition. We also met with other local, state, and federal prosecutors to discuss how the state and the Attorney General might be able to assist. We also concluded a follow-up to last week's meeting with Mayor Cruzen. I'm in the area, and I'm here today to share with you these action items. Starting October the 1st, such as the ATF Strike Force. The ATF Strike Force is in place to combat the growing number two state troopers to that force. Also, the Mission Save task. We are assigning 2 state troopers and 1 cyber analyst. Also, the Highway Patrol's interstate surges. These patrol surges will take effect on interstates throughout the city, primarily on I-70, as well as I-55, I-44, and Highway 6440, which will consist of 4 to 6 troopers per surge. We are also working with the U.S. Attorney's Office to assist with federal-level gun and drug cases. In addition to the Assistant Attorney Generals the state has already provided, we will assign 2 additional investigators to this already successful cases by more than 100% from just 2 years ago. The Violent Crime Unit has already indicted nearly 500 cases so far this year and is currently preparing another 200 cases for indictments. Our contributions will help to start addressing this issue. In addition, our plan includes long-term actions to help with recovery services. These funds will be used to support victim service days through the Department of Public Safety. These will be staffed by 2 program representatives with focuses on a heightened supervision program for violent Louis Metropolitan St. Louis County Police Departments have made on infrastructure needs such as the MetroLink coverage, shot spotters, and license plate readers and cameras. We are committed to doing all that we can at the state level, but we cannot do it alone. It is truly a team effort, and everyone has to do their job and come to the city or Springfield problem. It is a Missouri problem, and it must be addressed. None of us, no matter where we're from, want to see our children being shot in the streets. That's not who we are in this state. We as parents and grandparents, it's about protecting our children. It's about protecting our communities. And the only way we can do that is by working together. Working together not only with the federal and state agencies, but also local agencies, especially local law enforcement. I would also like to say this. If you talk to any county or city police department, there are hundreds of unfilled law enforcement positions in our state, simply because less and less people want to work in that arena. They do a job that most people don't want to do, but others expect them to do it when the call comes. They are on the front line, response for Missourians. We must support them and give them the respect they deserve, because we cannot fix the problem without them. If we are to change violent crime acts across the state, we must start prioritizing the prevention of crime in this state. Now I'm going to ask the mayor to make a few comments. Mayor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the governor and the work that we've done together over the last few weeks. Gun violence is the most pressing issue in our region. Easy access to guns, generational poverty, lack of opportunity have all contributed to the violence that we are seeing across our region. Everyone up here understands the gravity and the urgency of this moment. We all understand that cooperation is the way forward, the only way forward. Thank you, Governor Parsons, for your commitment, Highway Patrol's presence in the city, and to the 3 joint task forces. Thank you for funding additional license plate readers. Thank you for helping us to increase the capacity of our ShotSpotter coverage in the city and county. As you know, we've also been working with our federal partners. In July, our police officers started working with the ATF Strike Force, focusing on getting guns off of our streets and the most violent criminals off of our street. We have partnered with the U.S. Attorney's Office to take cases federal. So far this year, they've referred, as you just heard before, 1,000 cases. We've set aside $500,000 in the city budget to begin the Cure Violence program. And just yesterday, we set aside another $1.5 million for violence prevention alternatives. We're working with Dr. Page and the county and Chief Belmar on adding more officers to Metrolink, and I thank them for that. But it's not just about enforcement. We're also always working on the prevention side. We are helping to stabilize our neighborhoods with our vacancy initiatives. We're putting many more resources into our jobs programs, especially summer jobs for young people. This summer we had almost 1,000 young people with a summer job. And I'm convinced that that makes a difference for a lifetime for those young people who begin with a summer job. Job training, some financial training, have the feeling of pride and a job well done. That's a great start on prevention. And this week I signed an executive order creating the position of Director of Children, Youth, and Families. I specifically made this a cabinet level position because it's so important. The position will help us ensure the positive development of children and families by, in part, mobilizing resources in our community and creating an action plan for children, youth, and families. Establishing the children, youth, and families
how much we have in common and how that has always been the source of not only our strength, but our standing in the world. Because truly, even if the outcome of November of 2016 had been different, we would still be at a point in time where we would be challenged in the face of all that is in flux around our globe. We would still be challenged in this moment where we're seeing ascending and descending economies around the world, population shifts like we've never seen before, in large part because of the climate crisis. Right? We're in the midst of an industrial, a digital revolution still before us. would be the question about who are we? What is our standing? We would still have to answer that question. What is our strength? What is our definition? And when those questions are being asked, I know that part of the answer is that we have a real commitment to all of the values and the ideals that were the basis of the founding of our country, which truly at their essence are about the fact that we are unified around our commonalities, and we will always fight for the best of who we are. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. And I would love to answer your questions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello? Yes? Okay, yay, it is on. I got to actually say that in front of a room full of people. So we will take some questions. How about right there in the center to start?
How will you address the child care crisis facing families across the nation?
Yeah, thank you. Let me just start by saying I strongly believe that you should judge a society based on how it treats its children. And on this and so many other issues, we are failing. Child care. The cost of child care has increased at such a rate that has not been at the same pace, and wages have not been at the same pace. And so if we say we are a country that values children and family, we have to understand that working families need affordable child care, and we have not been giving it to them. So one, I have a plan that is about what we need to do to have affordable child care. And also, I'm not ending there. We're also around what we need around paid family leave, at least 12 weeks. What we also need to do around equal pay, because here, let's go a little deeper on that. Anybody know when the Equal Pay Act was passed by the United States Congress? 1963. Since 1963, when the United States Congress officially recognized this as an issue, right? And then fast forward to the year of our Lord, 2019, and women are paid 80 cents on the dollar, black women 61 cents, Native American women 58 cents, Latinas 53 cents. So on that point, I'm actually prepared to say, instead of requiring the woman to prove she's not being paid as much for equal work, I'm going to shift the burden to the corporations to prove they're paying people equally, and if not, they'll be fined, as a way to encourage better behaviors. But all of these issues are connected, and I appreciate you raising the subject. We have got to support working parents. And again, you know, on the debate stage, you guys probably see, you know, all of this question all the time. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? We got to look at the fact that we have got to invest in the American people and American families and working families. And this is one of the most critical issues facing working families in America, which is affordable child care. Yeah. Thank you.
Gentleman in the back. Yes.
You talked about how Trump's been hurting the Iowan farmers. One of the other things that his administration's done is ramped up the small refinery exemptions, giving breaks to oil companies like Chevron and Mobil while hurting the Iowa renewable fuels across the state. The standard, yeah. What would the Harris presidency look like as far as SREs and RFS?
Well, they would not benefit, and so the RFS, the renewable fuel standards, have got to go back to a place where it is about recognizing the folks who are here in Iowa and not the big oil companies. That is not what it was designed to do, and he's been giving exemptions to them. And so that would be it. But I want to go even a step further and talk about this, because obviously there is a connection between this and all we need to do around evolving technologies around what we need for a clean economy. And I've spent a good amount of time with the farmers of Iowa, who are some of, by nature and profession, the most innovative professionals that you can meet. And so my plan also is about investing in farmers, and a lot of the work that's happening in terms of local universities around the innovation that is going to actually contribute to our goal of having a clean economy. So I think about it in that regard as well. But you know, the point that you're raising is just another example of the hypocrisy of the Trump administration. He says he cares about farmers. He says he cares about the little guy. And every step of the way, it's been about supporting corporations and big business. Yeah.
Right there. Yes.
Hi. Mother Bridget?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am a person from the north. And I lived in Canada for quite a few years. I am an American citizen. And what is concerning me the most, above everything else, is climate change. And particularly in watching the Arctic burn, watching the Arctic melt, seeing hundreds of reindeer die of starvation. We have Arctic lands, and yet nothing is being done. The Arctic generates our weather. It generates our weather patterns from off the north down through Hudson's Bay, across the tundra. You know, what are we going to do? We can't do it alone. We've got to do it with the other Arctic countries.
That's right. Well, we're going to elect a new president, and I'm here to formally ask that you will stand in my corner on caucus night. But more specifically, after we're elected, immediately we're going to re-enter the Paris Agreement. We're going to sign on to the Kigali amendment to the Montreal Protocol that is about what we do around air conditioning, things like that. But also it's about implementing my Green New Deal. And so with a specific emphasis on the jobs that it's going to create. I don't have to tell the people in Iowa that a big part of the issue that is challenging us is what we're doing around water policy. And so part of my plan is that we're going to invest $250 billion in upgrading the water infrastructure, which includes dams, big issue here in Iowa in terms of the flooding. Also, I have a specific proposal around what we're going to do to help families who are relying on well water in their backyards and what we need to do to assist them in upgrading, because, of course, a lot of the plans usually deal with assisting municipalities, but not assisting those families that have the wells in their backyard. So that's part of my proposal. And then it's going to be about re-engaging with our allies around the globe. There is no question that we have a responsibility to lead on this with our allies, but we have done so much. You know, in the good years, we had a clean power plan. We, you know, if you'll pardon my, referring to my state of California, but I've actually seen firsthand what we do. As Attorney General, I defended some of the strongest laws around greenhouse gas emissions against the big oil companies that were trying to come into my state and undo them. But I know what we can do because, there's a place called Los Angeles, California, where if any of you visited it about 20 years ago, you would have looked up and seen that that sky was brown. And then when you were watching the morning news, the local weather reporter would say, this is a day where children and seniors should not go outside. And then finally, people said leaders have got to lead, and leaders led. And now you look up and the sky is blue because we put in place rules around greenhouse gas emissions and so many others. I've seen what is capable and what is possible when we change human behaviors in a way that does not require much change to our lifestyle, but will save this planet God gave us. And so I know what is possible, but it's a matter of leadership. And it's also a matter of holding the polluters accountable. Because as far as I'm concerned, we have to have the goals, but we also have to hold the polluters accountable, and I'm prepared to do that as well.
Shirts. Thanks. This might not be a popular question, but, in the polls, it keeps on saying that Biden's leading, right? I have not spoken to one person who's following Biden. It's just how it is. And I lived in Arizona for the last election and didn't have the opportunity to vote in the primary just because of the way things happen, and I didn't feel like I had a voice.
Yeah.
So I can go to all these events and be inspired and have hope. But I am terrified of what happened last time.
Yeah.
And that it might happen again.
Yeah.
What can we do to ensure that can't happen? And what's happening? Because
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
you can turn out, but still, we turned out last time, and it's a system bigger than us that I feel I lose hope. I'm terrified. That's what I'm scared of.
So just always remember the power is in the people. You have to remember that, and you have to know that. You have to know that. And so here's the thing. First of all, you know, I just disagree with the pundits when they rely too much on 2016 as a predictor of 2020. 2020 will not be 2016, guys. And for a number of reasons. One, people are woke. Awake. You know, there were a lot of folks who just assumed, you know, and some who, you know, maybe drunk the Kool-Aid about, oh, we're in a post-racial society, which was ridiculous. You know, and just kind of assumed that everything was going to be okay. And then we woke up that morning in November of 2016 and realized, oh boy, can't take anything for granted. We need to be active. 2020 will not be 2016. When Donald Trump ran, he could still run as kind of reality TV star who was a good deal maker. He made all these promises. Now we've got, you know, I jokingly refer to the rap sheet, but we've got a long list of betrayals and failed policies, and people are aware of it. The other point I would say, yes, and 12,000, independent journalists have documented over 12,000 lies. 12,000 lies. So there's that piece. But the other piece of it is this, that I would offer you as to give you a sense of hope, that 2020 is not going to be 2016, 2018. In 2018, what did we do? We elected 100 women to the United States Congress, right? And you're here, and I'm seeing across our country. We've had events in snowstorms where people were standing out for hours in line. Like this summer, events in temperatures that were in excess of 100 degrees. On like a Sunday afternoon, people standing in line for 2 hours. I'm telling you, people who have never been involved before, including, you know, Republican men who have been dragged into my events by their daughters. You know? So we have to, you know, here, Coretta Scott King. I'm going to paraphrase, but she had some advice that I often think about, and I'll paraphrase. But she said, you know, the fight for civil rights, and you can think about it as the fight for justice, the fight for equality, the fight for freedom. The fight for civil rights must be fought and won with each generation. And when she said that, I think she had 2 points in mind. One, it is the nature of this fight that whatever gains we make, they will not be permanent. It's the nature of it. And so I think the second point then of her admonition is, knowing that, do not despair. Do not throw up our hands when it's time to roll up our sleeves. That's the moment we're in now. Look around. We're all here together. And everyone here could be doing so many other things with their time. And there is so much power. In Iowa, you know this. I mean, you make an extraordinary difference in showing people what is possible. This is part of the history and the role of Iowa, to show people what is possible and to inspire them to know what is possible and what can be. So I'm glad you're back, or that you're here and not there. And let's just stay engaged, and we're going to win this. We're going to win. We're going to win.
All right, so we have time for one more question, and Mazahir.
As a Muslim and immigrant, I would like to ask you your position in immigration and Middle East.
Yes. So You know, there's a lot to talk about. In the Middle East, there is the issue of what is happening in terms of Israel, an election that is still, I think, undecided, but I also feel very strongly that we have to stop politicizing the issue. We've had a president in the White House who has been making this a partisan issue. It is not, and nor should it ever be a partisan issue. The relationship that we have with Israel is a relationship between the people of America and the people of Israel, and we have to maintain that, understanding that we have shared values and common interests, and their security should be one of our highest priorities. The Palestinians must also be given a voice and their ability to lead their own people, and we must understand that on this issue there are human beings on both sides who must be given dignity and respect. And my goal is that there would be a two-state solution, and that should be the goal of the United States. But let's extend that over to the issue of Iran. So whether, you know, there was a healthy debate about the JCPOA called the Iran nuclear deal. Some people supported it, some didn't. But a lot of work went into it, and an agreement was reached. And, you know, some of us argued that it should have been strengthened, but it was a good deal, and the parties were following the deal and complying with the terms of the deal. And then Donald Trump unilaterally pulled out of that negotiation, pulled out of the deal, just pulled us out. We entered into it with allies around the globe and just pulled us out. And everything we have seen happen since was predictable and has been predictable. And then he sends out a tweet about locked and loaded. And here's how when I see something like that, it not only is the height of irresponsibility, whenever a president of the United States is daring to utter words that sound like a preparedness to go to war, it has to be done understanding the solemn duty that the President of the United States has, not only to the relationships with our allies, but first and foremost to the families and the military families that are sending their, you know, I have kids who are in their 20s, so I'm going to say children. They're adults, yes. But that this is a solemn promise that we should always make to those families, that we will never play politics with the lives of their children. And I feel very strongly about that, and then we could go on talking about it. Yeah, but thank you. Thank you.
All right, I think that will wrap it up. Thank you again,
I will
everybody.
Be back. I will be back.
Thank you,
And
Senator
thank you all
Harris.
for the time. Thank you
Coming
very
to
much.
Coralville.
Thank you for the time. Thank you all very much. Come on, I'll come around and hang out. I'm going to hang out.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening to those of you joining us on the East Coast. I'm Christy Larson, sitting down here at the News Now desk with you guys. As you can see, we do have an Elizabeth Warren event happening here shortly. A lot of Democrats out there on the road still rallying and campaigning for that 2020 spot. We just heard from Harris. We also had a Rourke speak earlier today as well. I do see we also have some aerials happening down in Texas where we have some major flooding. They got multiple inches of rain. Some people even got more than over 1.5 feet of rain, depending on different areas that they are living in. Multiple counties dealing with flooding. They had to do water rescues this morning. So while we're waiting for this Elizabeth Warren event to start, I will also throw up a double box so that we can keep an eye from the sky down on the flooding that is happening again out in Texas. As you can see, cars stuck on the highway as roads are flooded in multiple areas surrounding the Houston area. I believe last time I looked at 13 different counties were in disaster mode, and we've heard from multiple different agencies talking about just the dangers of trying to drive through these waters. As you can see, we do have one car, looks like it had gotten stuck as that road had flooded almost near the roof of that van. So this is, again, a live look up above the Texas area. This is in the Houston area, thanks to our friends at KRIV. Once our Elizabeth Warren event starts, I will take that in full. And this is the effects of Tropical Depression Melda. It hit close to Houston. You know, it's only been about 2 years since the community was devastated by Hurricane Harvey. Earlier in some of our coverage with our sister stations down in the area, that's what a lot of people were comparing this flooding to, was to their Hurricane Harvey flooding that they had to deal with, especially down by the bayous. So up to 5 inches of rain per hour could fall in Harris County, where Houston's located, throughout the day today. That's according to forecasters. The National Weather Service did issue a flash flood emergency warning for several counties, saying there are life-threatening amounts of rainfall happening. County officials reported a combination of at least 1,000 high water rescues and evacuations to get people to shelter. That was in anticipation to the threat lingering. One of the cities, Hampshire, saw more than 40 inches of rain. 25 of those inches fell within a 12-hour span. That is incredible. So again, as we're flying over this Houston area, you can definitely see the impacts this has had on multiple different areas, not just some of their interstates, but also they've had some different county and side roads where people then have tried to go around those bigger highways, then get stuck in those areas as well.
Now, last year, I decided to run for the Iowa Senate because I believed that it was time for change in Iowa. Today, I am 28 years old, and I am the youngest senator in our state. How's that for change? Now, it sounds like some of you are familiar with that speech, but my story goes back a lot farther than that. It starts with my mother, Terry, who was born on a family farm in northeast Iowa. She grew up knowing that she was a little bit different, but she didn't always have the words to describe how she felt until she came out as a lesbian in college. Now, to their credit, her parents, my grandpa John and my grandma Lois, didn't throw her out of the family. Now, it might sound like a low bar, but it was the 1970s, and I'm told it was a different time in those days. There was no Modern Family on TV. Ellen was still in high school. You could count the number of openly gay politicians in America on a single hand. But that didn't stop my mother. Nevertheless, she persisted. She wanted to have kids, and so after a lot of hard work, I was born in 1991, my younger sister was born in 1994, and then in 1995, my mother Terry met a cute nurse named Jackie, no relation to the TV show. Jackie and Terry shared a lot of the same values, goals, and dreams about their lives. They decided to hold a commitment ceremony, and I say commitment ceremony because in 1996, we didn't even have civil unions, let alone same-sex marriage. But, nevertheless, they persisted. They gathered friends and family into a beautiful Unitarian Universalist church in central Wisconsin, and they walked down the aisle to the theme song of Star Trek Voyager. To boldly go where no man had gone before. Literally, in their case. I got to be the ring bearer, the Frodo of the ceremony. My younger sister Zeb was the flower girl, and we thought it was happily ever after. That was not the case. My very first homework assignment in the 8th grade was in 2004, and I had to watch the Republican National Convention. Somebody just laughed at that, but it's true. And I will never forget what it was like watching Republican politicians get on stage and warn our country about the dangers facing our nation during the global war on terror. The war in Iraq, Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, and then in the very next breath warn our country about the danger of a Supreme Court case in Massachusetts that was legalizing homosexual marriage. I remember the fear that I felt 13 years old watching the television and realizing that they were talking about my family the same way that they were talking about terrorism and war. And I felt scared. We felt alone. Like our government wasn't on our side. That there was nobody standing up for people like us. And so I decided to run for the Iowa Senate because when I look around in our country and in our state today, I see a lot of people who feel the same way that I felt back in 2004. A lot of us are angry. A lot of us are scared. We're frustrated. We feel like our government isn't on our side. And that is why we need big structural change in America. And that is precisely why I am so excited to be with all of you tonight to introduce Senator Elizabeth Warren. The stakes of the 2020 election could not be higher, and nobody will be more affected by this election than us. This election will decide our generation's future, and that is why our generation must decide this election. Now, like some of you here, I'm still working on my final decision on who I'm going to caucus for in February, but I want to tell you why Senator Warren is one of my favorites in the race. She's got a plan for that. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm a bit of a policy wonk. In fact, when Senator Warren announced her campaign for president with the launch video, she included a short clip of her drawing a graph that shows just how our economy's gains and productivity have not been shared with working-class families. And as my fiance can attest, I literally stopped the campaign video to gush about just how much I love that chart. And that chart was one of the very first things that Senator Warren and I discussed on the phone. And here's the thing about our rigged economy. She's got a plan for that. Fixing our economy starts with ending the corruption in Washington, D.C. Now, I did not vote for Donald Trump, but he was right about one thing. We do need to drain the swamp, including Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump did not drain the swamp. He put a coal lobbyist in charge of the EPA. He put Betsy DeVos in charge of the Department of Education. And then he put his children in charge of everything else. Senator Warren understands that ending Washington corruption is the single most important step to fixing our broken economy and strengthening our fragile democracy. And that's why she's got a plan for that. Here tonight to talk to you about those plans, Iowa City, please join me in giving a big Hawkeye welcome to Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Hello, Iowa City! And thank you for the introduction, Zach. Let's give Zach another hand. I love you too. I am so glad to be here with all of you. You know, before we get started, I do want to say tomorrow is the climate strike. This is a moment when young people have stepped up, when their elected officials have failed to do their business for decade after decade after decade. And I commend everyone who participates in that strike tomorrow, everyone who supports it. The climate, yes. The urgency of this moment cannot be overstated. Climate change threatens every living thing on this planet, and we are literally running out of time for change. And yet, I have to say, at this moment, I'm deeply hopeful. And I'm hopeful in part, you may have heard, I do selfie lines. I'm hopeful in part because of the number of people who come through and we shake hands and we do pictures and we do hugs, but who talk about how committed they are to make this government work, not just for the oil industry, not just for the big polluters, not just for the giant corporations, to make it work for their generation and for future generations. And that's what this strike is about tomorrow. So thank you. So I'm so glad to be on a college campus. I love college campuses. It is good to be here at the University of Iowa, and thank you to the Iowa Democrats for inviting me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So for me, this is kind of a family thing when I come out and do this. And today I brought family. I brought my son, Alex. Where are you, Al? Where are you, bud? Oh, there he is, guy in the blue shirt. Wave. Alex has been my tech support since 2nd grade. It's true. It's a true story. He now runs his own consulting computer thing. You can see how well I know. That's why I have tech support. But he's also taken on a second job, and it's called Support Your Mother When She Runs for President of the United States. Thank you. So I thought what we'd do tonight, here we are in this gorgeous spot, I thought what we'd do tonight, I'd tell you a little bit about myself, tell you a little bit about why I'm in this race. We'll do some questions, and then if anybody wants to, I'll stay as long as you want, and we'll do selfies. So I was born and raised in Oklahoma. It's okay. It's okay. There aren't that many of us. I get it. But born and raised in Oklahoma. I'm the baby. I have 3 much older brothers. I'm what used to be referred to as a late-in-life baby. My mother always just called me the surprise. My 3 older brothers all went off and joined the military. My oldest brother was career military. He was in combat in Vietnam off and on for about 5.5 years. We were very lucky to get him back home. My second brother, John, he was stationed overseas for a little over a year. My third brother, David, trained as a combat medic. Now, the consequence of that is it has given rise to a rule in our family, and that is don't choke in front of David. He is convinced that he could perform an emergency tracheotomy if needed. Always has his knife with him, ready to go. It makes for some exciting moments at Thanksgiving. Someone goes, and we're all like, no, David, we're good. We're good here. We're good. I love my 3 brothers. In fact, just today, while we were changing planes in Chicago, I talked to 2 out of 3. And they're all back in Oklahoma now. They all live fairly close to each other. They're all retired. When we were growing up, our daddy had a lot of different jobs. He sold fencing, he sold carpets, he sold housewares, he sold paint. And then when I was in middle school, the boys, and they are to this day referred to as the boys, the 3 of them, the boys were all gone by then. And it was just my mama and my daddy and me. And my daddy had a massive heart attack. And for a while, we thought we were going to lose him. Folks from church brought a covered dish. Everybody spoke in low tones. Now, Daddy pulled through, but he couldn't go back to work for a long, long time. I still remember the day that we lost our family station wagon. I remember my mother at night would tuck me in, and she'd give me a kiss, and she'd step outside the door and close it, and I knew what was coming next. She'd start to cry. She never wanted to cry in front of me, but that was as long as she could hold it. This is when I learned words like mortgage and foreclosure. And one day I walk into my folks' bedroom, and laid out on the bed is the dress. Now, some of you here will know the dress. It's the one that only comes out for weddings, funerals, and graduations. And there's the dress, and then there's my mom. And she's in her slip and her stocking feet, and she's pacing and saying, "We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house. We will not lose this house. She was 50 years old. She had never worked outside the home, and she was terrified. And finally, she looks up and sees me standing there in the doorway. I'm just a kid. And she looks at me, and she looks at that dress, and she looks at me, never says a word, wipes her face, pulls that dress on, puts on her high heels, and walked to the Sears and got a full-time minimum wage job answering phones. That minimum wage job saved our house, and it saved our family. Now, I always thought of this as the story, the lesson my mother taught me. And that is, no matter how scared you are, no matter how hard it looks, when it comes down to it, you reach down deep, you find what you have to find, you pull it up, and you take care of the people you love. Yes. And years later, I came to understand that wasn't just the lesson my mama taught me. That's what millions of people across this country do every day. No matter how hard it looks, no matter how scared they are, when it comes down to it, they reach down deep, they find what they have to find, they pull it up, and they take care of the people they love. That's what we do in America. It was only years after that that I came to understand that same story about my mother is also a story about government. Because understand this, when I was a girl, a full-time minimum wage job in America would support a family of 3. It would cover a mortgage, the utilities, and put groceries on the table. Today, a full-time minimum wage job in America will not keep a mama and a baby out of poverty. That is wrong, and that is why I am in this fight. And why this difference? It is a difference of who this government works for. When I was a kid, the question asked in Washington about the minimum wage was, what does it take a family of 3 to survive? What does it take a family of 3 to get a toehold in America's middle class, a chance to have something solid that they can build from? Today, the question asked in Washington is, where do we set the minimum wage to maximize the profits of giant multinational corporations? Well, I don't want a government that works for giant multinational corporations. I want one that works for our families. So that's it for me. You know, I told you, my 3 brothers, they all went off to the military. That was their path to America's middle class. Me, I had a different dream. I have known what I wanted to be since 2nd grade. Some of you may laugh. You didn't know until what, 4th grade? Just held back, right? But I have known since 2nd grade, and I've never wavered from this. I wanted to be a public school teacher. Can we hear it for America's public school teachers? Yes. Oh, and I committed to this dream. I love this dream. I used to line my dollies up and teach school. I had a reputation for being tough but fair. I loved it. But by the time I graduated from high school, we didn't have the money for a college application, much less to send me off to 4 years at university. So, like a lot of Americans, I don't have exactly a straight line story. I have a story that has some twists and turns. So here's how my story goes. I got a scholarship to college. Yay! And then at 19, I fell in love, dropped out, got married, and got a minimum wage job. Yay! Look, it's what I chose. I get it. But I thought I'd given up on the dream. I thought the dream was lost and that I would never get that chance. And then I found it. About 45 minutes away from where we were living, I found what was then a commuter college that cost $50 a semester. Think about that. For a price I could pay for on a part-time waitressing job, I finished my 4-year diploma and I became a special needs teacher. I have lived my dream job. Yeah. So if we got any special needs teachers in here? We have some. Whoa, we got right here. Boy, she is ready. I do too. Yes. Yes. Okay, good. So you got to back me up on this. Okay. Wait till you hear what I say. So I'm just going to tell you all, teaching is not a job, it is a calling. And the people who do it love it. That's how it's supposed to be. Am I right on this? You can back me up? That's right, because you're not going to, no, that's not the answer. Okay. So I still remember my kids. I had 4 to 6-year-olds. I love those kids. I can still tell you what they look like. I can tell you what their particular issues were. And I probably would still be doing that work, but my story has a couple of more twists in it. And here's the next twist. By the end of the first year, I was visibly pregnant. And the principal did what principals did in those days. Wished me luck and hired someone else for the job. So, okay. I'm at home. I got a baby. I can't get a job. What am I going to do? I know. I'll go to law school. For your friends who end up in law school, never inquire too closely how they got there. So I decided to go to law school. I find by this time we've moved someplace else. We moved to New Jersey at this point. New Jersey? No. Oh, there we go. We've moved to New Jersey. I find a state law school that costs $450 a semester. Baby on hip. I do 3 years in law school. Graduate visibly pregnant. You will discover a pattern to these stories. That was Alex. Thank you, son, for waiting until after graduation to be born. And practice law, took the bar, practiced law for 45 minutes. And then I went back to my first love, teaching. I traded little ones for tall ones in law school. And I don't know if everybody does this, but for me, kid who grew up with no money and it was always tight and always worried, I taught every money course. If it was about money, I learned it and then I taught it. So I taught contract law and commercial law. I taught secured transactions. I taught corporate finance. I taught partnership law. I taught bankruptcy law, debtor-creditor, law and economics. I taught it all. But there was always one central question that I worked on. And that one central question was what's happening to working families in America? Why is it that people who work every bit as hard as my mother worked 2 generations ago find the path so much rockier and steeper today, and for people of color, even rockier and even steeper? And the answer to that question is the same as it was on minimum wage. It's who government works for. So think of it this way. We have a government in America that works just great. It works fabulously for giant drug companies, just not for people trying to get a prescription filled. Yeah, it works terrifically for those who want to invest in private prisons and private immigration detention centers, just not for the people whose lives are destroyed by those places. It works terrifically for giant oil companies that want to drill everywhere, just not for the rest of us who see climate change bearing down upon us. Think of it this way. Whatever issue brought you here tonight, whether it's gun violence, health care, education, whatever brought you here, if there's a decision to be made in Washington, I guarantee it's been influenced by money. It's been shaped by money. It's been eased in a direction by money. In fact, I want to tell you a quick story. So, back in the early 90s, we're starting to figure it out about climate change. Don't have it all, but the basic science has come through. Whoa, this is not looking good, right? The Earth is heating up, man-made, more carbon in the air. We're getting the basics of it. And here's the amazing thing. You go back and look, Democrats and Republicans are working together on this issue in Washington. They're both in. Why? Because nobody wants to be responsible for the kind of catastrophe that it looks like is coming, right? So they're kind of all in. Everybody's working on it. They're talking about things like, do we need more authority for the EPA? Do we need some other rules? What kind of tools do we need here? And then along come the Koch brothers. Ooh, you've heard of the Koch brothers. along come the big fossil fuel companies. You've heard of them too. Along come the big polluters. And in effect, they get together and say, you know, if Washington gets serious about this climate business, that's going to bite into our bottom line. Our profits are not going to stay where they are. So they have an investment decision to make. They could decide, that's it, we're not, woohoo, oh, there we go. Shouldn't have done that. Okay. So they've got an investment decision to make. And they could decide, we're going to get out of fossil fuels. We're going to go totally to renewables. That's where they don't do that. They could decide, we're going to invest heavily in the cleanup, how you get carbon out of the air, how you clean the stuff out of the water. They don't do that. They invest in politicians. Think about this. They come to Washington and they make the big campaign contributions. And they invest in the think tanks, in the PR, in the lobbyists. In fact, one of the first big investments they make is the bought and paid for experts. The ones who come in on their nickel and declare that, well, climate change isn't real, it's all a hoax, dinosaurs loved it, whatever it is they want to say. And think about this. Why? Not because those guys don't understand what's going on. The reason is because when you've got a bought and paid for expert saying that, it builds an umbrella over the politicians. So the politicians can hide under it. They can keep taking oil company money, big polluter money, and say, gee, climate, I just don't know. You want to understand the climate crisis we face today? It's 25 years of corruption in Washington that has brought us here. And that is how we have to understand this. We have to understand that when government works for the wealthy and the well-connected, when government works for those who have money, when government works for those who can hire armies of lobbyists and lawyers and is not working well for everyone else, that is corruption, pure and simple, and we need to call it out for what it is. Corruption that affects one decision after another in Washington. So here's what comes to us. What are we going to do about this? We're not at a moment where you can say, I know I've got 2 statutes over here and 1 regulatory change over there, and we'll change the head of a department over there. No, we need big structural change in this country. We need a government that doesn't just work for the rich and the powerful. We need a government that works for the people. And how do we get there? I got a plan. So here's where it starts. We need to tackle corruption head on. We just need to run right down the middle at it. And here's the good news. I have the biggest anti-corruption plan since Watergate. Here's the bad news. We need the biggest anti-corruption plan since Watergate. So it is a big plan because money is felt in so many different ways. And it's not going to be enough just to hit one or two of them. You really got to do a lot of stuff here. So let me just give you a sample from this bill. You ready? Part 1, end lobbying as we know it. Block the revolving door between Wall Street and Washington. Here's one you may never have thought of. Make the United States Supreme Court follow basic rules of ethics. Okay, I could do these all night long. But I'm going to do just one more. You really want to root out some corruption? Make everyone who runs for federal office, everyone, put their tax returns online. Okay, so that's part 1. Attack the corruption head on. We got to do this. We can't play defense forever. We got to go on offense, attack it head on. Part 2, we got to make some structural change in this economy. Structural pieces. So let me talk about what that means. Here's our problem. Right now, we have giant corporations in industry after industry that are just, they're huge. And they've got enormous power. They have gobbled up the little businesses. They have gobbled up the medium-sized businesses. Man, they've gobbled up what used to be big businesses, right? And they've got all this power. The power to run over their own employees, the power to run over their customers, the power to run over the communities where they are. Shoot, the power to make our federal government bend to their will. So what are we going to do about that? Well, part 1, how about we get a president who has got the courage to enforce our antitrust laws? Time to break up big ag, right? And big tech, and big finance, yeah. But that's enforcing laws we've got, and it's important. It's really important. I want to talk a little more about structure. Think of it this way. We have got so much power now in the hands of corporations. What we got to do is we got to get some balancing power. And what that means is we need more power in the hands of workers, make it easier to join a union, and give unions more power and they negotiate. Unions built America's middle class. Unions will rebuild America's middle class. So there's a structural change. How about another structural change? It's time for a wealth tax. Okay, so let's talk about how this one works. The idea is it's about your assets, what you got. So your first 50 million free and clear. I see some of you saying, you know, okay, I can deal with this woman. First 50 million free and clear. But your 50 millionth and first dollar, you got to pitch in 2 cents. And no, just 2. Let's not overdo it. Let's just start with 2. 2 cents and 2 cents on every dollar after that. And just so you all, let's follow this for a minute. It's a wealth tax. Anybody in here own a home? or grew up in a house where they had somebody owned a home, yeah, you've been paying a wealth tax. It's just called a property tax. And you pay a lot. And all I'm saying is, for the really, really wealthy, that's the top 0.1% who have more than $50 million, how about it's not just your real estate, it's also your stock portfolio, your Rembrandt, your diamonds, and your yacht. That's it. Yeah. And understand this. I'm not proposing this because I'm cranky. No, I'm not. I realize there's some billionaires who might think that, but it's not. I mean, billionaires, say publicly, they don't say it directly to my face, but they never talk to me, but, which is okay. What they say is, they say, well, I worked hard. I stayed up late. And I say, yeah, like everybody else, right? But they say, no, I had this great idea. I got out there, or they inherited well. But either way, my pitch is this. You built a great fortune in America. Good for you. Good for you. You built a great fortune, but I guarantee you this. You did it at least in part with the help of workers. All of us help pay to educate. You did it, at least in part. Getting your goods to market on roads and bridges, all of us help pay to build. Yep. You did it, at least in part. Protected by police and firefighters, all of us help pay the salaries for. And we're glad to do it. We are genuinely happy to do it. We want to make these investments in opportunity for people. But all we're saying is if you make it big, I mean really big. I mean really, really big. I mean 0.1% big. Pitch in 2 cents so everybody else gets a chance to make it in this country. 2 cents. Come on. 2 cents. Oh, and what could we do for 2 cents? 2 cents on those great fortunes, top 0.1%. Here's what we can do. We could do universal child care for every baby in this country age 0 to 5. Yeah. Universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in America. And we can raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher in this country. 2 cents. 2 cents. We can do all of that, plus we can make tuition-free every public technical school, 2-year college, and 4-year college for anybody who wants to get an education. Plus, we can truly level the playing field. We can expand Pell Grants. We can invest $50 billion into historically black colleges and universities. Invest 2 cents. 2 cents. We can do all of that, plus we can cancel student loan debt for about 95% of the 2 cents. By the way, 2 cents, we can do all of that and we'll still have a couple of $100 billion left over. Think about what that means in America. We could make a value judgment. Does it stay with the top 0.1%? Or do we invest in every one of our young people in this country? That's our choice. Okay, they're ready. Okay. Good. No, this is good. This is good. All right, so that's part 2. Part 1, attack the corruption head on. Part 2, a couple of structural changes in this economy. Part 3, we got to protect our democracy. I'll tell you where I start. I want to see a constitutional amendment that protects the right of every American citizen to vote and to get that vote counted. I want a federal law to outlaw political gerrymandering. Enough of this. A federal law to roll back every racist voter suppression law that has been passed. Okay, I could do these all night, but I'm going to do just one more. And that is overturn Citizens United. Democracy is not for sale. So there it is. I just want three things. Attack the corruption head on, make a couple of structural changes in our economy, and protect our democracy so that our government truly reflects the will of the people. So a lot of people hear this and they think, you know, you got three things in three different places. To me, they are not. These are three things that are deeply intertwined. Because for me, they're all about what this country should stand for. And it should be about opportunity. Opportunity for every one of our children. Opportunity for every kid in America to get a first-rate education. Yeah. Opportunity to get a good job, to be able to start your own business, to be able to move back to the farm. Opportunity. Remember, I'm a special needs teacher. Opportunity may be a chance to live independently. Opportunity. Opportunity to marry the person you love and build the family you want to build. That's our best America. And here's how I see this. I never in a million years thought I would run for public office. Like I said, all I ever wanted to be is a school teacher. But I run for office because I'm grateful. I run for office because I'm determined. My daddy ended up as a janitor, but his baby daughter got the opportunity to be a public school teacher, the opportunity to be a college professor, the opportunity to be a United States Senator, the opportunity to run for President of the United States. Dream big, fight hard, let's win. You coming back up here to make this happen, Zach? All right, take it over.
Question. So,
okay.
Oh, can everybody hear me okay? Okay. So when you came in, some of you probably, you got a ticket. We're going to draw 3 tickets, and then we're going to answer some questions. So I'm going to read off some numbers. If you hear your number, stand up, yell, persist, and then move either to stage right over here or stage left over here. There are microphones, and we'll right there,
there
and
we go.
right
there.
over there. Okay, sorry. Question number 1, not rigged. Here we go.
Zach is backing this up. Okay.
170020. That's 170020.
020. Persist.
Hey, okay, great.
Woohoo! We have a winner.
Next one. 170134. 170134. Right here.
Whoa! All right.
Last question. And there are going to be a lot of selfies.
Okay.
170016.
016. Anybody?
Going once.
We could throw in a stuffed animal here.
All right. Going twice.
016.
All right, we're going to move on to the last number here. 170138. 138.
138.
Right here.
All
All right.
right.
Okay. Fantastic.
Woohoo!
All right.
All right.
So we're going to start back where we got the first question. Let's go right over here.
Okay. Thank you, Zach.
My
All
pleasure.
right. I'll hold on to it. Hi.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi. What's your name?
My name's Jamie Jones. I work at.
Jamie.
Hello. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. This is fun.
It is fun.
It is.
I work at Mount Mercy University in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Yay! Go get them.
Yes.
What do you do there?
I'm the marketing director.
So
Yes.
you're standing up and you want to spell that out for everybody and say what the website is?
Yeah, mtmercy.edu.
Okay, there we go. Okay, tonight was worth it, right, girl? Okay,
It was.
we got this.
Absolutely.
Okay, Jamie.
So my question for you is, what's your favorite book you've read and why?
Sense and Sensibility. Because it's about an observant woman who cuts through all of, I know Jane would never call it this, but the BS, right? No. And we got kids here. Has a lot of layers to it. And I like that. I like that. So I think that's probably my favorite book. Although I have to say, one that has had a big influence on me pretty recently is a biography of Frances Perkins. I drive by when I'm in Washington. Can I do two books? Is that okay? The Frances Perkins building every day. It's the Department of Labor. And it's named for Frances Perkins, the first woman in the cabinet. And I'll just do the very, very short story about this. A woman who, at 30 years old, stood on the ground when the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory happened. And she watched as women who were trapped in that fire up on the top 3 floors at a time when the fire department didn't have a ladder to go high enough to where they were, where the fire exits had been locked because the factory owners were afraid that those women would steal scraps of cloth. Women, I say some were as young as 14. They were paid $5 a week to work 6 days a week to try to get their shot at the American dream. She stood there and watched as the fire began to consume the building. And first woman jumped and died on impact. And then 2 more jumped, and then more and more until the bodies piled up on the ground. 146 people died in 18 minutes. And none of this was a surprise. None of it was a surprise. Women had been marching. Labor unions had been marching. Activists had been marching, and they'd called it out, and they'd gotten coverage in the press. And what happened? The factory owners, they knew it. This was no surprise. This was no surprise that something like this was coming. So what had the factory owners done? Instead of spending their money to make it just a little safer, maybe to pay a little more, no, they spent their money in Albany, New York. They spent their money at the state capitol, giving huge contributions to the politicians and greasing the wheels so that nothing happened. So Frances stood on the ground and watched this. And she said, this time it's going to be different. So the following week, 500,000 people showed up in the streets to march in New York. Think about this. It's 1911. And Frances is on lead. And she said, what I'm going to do is you're going to push from the outside, and I'm going to push from the inside. She goes to Albany. She gets herself a commission established. Keep in mind, women cannot yet vote. She's 30 years old, but she has a plan. She gets in there and she fights. Franklin Roosevelt becomes governor. She becomes Secretary of Labor for the state. Franklin Roosevelt, then during the Great Depression, becomes President of the United States. He brings her to Washington. She becomes Secretary of Labor. And She follows exactly the same plan. She says to millions of Americans, get in this fight. You push from the outside. I'll work it from the inside. And here's the thing. What can one determined woman with millions of people to back her up do? I'll tell you what Frances did. Social Security, unemployment, the minimum wage, the right to join a union, the end of child labor, and the weekend itself all came from Frances and the people who fought alongside her. In fact, I love that biography so much, I just talked about it. So I find it inspiring because it's a story. This is how I see this. It's a story about power. It was the power of the giant corporations and the politicians who just kept enriching themselves, and how working people just kept getting the short end of the stick. But it's also about the power of what we do when we get together, we fight side by side, and we got someone who's willing to lead us in that fight. That's why I'm here today. Great question. Thank you. All right. Good question, Jamie. Who else have we got? We got somebody over here? Is that number 2? No. Question number 2?
We're over here.
Over there. Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Sonia.
Sonia. Good to see you, Sonia.
Despite my accent, I have lived here. I'm an immigrant, by the way.
Good for you, Sonia.
Long time. Yeah. I retired at this point. I'm a grandmother of 5.
Woohoo!
I belonged, by the way, to something called 100 Grannies, which is very concerned with climate change. But so I'm totally on board with all that.
Okay.
I hope that you get to put in many of your plans.
Yes.
I think they're mostly very wonderful. My only concern is getting the vote for the free college, which of course would be wonderful, don't get me wrong, but is that really something that's going to go over? I mean, I'm concerned also about, automation. How do we retrain people so that people who lose jobs and can't get jobs that like they used to have, who is going to pay for those sort of people to get retrained? And I think we have a lot of people who are disaffected, and the disaffected people might be voting for, I don't know who, and did vote for someone we didn't like. So we need to get the disaffected people on board.
Okay.
And
so let's start with who's going to pay for this.
Yeah, I hope you make it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. So let's start with who's going to pay for it. The answer is the top 1/10 of 1% that can afford it. That's what the 2-cent wealth tax is all about. And look, before you say boo-hoo for the top 1/10 of 1%, do keep in mind, stop. I know. But here's the thing. Just so everybody kind of gets this in perspective, the 99% in America last year, all in, paid in taxes, all their taxes, about 7.2% of their total wealth. The top 1% paid 3.2%. I am tired of freeloading billionaires. For me, I love budgets. I think budgets are interesting. I know, I'm a total nerd on this. Because you want to understand the values of a country, of a people, look at their budgets. Look where they spend their money. And that's our fundamental choice here. Are we going to continue to say the very tip top? Think about it this way. Those fortunes, it's about 75,000 families that would be affected by this. They have their own money managers. They have their own staffs that work for the fortunes to keep building them out and scraping more and more and more money out of this economy. So you ask me about college. Look, I look at it this way. This is realistic about the future. When I talk about technical school, 2-year college, 4-year college, it's not just limited to people who are 19. It's anybody is entitled to get an education. That's what this is about. And that's where we're headed. The idea that you finish your education at 18 or at 20 or 22, that's not what the 21st century is going to look like. You know, you don't paint your house once and say, I'm done forever. You kind of have to go back every few years. And I think the same thing's going to be true on education. And here's how I look at this. Again, it's who government works for. Think of this at the late 1800s, turn of the century. We're seeing a big change in America at that point, right? We're seeing manufacturing rises up. And what you need is you need a lot more workers who can read well, who can read instructions, who can follow diagrams, who can read safety instructions. You need people who can do more math. So the 8th grade education isn't going to cut it anymore. So what did we do as a country? We did two things. We made high school mandatory up to a certain age, and we made it free. Think about it. We invested. And I'm going to make one quick pitch, even though you didn't. It's both ends. We cannot think of education in America as K to 12. We now know those babies, they're learning. They're learning from zero. So it's, when I talk about good child care, what I'm really talking about is good early learning experiences for all of our babies. Invest then in K-12 and then invest in post-high school education. That is how we build an America that will lead the 21st century. That's how we're going to do it. One more? One more. Zach's going to let me do one more. Okay.
Here?
Who we got?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Professor Warren.
Oh, Elizabeth, please. What's your name?
My name is Lina Murillo. And
Hi, Lina.
Hi, and I'm a professor here at the University of
Woohoo! What do you teach?
So
What do you teach?
I'm a historian. But,
An historian. I'm married to one of those.
Well,
okay. He's
you're
fabulous.
You're speaking
Yeah.
to me when you're talking about the turn of the 20th century.
I know. He does all the old stuff. Yeah.
And I teach in gender and women's studies, so I'm a historian who teaches. So the work that I do, the research that I do is on the history of reproduction. And increasingly, I'm turning to look at the history and intersections of reproduction and white nationalism and white supremacy. And my question to you is, what is your plan to deal with the racial issues that we have in the United States at this moment? The rise of sort of fascistic ideas and that are were at one time fringe are now mainstream, and the rise of white supremacist violence against communities of color and historically marginalized communities.
Thank you. White nationalism is a domestic terrorist threat. And we need to call it out. We need a Justice Department that investigates and that prosecutes. It is critical to our survival going forward. So that's where we start. But I want to say more than that. Two things. The first is, we have a race problem in this country. It's an economic problem. It's a social problem. It's a criminal justice problem. It's an environmental justice problem. It's a healthcare problem. So everything I work on, or try to, I think about the race dimension. It's not enough to pretend that as long as we write neutral laws, that somehow the racial injustices and inequities and bigotry that are still making themselves felt today will disappear, just because our words don't use the words that Jim Crow used. I'll try to do this in very short version. That is, I got a housing plan. We got a problem in America on housing, and it's a problem across America. Basically, it's this. Over the past few decades, private developers have just kind of backed out of the market for middle class, working class, poor, working poor housing. They don't build the 2-bedroom, 1-bath house that I grew up in with the converted garage for my 3 brothers to sleep in. They don't build that house anymore. They all have moved to McMansions, and I'm not mad at them. That's where their profits are. At the same time, the government has backed out. So what we've got is basically a deteriorating housing supply, a shrinking housing supply, at the same time that population continues to grow. So that means across America, whether you're talking about in cities or small towns, in rural America, in coastal America, in middle America, we see people paying more and more for less and less in housing. So I got a plan for that. 3.2 million new housing units across America. And it's all paid for. Once again, folks at the top, they can afford it. But here's a piece I just want to single out. Housing is the #1 way that middle-class families build wealth, that working families build wealth. It is the #1 way, because you buy an asset that appreciates over time if you're lucky. It's the #1 retirement plan in America. Pay off your housing and live on your Social Security. It is the #1 way to get intergenerational growth. So you're lucky enough that grandma and grandpa can stay in their home until the end, then the next generation has been lifted up by the value of that home. And the next generation and the next generation. So it should surprise no one here that for decades in America, our federal government subsidized the purchase of housing for white people and discriminated against black people. It was called redlining. And they just said, communities of color, sorry, you can't get access to mortgages. And it produced a black-white wealth gap in this country. Now, that was the law until 1965. And the impact of that law is still felt today in this country. So part of my housing plan says we've got all of this to build housing for everyone, but we're going to address head-on a special problem, and that is what happened to communities of color. So I have a special provision for formerly redlined areas, people who live in those areas, to give some assistance so they can get into housing. That's how we have to approach this. We can do this. And if we were going to be here all night, I'd talk about it through all the other plans, but that's how we have to think about this problem. We have to confront it honestly, and then talk about how we can make real change. You know, when I do this, I know I have been teased for having a lot of plans. Frankly, I think if you want to get something done, you ought to have a plan. But okay, I get it that a lot of people say it's too hard, though. You know, you don't want to have all those plans. That's not how you run for office. You run for office, you paint a few word pictures, you say some nice things, you smile more. But I see this as a moment why plans are important. It's because they're hopeful. Think about it this way. People said to the abolitionists, let's go all the way back. They said to the abolitionists, you're not going to make change in this country. It's too hard. Give up now. They said to the suffragettes, right? Just over 100 years ago. Some of our grandmothers and great-grandmothers said to the suffragettes, too hard, give up now. Said to the early union organizers, too hard, give up now. Said to the civil rights workers, to the foot soldiers in the civil rights movement, too hard, give up now. And shoot, just a decade ago, they were saying to the LGBTQ activists, too hard, give up now. But they didn't give up. They got organized. They built a grassroots movement. They persisted, and they changed the course of American history. This is our moment in American history. Our moment to dream big, fight hard, and win. Thank you.
Well, making me feel old, Senator. If you have young children in your charge at this moment, start moving towards the front of the line. Staff will help you. We want a country that's fair.
All right, thanks guys for sticking around here with us on News Now. As you can see, I'm taking us out to breaking news. This is our own Sky Fox here in the Phoenix area, taking a look as you can see state troopers helping in an efforts to find a lost hiker in the Superstitions mountain range here again in Arizona. So we are just taking a look at them doing this rescue effort. I also see we just had pop up waiting for people to step up to the podium. Houston Emergency Management presser is going to be starting here minutes away, so we'll keep our eyes on this lost hiker situation until the Houston Emergency Management crew steps up to the podium, and then we'll go out there to hear what they have to say and an update after they've had major flooding that they've been dealing with all day long. Oh, and look at that. We're taking a look at live animals that are also out here on the mountains. You know what? That's something I've never come across. I think it's a ram. I have done quite a bit of hiking out here in the Arizona area. Haven't gotten to go recently just because of our hot weather temps, but again, this is a hiker rescue. I'll keep my eyes on that, but I do see that we do have the emergency management team jumping up here in Texas, so we'll take us out to here. Let me get the sound going for you guys, and thanks for being here with us on News Now.
Okay, we want to get started. It's been a long day. It's been a long day for people in our area, especially. I want to say that in the last hour or so, we've had no reported incidents of rain, so things are starting to improve in terms of weather conditions, which is good. And all of us have had an opportunity to span out across the city, from Kingwood to Independent Heights, moving over into the east side of town, and even looking at the downtown Buffalo Bayou area. And so I'm going to ask different individuals to kind of give you a status report on where things are. What I will say to you is that we expect to return to business tomorrow morning. The City of Houston will be open for business tomorrow morning. Don't see any reason for anyone not to report to work tomorrow. Water is starting to recede in many of our areas, and I'm going to let Jeff Weatherford deal with that more specifically. But Metro is back to its normal operations, which is good. It's going to take some time to dry out, and so I'm certainly going to ask people to continue to exercise patience and be careful on the road, especially now that we've gotten into the nighttime and your visibility is not as great as it was earlier. And there's still a lot of water out there. So we're going to ask people to be very, very careful. I want to emphasize, please do not drive around those barricades. There's a reason for the barricades there. So do not drive around the barricades, please, and be very careful as you drive. And we'll ask for you to minimize your driving tonight as we move into the first part of tomorrow morning. But let me just stop there for now, and then let me call up Chief Bunick to make his comments, and then followed by Chief Acevedo. Chief Bunick.
Great, thank you, Mayor. The Office of Emergency Management's been following this storm and preparing the last 4 or 5 days. You know, throughout the years, we have policies, procedures, we practice, we drill, we do exercises, and I want to thank the other city departments that are here because this is really a team effort. The team effort's led by Mayor Turner. Mayor Turner's been here since early this morning, providing us leadership, direction, and guidance on how to utilize all the proper city resources. We have the men and women of the fire department, men and women of the police department, first responders that have been out there every day or all day long rescuing people. We have public works out there setting up barricades, putting out their folks, utilizing them as first responders in dump trucks. We have the health department helping up, setting up different shelters. And then we have all the men and women of the Office of Emergency Management trying to put all this stuff together. So the city's been preparing for this, and I'm proud to say that the city provided an outstanding response to the weather that we were dealt. There's nothing we can do about the amount of rain that we get, but you can look at us and grade us on our response. And Mayor, I think the city provided an outstanding response.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Ewing. And I do want to echo that. I certainly want to thank our firefighters, our police officers, and the people with Public Works. And I especially want to thank the people in the city of Houston. We ask people to stay off the road, to stay on their jobs, or to stay at school, where they were in a safe place. And as we drove around the city, a lot of people did just that. So. And that has helped quite a bit, and that's maybe one of the reasons. Again, I've not received any indication that anyone in the city of Houston was injured or lost his life. So I'm very pleased with that. So a big thank you to people in the city of Houston. Let me call up now Chief Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. As of this morning, we've had over 200 vehicles that have been recovered by the police department, and that number is expected to grow. It will be growing probably for the next 5 or 6 hours. In terms of calls holding, there are no priority one, which are emergency lights and siren calls to a crime in progress holding. As of about 30 minutes ago, we had about 15 priority 2 calls and 165 low priority calls holding. Officers have actually been dispatched at 7313 East Houston Road for overnight security at one of the Red Cross shelter. And at the highest point today, we had over 200 closures, roadway closures, due to the water and flooding. We're currently pulling cars off of the freeways. We have got a task force from our Highway Enforcement Command working at on the 10 freeway where it flooded. And from there, we're moving to 45, but 45 will take another 3 to 5 hours at Main to actually drain, and then we'll move to that location. Currently, our joint processing center with and jail operations with our partners at Harris County are working normally. They're proceeding as normal, the operations. We have released our day shift officers a little bit ago, and all of our evening shift officers have made it. Air operations are up and running in our air support. This throughout the day today, the air and marine units with the Houston Police Department, we had 4 boats and 3 team members per boat in the Kingwood and Greenspoint area. We had our HP Marine unit actually rescued over 106 folks, and we're still counting. We also had 8 high water vehicles deployed and SWAT vehicles primarily in the Kingwood area and the Greenspoint area. And I can tell you, I was out there with Chief Pena. We rescued a lot of folks and got them to safety, but we don't have those numbers yet. So I just want to say thank you to the community. People were patient, but thanks to the investment and the new equipment, additional equipment, we were able to respond a lot more quickly than in years past. So with that, I'll just step back and wait for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Osveda. Chief Pena with the Houston Fire Department.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. I want to first acknowledge, certainly it's been a long day, but I want to acknowledge the efforts, the great efforts certainly by the men and women of the Houston Fire Department and our partners, the Police Department, Public Works, the Health Department, Metro, Parks. Outstanding. It was certainly a team effort, and I'm truly proud of the effort that was put forth by all city employees. Thank you, Mayor, for the leadership here at the Emergency Operations Center and providing the direction needed. So, the Houston Fire Department today, we ran over 1,600 or 1,760 calls. Most of those have been for water evacuation type incidents. We set up 4 area commands throughout the city, one in Kingwood, one in Greens Point area, Laura Copy, and Cross Timbers. We're going to maintain 3 of those at this moment because we still have active operations. We deployed all our high water assets. We had all our high water vehicles, 9 of those, as well as 6 boat crews throughout the city, mostly located in the Kingwood area. That's where we got hit the hardest, and that's where the majority of the operations were. But certainly throughout the day, those areas of operations expanded, and we had several areas throughout the city that were active, and we still have personnel working in these. We are going to maintain 4 high water vehicles throughout the night in anticipation of anything that may happen. And then we'll reevaluate tomorrow morning to see what we need to demobilize or bring up additional staffing if needed. So again, I'll wait until after conference for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Pena. Let me call on Jeff Weatherford with Public Works.
Thank you, Mayor. The good news is that the bayou system seems to be receding. The water flow is falling in them. That there's still a few of them, such as Hunting Bayou at I-10, Buffalo Bayou at Milam downtown and at Shepherd, that are still outside their banks, but everything seems to be falling, with the exception of the San Jacinto River. Both the east and the west forks of the river are still rising slightly. Conversations with National Weather Service and flood control indicate that we can expect perhaps another foot of rise by 5 a.m. tomorrow. They believe it'll crest about then, and then it'll begin to fall. It means that some of the subdivisions that are along the river could potentially see a little bit more water rise, such as Forest Cove, Bellow Wood, North Shores, and then some of them along the east fork of the San Jacinto River. That Metro has reestablished their park and ride service as of earlier this evening. They're not running as efficiently as they normally do, but people who took the bus in this morning are able to get back home. That as a result of the flooding of several of the intersections, we've got 70 traffic signals throughout the city that are either on flash or completely out. I'd like to remind people that if you come to a signal that is on flash or completely out, you should treat it as an all-way stop. With that, I'll wait for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks. And because we are noticing the East Fork and water is still rising in that Kingwood area. As Jeff indicated, we are paying close attention to Forest Cove, Bellewood, North Shore, Elm but also to Wood Stream Village, River Chase Trail, and Chase Brook Trail. And let me also indicate, especially to the people in those area, because I know there are always flashbacks to Harvey itself. The San Jacinto River Authority is not releasing any water at all. So I just want to make sure that that's very, very clear. And so we're watching those areas overnight to see if there will be any impact, any structural impact to the people living in that area. And then also want to assure people, for example, in the Westbury area, that the Willow water hose, the waters there are receding and is staying within their banks. And that is good news, I know, for the people in that area. With respect to the Spring Branch area, all appears to be fine in that area. Brookhouse Gully, Buttermilk Creek, and Briar Branch. The water is all within their banks, so that's good news for the Spring Branch area. Now let me bring up John Fleming, because we have had some structural damage, and there have been some people who have sought shelter protection, and so John can speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So through our partners with Red Cross, the faith-based community, and even some corporate partners such as Mattress Mac and Gallery Furniture, we're now housing approximately 120 people in six shelters that are reporting at this hour. That includes Kingwood First Baptist Church up in the Kingwood area, New Light Christian Center down here just around the Loop area, St. Timothy's Lutheran, Harvest Time Church, and Gallery Furniture, as well as Lakewood. We don't know how long these shelter operations are going to last, because we're not quite sure what the community need is going to be, but we'll make sure that we can provide adequate shelter. Mayor, that's all I can say.
And so about how many are taking advantage up to this
Right
point?
now, it's 120 people currently, but we're still using Metro resources to move people into those shelters, so our counts are going to be moving up.
Okay. So just bear in mind, those shelters are available. And again, I want to thank Houstonians who just stepped up and opened up their shelters. Again, this city demonstrates a very generous spirit. Now let me bring up Steve Rongi with the airport system.
Thank you, Mayor. As we know, Fridays are typically very busy travel days, and we have a large convention in town as well, so a lot of people are going to want to utilize our facilities. The message we really want to send is please check with your carrier prior to going to the airport. Another good resource is our website, www.flytohouston.com, and that's fly2houston.com, to check on the status. Air carriers at Hobby have reported they should be almost 100% in operation tomorrow. IEH will be starting slight delayed schedule, and they will be receiving inbound flights beginning at 0400. The other point I wanted to make is anyone going to Bush Intercontinental Airport, including all the employees that work there, is please use the JFK entrance. The Will Clayton 59 interchange is still having some high water issues, so please use the JFK entrance in and out of Bush Intercontinental. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And of course, 911 and 311 are our systems to get you directly in touch with the City of Houston in case there's a need. So Dave Cutler, if you will come and speak to 911.
I'm Dave Cutler, and I'm with Houston's 911 system. As you know, earlier today, we had an increase in the number of 911 calls coming in, and the vast majority of those calls were for high water rescues, but when the police officers and firefighters got out there, they realized it wasn't really a rescue situation, it was a stranded motorist situation. So I ask again, please do not call 911 if you're stranded. It's going to take time for the water to recede. We've seen a decrease in 911 calls, but a lot of those calls coming in are still about stranded motorists. And like I said, a stranded motorist is not a 911 issue. Thank you.
Thanks. And then lastly, before throwing it up for questions, there are about 70 signal lights that are out throughout the city. We're going to be working on these signal lights over the night, and probably will carry over into tomorrow as well. So please bear that in mind. And again, tomorrow morning, as you come into work, exercise a great deal of patience in that regard. I do want to thank everyone for their cooperation throughout the day, because I think it just helped to keep everybody safe, including our first responders. First responders did an exceptional job, and I want to personally say thank you to fire, police, and public works officials. I want to thank them for doing just a yeoman's job. And then I want to thank the people in the city for stepping up. And then again, the cooperation with with the county, and so Judge Alina Hidalgo certainly want to thank her. I've just been informed that HISD has canceled school for Friday, so HISD has canceled has canceled classes for Friday. Having said that, if you have any questions, any of us can take any questions you may have.
Mayor, the cars left on the road today when people were stranded. Do you have any idea how many are still there, how long it's going to take to clear the roads of those?
You know, we asked that question.
Yeah. We believe there's probably several hundred still out there between the different closures, and it will probably take the rest of the night to actually recover them and remove them, because first we have to wait for the water to recede, and the water in a lot of spots are going to take 3 to 5 hours, and then our Highway Enforcement Command is talking to all of our wreckers that are staging. They've been staging already and already working on 10, and then they'll be moving to the different areas. So we believe there'll be a couple hundred more cars. We had over 200 cars as of earlier tonight in the system, but the ones that haven't been removed are still not in the system, so that number will grow.
And where can people pick those up?
Henry, what number can they call for that?
Actually, they prefer to use, they can go online.
Go online.
Findmytowedvehicle.com.
Findmytowedvehicle.com. www.findmytowedvehicle.com.
I'm sorry, findmytowedcar.com.
Car.com.
And Jen, if they want to revert to the phone, there's the phone number, 713-308-8500.
713-308-8500, 713-308-8500.
Chief, you mentioned 3 to 5 hours to get 45 steps just waiting for water?
Yes, water to recede, yeah.
Is that the only challenge really to getting us to clear?
Yes.
I-45 in North Main, and that's where a significant number of these vehicles are. And so it's going to take about 3 to 5 hours for that water to recede. And let me just say this, with respect to vehicles that have stalled or were flooded, if for example, if you went into the median, or if you're on the embankment not blocking traffic, those will be the last ones that we will tow. So the hope is people can go and retrieve their vehicles. The ones that we will be towing immediately will be the ones that are blocking the flow of traffic. So for those vehicles that are in the medium, drove up on an embankment, we're not going to rush out to tow them, to give people an opportunity to go and retrieve their own vehicles. Okay, but I-45 in North Main, where a significant number of vehicles are, it would take about 3 to 5 hours for that water to recede.
Mayor, you mentioned concern about the East Fork, San Jacinto.
Yes.
I know there are a few command centers. Can you say specifically where those are? Is the East Fork included in that? I know you said that people are going to be watching those structures, but where are they got set up?
Well, I would tell you that the neighborhoods that we're paying special attention to is Woodstream Village, River Chase Trail, and Chase Brook Trail, along with Forest Cove, Bellewood, North Shore, and Elm Grove. And so overnight, we do anticipate the fork, this is the East Fork.
It's both the East and
the
West
Fork to rise somewhat. And so we're watching very carefully to see whether or not there will be any structural flooding or any structural impact. And that we'll be observing that overnight. Okay?
Another question for Chief Acevedo.
Sure.
Did you say the Marine Unit rescued 106?
Yeah. The count that I have right now for Marine folks is 106 rescues by the HPD Marine Unit, which means our Lake Patrol and our Port Patrol units are both up there. And then we had 8 high water rescue vehicles that rescued a lot of other folks, but we don't have that number yet, as well as our dive team. They're out there with the rubber-like boats. I forgot what they call those. Zodiac boats, excuse me. So our rescues numbers will go up, and we should have some more in the morning. Some more numbers.
Well, I know we talked about this a lot. We learned so much from Harvey, and obviously we were able to put all our forces out there.
Yes.
If you can touch on that, and also did we learn anything from today as well?
I think you will always learn from these incidents, because no system, no storm is exactly the same. Every storm is different. What we did do that has helped out quite a bit is that we've been watching this system for several days, really since Monday, Tuesday. And then on Tuesday late evening, I think is when it landed in Freeport and got its name, Imelda, Tropical Storm Imelda. And then it went from a tropical storm to a tropical depression. And it's, from all indications, it was going to head south and east and away. But we went to level 3.
2.
On Wednesday night, midnight.
Yes, sir.
Went to level 3, and we started deploying assets on Tuesday across the city. The good news, what we learned from Harvey, as well as the tax day flood, is that the city needed more assets. High water vehicles, high water boats. And so the police department has more assets. The fire department now has more assets. Public Works has more assets. And we were able to deploy these assets throughout the city. Because what we learned from the tax day flood in 2016 is that we did not have enough, and we were having to pull assets from one area to take to another area, and it was taking too long. What we learned from Hurricane Harvey is that we did not have enough when the rainfall is more widespread, and many areas are flooding at the same time. And therefore, other people had to wait before they could be rescued. So this time we deployed assets early across the board, and at the same time we put in these blockades early at all of what we perceive to be the low water areas. And they even when the system went from a tropical storm to a tropical depression and we thought it was going to be out, we did not pull those assets back. We kept them there until the system was completely gone. And I will tell you, the lesson we learned from Harvey, system may go up, and then it can circle right back. And that's what this system did. It went up north, and then it started coming back. And it was dropping as much as 6 inches of water in an hour on this particular day. So it happened very, very quickly. That's what we learned. In terms of learning from today, and that is, again, another reminder. It doesn't have to be a hurricane. It doesn't have to be a tropical storm. It can just be a system that can drop a lot of water in a short period of time. And so you can go into work thinking everything is going to be pretty much okay, and then things can change very, very, very quickly. And there's a tendency when people look out and they see that a lot of rain is falling, they want to leave work and go and pick up their children or go home. That would have been very, very bad because you would have been leaving and putting yourself in more danger. So staying put, especially when we know that the system is moving, even though slowly, but it's moving, the best solution or the best way to keep everybody safe is to stay in place on their jobs, at school, wherever the safe place is, allow the 3-4 hours to pass, and then venture out. And as a result, there was a lot of water that fell on our city today. We are fortunate, at least based on the reports that we have received at this moment, that we have not had one fatality inside the city of Houston. When you consider the amount of rain that fell, that bodes well. So we still have to address infrastructure, because I would tell you in the Kingwood area, what would be helping in the Kingwood area would be, instead of there being 4 gates at Lake Houston to release water faster into the Gulf, we need 10. That project has already been approved by FEMA, and it has already been funded. It's just waiting now to be done. That would significantly help out the people in Kingwood. With respect to the Buffalo Bayou and White Oak and the lower end, that would be redoing the infrastructure project with regards to the North Canal. That project is being advanced right now, and once that project is approved by FEMA, that will help in reducing any flooding in the I-45 downtown area, Buffalo Bayou. That would be a tremendous plus. So infrastructure needs to be enhanced, needs to be improved, and then working in collaboration with the county on the $2.5 billion project. Getting those projects done will simply help to mitigate the risk of future flooding. So we know what works. And we all know coordination with all different departments and groups work. And then it's important for our people to be out there to have boots on the ground And that's why I'm very appreciative to police, to fire, to public works crews and others to be out there assisting hands-on, because it's one thing to be here and get the reports. It's another thing to be out in the community to see for yourself. That's a long answer to your question.
Mayor, is the emergency center, are you going to scale back operations here overnight? And what is your greatest concern with what's left of this weather? Just the water that's left out?
Well, until I know this system is gone, okay, we're going to remain on alert. From all indications, it is at least behind us, but the water levels are still high. Ground is fully saturated. We're just going to be very weather aware, as we say, be alert. Chief Bunick, you want to answer that question because you're.
Yes, sir. The Emergency Operations Center is going to be open until the city returns or resumes back to normal operations. So we're going to be here all night. As Chief Acevedo said, there's still a lot of work to be done on the freeways. We got to make sure everything's clear and up and running. As long as we have people in shelters, we will remain operational until everything's settled in the city. Then at that point, close. At this point, we're probably going to be open till probably sometime Saturday, unless things really clear up by late tomorrow.
Same level of staffing?
Staffing will probably be down a little bit. We're currently at a level 2, as the mayor said. We started out as a level 3 initially, and then once it got worse and once we seen the amount of water that we got in, we bumped it up to a level 2, which brought in additional resources. We're not going to need all the additional resources that we have in there and that we had today, simply because the need's just not going to be there. We're going to be concentrating on working with the police department and clearing the freeways, not necessarily water or rescue operations.
The other thing that we want to be mindful of, too, is that there's a lot of high water out there. Be careful getting close to the bayous. The water levels are high. And if you go, we don't want anybody slipping and falling into these channels. So please be very, very careful getting close to these channels. We also want to be mindful there are a number of people that are homeless in our city. And so we're watching that population as well, because we don't want them to be impacted by the elements that exist in our city. So there are some hazardous conditions that are out there, so we want to be mindful of everybody within our city. So those are the things that we're on guard for. And then I will tell you, this is going to be a very busy weekend for all of us, because we have some major events for this weekend. Anything else? Let me conclude let me thank again the media and all of the television stations and the media personnel for the coverage that you've provided, because quite frankly, you're our partner in events of this kind. So I want to thank each and every one of you for the coverage that you all have provided. You all assist us in doing our job, and you assist the general public in being well informed. And when we work together, I think the results speak for themselves. But what we do know is that these storms are coming with greater intensity and greater frequency, and we have to find ways to address them and minimize the risk. So thank you all so very much. This will be the last press conference for us for today, and assuming nothing changes, we will start preparing for this weekend's event. Thank you.
Can we talk to Chief FNN?
In Spanish, sure.
You don't want to talk to me in Spanish? Yo habla español también.
And while Texas is dealing with getting everything cleaned up, rescuing cars and people and from that flooding that they had happened today, here in Arizona, things have been pretty clear and beautiful. Current temp 97 degrees this whole week, and the rest of the week, I should say, and leading into the weekend, we are going to be staying under the 100s. Woohoo! Also, just an update to that hiker that was rescued off of the Superstitious Mountains. It was a little confusing. The call had said that the hiker had felt unsafe. Well, that finally got described to us. Apparently there was a mountain lion that had chased that hiker, possibly maybe would have chased that bighorn sheep that we saw also running around on the mountain. So again, that hiker had called for help, saying he didn't feel safe, and that's the reason why. There was a mountain lion chasing him. Definitely have to be prepared when you're going out hiking in the Arizona area. You never know what you might come across on your path, from snakes to apparently mountain lions. So I did want to just give everyone a look here, take a break from some of these pressers, but we do have a Harris has also been out in Iowa. She had another event just happen, and it finished not too long ago, so we're going to go out to that next. Any other breaking news that does pop up, we of course are going to be bringing it to you here on our News Now stream.
It is measured by who you lift up. And this is why we are going to win. And this is why we are going to win, because we know that in spite of these powerful forces that are trying to sow hate and division among us, we know the vast majority of us as Americans have so much more in common than what separates us. Regardless of where we live, frankly, regardless of the party with which we're registered to vote, regardless of if you voted for Hillary or Bernie or Donald Trump last election cycle, the truth of the matter is, what we all know in our hearts and our souls is the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And if we are going to fight for the strength of who we are as a nation, we will fight with that spirit. And so you're all looking at me, Kamala, well, why do you say that? What do you have in mind when you say these things? I'll tell you what I have in mind. I have in mind what I call the 3 in the morning thought. Some people refer to that as the witching hour. You know, when you wake up in the middle of the night with that thought that's been weighing on you? Well, for the vast majority of us, when we wake up thinking that thought, it is never through the lens of the party with which we're registered to vote. For the vast majority of us, when we wake up thinking that thought, it is never through the lens of some simplistic demographic some pollster put us in. And for the vast majority of us, when we wake up thinking that thought, it usually has to do with one of just a very few things: our personal health, the health of our children or our parents. For so many, can I get a job, keep a job, pay the bills by the end of the month, retire with dignity? For our students, can I pay off those student loans? For so many families in our country, can I help my family member get off their opioid or their drug addiction? For so many seniors in our country, am I going to have to make a choice between filling my prescription or filling my refrigerator? The vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And that is going to be, and that fact is the fuel of our campaign. And so when I think about some of those issues range from the issue of what we need to do around health care, knowing this is an issue that wakes people up in the middle of the night. So I approach this issue saying, look, we have to approach this from a value that says access to health care should not be a function of how much money you have in your back pocket. Access to health care has to be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And that's why I am offering a Medicare for All plan that says we are going to make sure everyone in America that is covered with a sense of dignity, is covered in a way that it will include pre-existing conditions. We are also going to bring down costs. We are also going to eliminate co-pays and deductibles, and also, and this is a point of distinction between me and others on the stage, in my Medicare for All plan, I'm not going to deprive you of choice. So you get to choose whether you want a private plan or a public plan, because I've heard from folks who do not want their choice taken away from them, and I'm not prepared to do that. What wakes people up in the middle of the night? Thinking about an issue, especially for so many of our students and our children. You know, I have a niece who's like a daughter to me in addition to our two children, but she just recently had two children of her own. One is 1.5 years old and the other one is 3. And I have to tell you, when I look in those babies' eyes, I am scared to death about what this world, and in particular this climate, will be when they turn 20 if we don't take seriously the climate crisis facing us as a country and as a world. And on that point, what's waking people up in the middle of the night? Well, I don't have to tell Iowa, floods. What's waking people up in the middle of the night? Hurricanes. What's waking people up in the middle of the night? Wildfires. Let's take this issue seriously, which is why I am offering a Green New Deal, which says that by 2030, we will have carbon neutral electricity, and by 2045, a clean economy. And we'll take lead from folks here in Iowa, just out there. These wind turbines, you're doing it here. You're showing what can be done. That has to be part of a national policy, recognizing it's about jobs as much as it is about investing in this planet that God has given us and that we must protect. What wakes us up in the middle of the night? Well, as parents, this wakes us up, and it also wakes up our children, elementary, middle, and high school students. And you know what that is, especially since they've been going back to school over the last couple of weeks? Those drills they have to attend. Where when they get to school, they learn about how they must hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event there is a mass shooter roaming the hallways of their school. They are being traumatized by this. And when they come home, they ask us, why did we have to have that drill? To which, of course, the answer is because there are supposed leaders in Washington, D.C., who have failed to have the courage to reject a false choice, which suggests you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away, have child care. I believe, in terms of leadership in our country, is someone who has the capacity to unify our country. What we need is the ability to get back to a place where we recognize that the greatest threats we face in terms of challenges are not each other. Not each other. And we must invest in the strength of our nation, understanding the commonalities between us and the common hopes and dreams we have, including the challenges we face. And so that's what this campaign is about. And I'm going to tell you, part of what has been coming up in a conversation about this campaign is electability. So let's just deal with the elephant in the room, or the donkey in the room. I'm going to tell you guys, every race I have won, every race I fought, be it running for district attorney in 2003, running for attorney general in a state of 40 million people in 2010, or this campaign, I've heard the same thing. Well, nobody like you has done this before. People may not be ready, may not be your turn. Other people may not be ready, they'll say, right? And every time I didn't listen. But let me tell you what gives me a sense of optimism. More important than the fact that I didn't listen, the American people didn't listen. The American people didn't listen. The people understood that when we're talking about these offices, we have the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been. We have the ability to see what is possible, even if it has not happened before. And Iowa knows that. This is what you always do. This is what you always do. And so I'm here to ask for your support. I'm asking you to please caucus with us in what we call Kamala's Corner. And I'm here to thank you. I'm here to thank you for the leadership you have always provided in showing what is possible. Because the challenges before us are great indeed. But I have a great sense of optimism in what we are capable of, in who we are, and in the fact that we have a collective desire to know that the future of our country is going to be motivated by the knowledge that we have the ability to be strong when we are unified. And we're going to do this together, and I can't thank you enough for the support and for your interest and attention. And with that, let's take some questions. Let's take some questions.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to do my best to take questions from different parts of the room. So I will kind of move from center, and then I'll just do a 360. We cool with that? Okay, so we'll start here, right up front. You two can work on your question together. I'm assuming you're going to ask a similar question with the Save the Children Action Network.
Thank you. UNICEF says the United States ranks number 37 among countries in well-being of children. And Save the Children puts United States at number 36. The European countries dominate the top places. What plans would you have? What do we need to do to raise that ranking in this wonderful nation for the well-being of young children, 100% of our future?
I strongly believe, to the very point of your passion and the numbers you're sharing with us, I strongly believe that you should judge a society based on how it treats its children. And we are failing. And we are failing. You can look at it in terms of the issue of, in particular, what we are not doing to put resources into our public education system. It actually born out of a conversation that I had in my first trip to Iowa as a candidate. I'd been here before, but my first trip as a candidate and meeting with a group of teachers. Born out of that came my plan to put in place what will be the first in our nation's history federal investment in closing the teacher pay gap. And I'll tell you why. Because I have met more teachers than I can tell you who are working 2, sometimes 3 jobs. 94% of the teachers in our public schools come out of their own pocket to help pay for school supplies. And here's the thing. There are only 2 groups of people raising our children. Parents, often with the assistance of grandparents and aunties and uncles, and our teachers, and we're not paying them their value. So I'm prepared to close that gap by paying teachers on average $13,500 more a year. Here in Iowa, to close that gap will be $12,200 a year. Yes, the whole range. But let's go beyond that, because that's one piece. The other piece has to do with what we need to do around affordable childcare. And so, in particular, my plan is that no family will have to pay more than 7% of your income in childcare. Because what has happened over the years is that the cost of childcare has not kept up with wages. And so when we talk about the expense in terms of the cost of living, working families cannot afford childcare. And we have to, again, look in the mirror about the hypocrisy, because we say we're a nation that values families. Well, working families have children, and they need childcare. When I was growing up, it was a different, people had grandparents and lived in the neighborhood, and we would, do that. That's not the case anymore in America. People have to pay for childcare, and they need to be able to afford it. So that's my plan around childcare. There's also what we need to do to recognize that we have many children growing up in communities with high rates of violence and or poverty. And they are being exposed to a level of trauma that is practically debilitating, and that trauma is going undiagnosed and untreated. Because here's the thing, a child growing up hearing gunfire every night, we expect that child to go to school the next day and learn. That's not going to happen. Let's also be completely candid that poverty is trauma-inducing. So there's a whole plan that I have that is also about what we need to do around putting mental health resources into communities where this exists, so we can help those children in the context of their families, give them the support they need to thrive. And so those are there are a number of issues. And then, again, back to the statistics, we need to talk about the juvenile justice system and how we have been over-incarcerating children, and what we need to do to also end that, and also looking at, issues like solitary confinement of juveniles, which I am opposed to. So I have a whole agenda around children, and, which actually also extends to their parents, because we cannot also afford, as we've done, to have policy about children that is so paternalistic that thinks the government can come and parent those children better than their parents can. Right. So, thank you.
Okay, we'll look for a question from this area, and we'll go here. And I think we've got a mic coming for you.
Hi. So my question is, what is your plan to reform law enforcement to address the racial bias that stands and, harms people of color and kills them quite often?
So, as I've shared, I grew up a child of parents who were active in the civil rights movement, and just to give you, in terms of my personal experience, I was born knowing the biases in the criminal justice system. There's frankly not a black man I know, be he a relative, a friend, or a coworker, who has not been the subject of some kind of racial profiling or even excessive force. So it is very personal to me in terms of what I know to be the injustices and the bias that has informed the way we've done criminal justice policy in our country. And that's why I became a prosecutor. Because my point was that if we're going to reform these systems, yes, there's a role on the outside, but also there is a role on the inside where the decisions are being made. But doing it in a way that we also don't accept false choices, right? All communities also want public safety. All communities want to live in a safe community where if their home is burglarized and they call 911, a police officer is there, where there will be serious consequence if a child is harmed, if a woman is raped, if someone is killed. And so the work that I did in my career was about creating some of the first models of what we can do to reform the criminal justice system. When I was district attorney, I created an initiative that was around mostly young men, but some young women who were arrested for drugs, and getting them jobs, as opposed to incarceration. As Attorney General of California, I focused on and created one of the first in the nation trainings for police officers on racial bias and procedural justice. When I was leading the Department of Justice in California, which is the second largest in the United States, second to the United States Department of Justice, I required an initiative that required all of my special agents to wear body cameras and keep them on, which was one of the first in the nation. Moving forward as president, I believe I have a unique ability to actually be a president who can champion what we need to do, because I know the system from the inside. I just released our criminal justice reform policy. It includes what we mentioned earlier, the end of solitary confinement for children and adults. It's inhumane. I've seen how it works from the inside. It's absolutely inhumane. What we need to do around ending mass incarceration, doing things like understanding what Iowa has done so well, that when you're talking about drug addiction, that should not be treated in the criminal justice system. That's a public health issue and should be treated as such. What we need to do around law enforcement accountability, and also what we need to do to keep families together. Because one of the things you should know about what's happening in the criminal justice system, in particular, I'll give as an example what's happening with incarcerated women. You know, the estimates are as many as 90% are mothers. And they're often located in a place very far from their children. And regardless of whatever the offenses they committed, they have a natural desire to parent their children. And so we have to look at what's happening there. I'm actually a leader on also what we need to do to stop the shackling of women during childbirth. And what we need to do to have a system that is focused on trying to keep families together. So, there's a lot more that I can talk about, but it's a very important issue, and it's something that we just have to speak honestly about, and we have to fix. Thank you.
All right. We'll take the second row, gentleman in the plaid shirt here, and you've got a microphone coming right behind you, actually.
Thank you. I'm Brad Wilson. A big place the Democrats to get some votes is the rural vote.
Yes.
And they've really gone downhill over the years on this.
Yeah, I agree.
It was better in 2018, but not that much better.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not just, we have, in past decades, a lot more support from candidates. Most of the candidates in 1988 were supporting the key policies of the family farm movement. Mm-hmm. And they dropped out on that later on and became like the Republicans. Candidates have long lists of things saying they recognize problems in rural places like rural Iowa. They have long lists of things, and but are often missing the underlying cause. Mm-hmm. Finally, with 20 candidates, we're getting a little bit more grassroots access this time around, and we do have Sanders and Warren supporting minimum price floors, like a minimum wage floor at living wage levels, and several other candidates.
Yeah, including me. Mm-hmm.
Including you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was my question. So can I just change and say thank you, and where can I learn more about that?
KamalaHarris.org.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's
but
wonderful.
I appreciate, I do want to say, I really do wholeheartedly appreciate your point, because you are right. Democrats have not done well enough on this. And there's no question. So my plan for rural America, if you will, includes not only that, it is about what we need to do for broadband. And my plan includes, frankly, that we need to, I can get into details. I think you'd appreciate them. I don't know if everyone wants to hear them, but, around what we need to do around, broadband, laying the wires, but also satellite, but getting broadband to these families, because so much of this is about the education issue. Children today cannot do their homework without access to the internet. So it's an education issue. Broadband, when we talk about the issue of mental health and treatment and substance abuse treatment for places that are not near a medical health or mental health facility, telemedicine is one of the best ways. But if you don't have broadband, you can't do it. If we're talking about supporting the economic health and well-being of communities, and in that way, one of the best ways to do that is also invest in small business owners and entrepreneurs. Nobody can conduct a business these days without access to the internet. So it's all of those issues. So that's part of my plan. The other has to do with my Medicare for All plan and what we need to do around reimbursement, because when we get everyone in the healthcare system, then we will not have hospitals who are treating people and can't keep the doors open because folks don't have insurance. And that's a big part of it. But the other piece of that is what we need to do to also make sure that hospitals are not closing down, especially when we're talking about acute care facilities. Because just to break it down, the issue here is I've met so many families who, a family member has cancer or some other acute illness, and there's no specialist in that community. And so that family member then has to be medevaced out or go somewhere else that could be hundreds of miles away. You know, my mother passed away from cancer, and I took care of her during her illness. The idea that we have families who cannot be with their loved one every night at the hospital because it's just that far away is a real issue. The economic issue in terms of investing in rural America around the whole plan that I have around what we need to do around renewable energy, and there's so many other things in terms of investing in entrepreneurs. Because what we're seeing in rural America, again, I'm generalizing with that term, so please forgive me, but is that the jobs are leaving. And the kids of those families are leaving with the jobs. And those kids don't want to leave, and their families certainly don't want them to leave. And so I think about it that way. In my water infrastructure plan, I also have a specific component that is about upgrading and helping families upgrade their wells. Because for so many families in rural parts of this state and other states, they are not part of the municipal water system. And so when we're talking about upgrading the water system in America, my plan includes recognizing that a lot of our families, especially in rural areas of the country, have a well in their backyard, and they're going to need help to upgrade that well and to decontaminate that well, and that's going to have to be about giving them the grant funding to do that. So those are some of my plans, but please visit my website at kamalaharris.org for more. And thank
All right, guys, just wanted to give you a heads up here on News Now that you are going to get to see our hits that I'm doing in our 7 o'clock Fox 10 Extra newscast. We have that coming up here in just a few minutes, so we're going to enjoy this beautiful view, and then you'll see me pop myself up on camera here in a couple minutes, and then again, you're going to be getting to see one of those hits, and then obviously, you'll know when that comes, when you see me pop myself up on camera. Let me just also check my lower third. Yep. We're going to be talking about that I better get my words straight before we go on air. Whistleblower complaint against President Trump. You'll get to hear more about that here in, like I said, just a few more minutes. Oh, and because some of you were asking, yes, this is San Francisco, California. All right, guys, just about a minute away here. Yes, guys. Well, Thursday, the Intel Inspector General spoke to lawmakers behind closed doors, but the session came without answers on exactly what was in the whistleblower's complaint. Some lawmakers say the longer it takes for them to hear the report, the more national security is at risk.
When the acting director of national intelligence gets this information, he has to tell Congress. There's no go talk to the White House, go talk to the Department of Justice, go straight to Congress.
In August, a whistleblower filed a formal complaint, and the Inspector General believed it was credible and he was legally required to report it to Congress. But the acting director of national intelligence is refusing to share it. Now, House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff saying they will take legal action if they have to get answers.
If it comes down that we have to go to court to get this, that we will have a very good case to seek a temporary restraining order or a mandamus or some urgent form of relief, because the Inspector General has said this cannot wait.
The president is calling the whistleblower's reported allegation that he made a promise to a foreign leader more fake news. Quote, "Is anybody dumb enough to believe that I would say something inappropriate with a foreign leader while on such a potentially heavy populated call?" As Democrats say, the Justice Department is helping to shield as the president rather than follow the law.
The media always wants to rush when they think something sensationalist, and 9 times out of 10 we find out a lot of that's not true.
The acting director of national intelligence, Joseph McGuire, is scheduled to testify before the House Intel Committee next week. Chairman Schiff says he thinks someone of a higher pay grade than McGuire is the one keeping the whistleblower's reports away from Congress. News Now streams live news events from across the country all day. We have a link on our website, fox10phoenix.com. All right, guys, we're clear. I do have one more hit that I'm going to record that you can see, so I'm going to get that set up, and you'll see me on here in just another second. All right, as I mentioned, I do have another hit. This is going to be my recording for our 10:30 happening tonight. Just got to get myself adjusted. Which way? All right, lower third, set up, non-live. All right, as I mentioned, I'm going to be recording this one, so you're going to hear me count down and then go into the package. So, okay. Okay. 3, 2. Well, for the first time in 3 years, visitors from all over the world are going to be able to take the elevator up 500 feet to the top of the Washington Monument.
This is the nation's grandest tribute to its greatest founding father. You come up and you look out over the city that is his namesake.
Some say it's the best views of D.C. The Washington Monument, built to honor our first president, reopens today following a 3-year-long refurbishment, now featuring a new elevator system and security checkpoint. It's been closed for restoration 6 out of the last 8 years, including from 2011 to 2014, to repair some damage caused by an earthquake.
This elevator goes 500 feet every trip up, every trip down, and it's the only one in the building, and it works nonstop, minimum of 8 hours a day, every day of the year. So that takes a special kind of design.
Wednesday, crews were working hard putting the finishing touches on the lawn outside ahead of what's expected to be a busy fall for the Washington Monument. Nearly 500,000 people visit the landmark each year, meaning this $15 million renovation was crucial to keep it open for years to come.
It is not a tall building for the sake of it being a tall building. You are up there, you are in one of the most iconic buildings in the city.
Now, this is available for tickets, first come, first serve basis for the first month, but you can make a reservation on recreation.gov starting October 10th. News Now streams live news events from across the country all day. We have a link on our website, fox10phoenix.com. And I'm going to do that one more time because I forgot to say our anchors' names. So just one more time that you got to listen to that story here with me. Pilar called out today, so that's why you're seeing me doing this part. All right, one more time. Here we go together. All right, 3, 2. Well, Christina and Brian, for the first time in 3 years, visitors from all over the world are going to be able to ride the elevator up 500 feet to the top of Washington Monument.
This is the nation's grandest tribute to its greatest founding father. You come up and you look out over the city that is his namesake.
Some say it's the best view of D.C., the Washington Monument, built to honor our first president. It reopens today following a 3-year-long refurbishment, now featuring a new elevator system and security checkpoint. It's been closed for restoration 6 out of the last 8 years, including from 2011 to 2014, to repair damage caused by an earthquake.
This elevator goes 500 feet every trip up, every trip down, and it's the only one in the building, and it works nonstop, minimum of 8 hours a day, every day of the year. So that takes a special kind of design.
Wednesday, crews were hard at work putting the finishing touches on the lawn outside ahead of what's expected to be a busy fall for Washington Monument. Nearly 500,000 people visit this landmark each year, meaning its $15 million renovation was crucial to keep it open for years to come.
It is not a tall building for the sake of it being a tall building. You are up there, you are in one of the most iconic buildings in the city.
Tickets are available on a first-come, first-served basis for the first month. You can make a reservation on recreation.gov starting October 10th. News Now streams live news events from across the country all day. We have a link on our website, fox10phoenix.com. All right, perfect. Thanks, guys, for bearing with me on that. Kind of fun sometimes when you do get to see a little bit of the behind the scenes of what we do here on News Now. And just give me a second. I'm going to switch you guys onto the other set. Unfortunately, my other news now hit in our 7:30 part of the show. I'm unable to let you guys see on our news stream. We're unable to stream it because of legal reasons. So just give me a minute. I'll switch us up to the other set. Thanks again, guys, for being here tonight on News Now. As you can see, I did swap us back to this other News Now set, our newer one. I like to call it the good one. As I mentioned, we are going to be shutting down our stream at 8 p.m. tonight. We did not have a full staff today, so we do have about just over 10 more minutes left here together, 15-ish minutes left together. So if anything breaking news-wise does come across the board here in the next 15 minutes, I'll bring it to you here on News Now. Until then, tomorrow's Friday. Who's excited about that? Friday. Hopefully Pilar will be back at the desk tomorrow, so that way we can take you guys all the way up to 10 p.m. But of course, might not know that until tomorrow comes around. If you haven't yet, you can subscribe to our page. As I mentioned, 15 more minutes left here on our News Now stream together. And if you were wondering, you can see the White House looks just a little bit different than what we usually see, that white screen up. That's because we do have the state dinner tomorrow. Donald Trump and Melania Trump are going to be hosting their second ever state dinner. This will be its first state dinner within a year. President Trump, First Lady Melania going to be hosting tomorrow. It's going to be quite the event. I'm excited for the fashion also. That's one of the other things I look forward to. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you guys some of those pictures from the White House tomorrow evening as that happens. Now, the First Lady's office has been keeping kind of a lid on what's been going on. They haven't been sharing very many details as far as the menu or the table settings or who's going to be providing that after dinner entertainment, but we do think that there may be some more information come tomorrow morning. There was supposed to be a media preview set for late Thursday night, which is tonight, and the White House is not authorized to publicly discuss their plans for that dinner. They do believe, though, one of the rumors going around is that the dinner is going to be served in the Rose Garden. So just a few details coming in, but again, that will be happening tomorrow night as the President and First Lady are going to be hosting that. Again, their second time hosting the state dinner. Going back to our double box, that's San Francisco in your left-hand box, the White House in that right-hand box. I don't have our Times Square camera handy tonight, unfortunately. Sometimes that's always entertaining to watch, especially once you get closer to the weekends. That's when it starts to get busier and busier, but we do only have about 10 minutes left here together. Anyway, hopefully you guys have had a great week, and if you're one of those people who just started your work week, happy Monday to you. I used to work those shifts where you did not have your weekend on Saturday, Sunday. You had it in the middle of the week. All right, guys, thanks so much again for being here with us on News Now. We are going to be shutting down the stream here, but Mike Page will be switching things back on tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Arizona time. So don't forget, you can always come be with us tomorrow as we bring you live news events, breaking news from across the country each and every single day. Hope you guys have a great night.